Cubao and the Kyle, no, that's $4 per barrel. And syempre, in terms of dito yung opportunity to earn will really also go low. In similar manner, even banks actually, kasi they're also affected because of potential bankruptcies or even of course non-payment and increase in the number of loans, defaults. But what we're doing now is that we are looking at possibility of allowing say SPAB, special purpose vehicles, to take in mga bad loans. This is being now discussed with Congress. And then actually atong mga loans, lalo na yung atong mga middle class atong mga workers who are relying on certain loans, we have already based on the Bayanihan Act, pwede kita tang grant grace period para hindi sila man fail and impact and that whatever they can make use of instead of paying the principal and the interest, then sila sufficient, at least minimum 30 days. It has been extended for another 2 weeks. Hindi sila nisita as a payment within the ECQ period. So, I'll intention this to provide cushion para for everybody.
Si Charlie Mariano, c'era yung pregunta también. Charlie.
Mr. Chairman, c'era yung pregunta, although poco hypothetical sa Emil, no? What if the lockdown, hindi mga tabla absolute lockdown, pero ang mga restrictions na movement ng mga vivientes di aton, entero Pilipinas, alarga pa for maybe 2 or 3 months. Can we afford that? What are the possibilities to the economy if that happens?
Well, government is doing its best now. And so far, the amount that we're looking to be able to feed el poorest of the poor is roughly around 144 billion per month. So, then grande kasi requirements, no? Now, but even then, the Department of Finance, if we need to sell assets, or in fact, we already made the necessary application with the World Bank of over $5 billion. Just so para to, kasi important priority natin is really public health, the lives of our people. So kami ganin, we were required to remit 2 billion, no? Just to help mga LD aton economic package. We were told to remit it to Treasury. So the same is true for the other GOCCs, no? So your intention is really, prioridad is that lives muna bago ko ng economy. But as it is, we're hoping, of course, that kita man experience recovery by reformation, sabi nila, pakasi sila do letter B, kahit to, pero subit to, hopefully back to our previous levels. Now, but that's being optimistic about it. Now, we are hoping we could do a letter U, subi ole, although slowly man lang, pero at least pira kita kaysa a letter L, where abaw kita for a long time before we can go back, and it will take years. So, ese scenario tabla to 2-3 months, it's really a nightmare for us, but nonetheless, the priority of government now is just to ensure that our people have something to eat. And if we need to, even si Presidente mismo nablali, ito mga non-essential assets namin di aton, if we need to sell them, we will sell them. Just so to be able to man-meet ito mga social amelioration program del gobyerno, and of course, mga relief for all.
No, Tony, kung nagtagan ng crisis kita, konfronta kita pero cosa el Securities and Exchange Commission, kasi kita intendi kita, with the crisis right now, bien matulog at mga scams kita sucede. Can you give us some kasi how you're handling this, no?
Okay. This is what we're doing. Continuous pa syempre the aton operation. In fact, ablangan natin business as usual, although we're working at home. Lalo na yung sa scams, as part of our mandate really is enforcement and to make sure that people will not fall prey to scams. So pan-check kita, we do a regular sweep of the virtual world online, no, sa check kita just to make sure that yun nga, people are not taking advantage. In fact, the other 2 weeks ago, we came up with advisories against 12 groups. Just this week, we have another 8. Okay. These are mostly until mga cyber, mga crypto. But we learn which are not operating, but they're with us, registered with us. Similar manner, we also have mga online legal lending operators, mga apps, who are also collecting. We issued cease and desist orders to at least 7 of them just this week. So continuous aviation monitoring despite ECQ and including ngayon in incorporation of corporations, ongoing pa rin kita. So to make sure na todo needs the aviation business sector is also met. As well, of course, the investor protection di aton ang mechanical mga scams constant kita monitor.
Attorney, Chairman, sorry tomay at nabenta pregunta ko tayo kay sabi to very proud kita kay for the first time I have not heard of any member del monitoring board sa Buangueño. Si SEC Chairman Emil Aquino is also a member del monitoring board being the SEC Chair. Correct yun, Attorney Aquino, no?
Actually, I'm a member of the Anti-Money Laundering Council.
Oh, Anti-Money Laundering Council.
Yes.
Pero basically, since you're with the finance group, sir, is there any indication? Kaya sabi to, siyempre, quando ito pa financial crisis on prime, subprime mortgages na Amerika yakay in 2008. El diatong gobyerno, baho ko na antes Gobernador Buenaventura, yan relax sila kung interest rates to actually cushion the impact na Pilipinas. Now, given the kita global pandemic, is there any indication that the interest rates diaton on loans and others will also be either reduce or to a level that will cushion the impact, the economic impact of the diaton lockdown?
Yeah, actually that has been done. I think just yesterday BSP also again reduce it by, I'm not so sure kung ilang basis points, but the intention there is to bring down the cost of money or interest rates so as to allow people to still avail of
Yes, Mel. Go ahead.
Kailangan reserves requirement has also been brought down so that the bank has more than liquidity so that they'll be able to address loan requirements of the sector. So, it's an activity in the market and one of the tools among sila in the toolkit nila is to the interest rate that they give to banks and actually ang reserve ratio. Kaya usually you cannot, what total deposit to sa recipe, hindi to siya pwede basta-basta man loan out. But if you bring down the reserve level, the portion of the deposits can be issued out as in the form of loans. So that will provide our business sector more funds para man recoup and to go back to their previous standing, especially medyo pinaka priority ni aton is really access to credit. So that pwede kita mambawi, especially with the losses that they have incurred as a cost of the ECQ na para cheneta kita to farm prime, pwede man make use of this para rebound kita to our previous levels.
Anyway,
Thank you, Attorney.
Attorney Emil, ito yung mensahe kung ano po yung Sambuanga. Mediante ko sa krisis kita, konfronta kita.
Well, we just have to pray. May mga sabi man to Ron, Italiel, mga Sambuangueños, and prayer po mga kita. So that's one thing. And I'm happy, at least the Sambuanga is not as bad as what we're experiencing here sa Metro Manila. And for the Philippines is that we are in an archipelago. So there are natural barriers in the spread of the COVID-19. So, somehow, medyo controlled spread to some point. And we are hoping and praying that after these 2 weeks, although probably we may go to a modified community quarantine, we'll be able to reopen. Because so long at arado di atong mga negosyo, so long at atong mga kababayan may trabaho, may kita productivity and all, and we rely on government just to, spend and spend. Now we will be able to move forward. No? So, amo si yaton mensahe is still, please stay home, please cooperate with government, which is now pursuing until identification, then isolation, then cure. So, once we get to be able to identify cancer di atong mga kababayan na who are infected, then we isolate them and then cure them. Then we can go back to our normal lives. So, in the meantime, we just have to really cooperate with government.
Okay, so there you have it. Attorney Emil Aquino, Acting Chairman of the Securities and Exchange Commission. Chairman of the
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Yes,
sir.
gracias.
Tigat at
Thank you,
Ma'am Brenda, no?
And yes, okay. Salamat. Sige.
Thank you. Thank you.
God bless.
Okay. Anyway, continue kita siyempre kinaprograma dito sa Dateline Teleradyo kaya doon bibigyan tayo sa Buanga. Nung sabi si Redia ba si Abay también, doon dia bisita kanda el Tres Reyes diaton, no?
Tres Reyes o Tres Juan? Reyes.
Tres Reyes, si Melchor.
Are to. Yung kurta manda yun?
No. Onde ba si Pata sila Abay? Onde sila Pata sa yan?
Seneca portion nante primero na Kabatangan.
Nakabatangan.
And then segunda
Santa Maria.
Villa Santa Maria. Y sabi to allí na Villa Santa Maria, bien montonada ka de mga hermanos y hermanos de aton hermanos y hermanas que no hay pa poder recibir supply from the authorities.
Na si Atty. Gianalli si Melchor. Si Felipe, si Baltasar. Si Alhab, si Gaspar.
Like this na. Sideways, side view yata min. Klaro yata min alcohol.
Side view tan kun Alhab siya saka. Amo sa representante también del DP11, anda mambira-bira este tiempo también para distribuir un poco de gracia con el mga household dito na diferentes komunidad. Hindi mga siguro kita pwede dale con todo ngayon, pero tase kami esfuerzo para pikula ngayon.
Si Philip Caminado del Bureau of Internal Revenue manahente.
Huwag ka mong Bureau of Internal Revenue ngayon.
Kolekta impuesto.
Pero tapiti kita gracias kung naldiaton mga amigo na ayuda ka nato, no? Para este dato na
Mga
sponsor.
gwapo, mga tesos na kamag-aali ng mga tao.
Mira to. Ito si Alo, altamino do lakel kwan. Do lakel
Problema, mañana libre ko na sa Seco Kapase.
mira to si Alo, hindi lang para side view, para back view.
Mañana libre ko na siya. Dali yung regalo ko na sa sunblock. Kaya mira yung el cráneo de ese, que mauya kayo.
Pero sabi to, niyang kwento kami di Sir Al ayer, cuando takyo ustedes, no?
Sí.
Chenio Taiman discuss con Sir Al. Ben alegre daw ka recibi mga vieja. Thank you daw gayon kung ayuda kita dali. Na ese mga vecinos, mga instrumento lang sa sila. Del de ustedes way para alcanzar ayuda mismo kung mga gente.
Non-stop so far, sabi kita, hindi para mga vecinos, continuing Kaya LDD aton tamen mga benevolent donors from all parts of Zamboanga, continue pa ayuda mga vecinos para alarga con el inisyatibo.
So sila tres na durmi pa ba? So sila, kaya temprano agad takya sila na stasyon. Kapag diretso sila
Si Aldaw anoche, temprano kaya durmi kay hipa daw na taytayan kami na. Pero yung niregon ayer ron, tinagay do lastima kay yakke mga del frente dual.
Por eso nga mañana do dali ko na sa regalo
Yakke mga
sunblock.
del frente, no hay katsanggol. No hay katsanggol, no hay pala sa sombrero. So yakke dagat mas ancho el frente
Pensaba yo que el Charlie, kay un poco menos man el pelo, doon este solar panel ba?
Marami ako, wala nga. Si Atty. Gian, tayo na to. Dol na, yan po naman yung simira I-class si Atty. Gian, no?
Alegre mga gente di recibida na kwan. Makilaya. Pero kaya ta black claro no que sila sa mga buen Samaritano, Kenya, dali ka na ito sa mga
Pantol
donasyon.
mga hente ron. Kaya may si anunsya mga bisino. Hindi
sabi
kami
sila.
ka-anunsya para ang mga hente hindi man dapo ng lugar. So ang mga hente pantaw pero alegre. Surprise kayo.
Tapos kuya kami ng lugar kaya sabi kami ben man na mga pobre, no? So noted sa plihi. Aid is coming. Resa lang kita.
Baka pa di o tayo obserba Sir Chris, no? Abla kayo kung Sir Chris, kayo si Sir Chris, hindi kasi pwede ni ka. Sir Noel, el diamond mga mga personalities na TV11, pwede o tayo di mirao, gordo-gordo kayo, pati bin healthy kat mga bisinos, ebidensya se, kay el diamond mga bossing aki, sabi kat kuida ko ng mga empleyado.
Correct, sí. Pregunta sila manado, pregunta porque daw kita aquí de tarde neta sige, 2 días daw sila siya
Well,
nila.
na frontera kami kita por tarde, no?
El día mo razón kay temprano kami tabanya para prepararme ni Kia Launa. Pero si Alta espera ka nato na un día daw abuya daw kita todo.
Si Alo, ta. Este es Sai Biolo, claro que dito yung el cargado.
Palita, dali mira.
El día el ano ba siya
El tuyo, Sed, ito tayo. El tuyo. O saya da yun, o talya sa Jimboy galeo. Letong
Por
driver.
eso si Jimbo ya anda con Ronnie, atrasaw ya. Pero alegre rin siyempre si Ronnie mga bisinos kay yasa sila grande cosa na
Everybody is trying to pitch in. Sabi ba ustedes, el mismo de Saint Francis, mga huérfano y esposa, el día ba, un recibir sila cada día para andar a la escuela, que no hay más sila, Juan, niya pone sila una alcancía, I will be giving that to Mateo Suero, makin para kilaya daw po na doon compra makin un sako lang de arroz para ayun naman distribuir, no? These are orphans, and they're doing their share of sharing. Alguna beses también kita ang mga kempa no hay nada, amo willing at
Muchas gracias kayo
pero yun saludo ka Joko del mga buen Samaritano. Akal mga gente, tiene gani mga donors di ato mga bisinos. Although taanong siya at kita nombre di ila as a matter of course, pero tiene gani no kaya man daan siya di nombre. Na pero mga bisinos, kaya kami habla con ustedes, ta continuo sa esfuerzo del Dateline Teleradyo y del entero TV11. Hindi man kita pidi, pero aquellos que quieren ayuda con el de la mga prójimo, puede ustedes enviar el de vosotros ayuda aquí na TV11.
Sí.
Okay. Well, anyway, alegre kita no, que at least taparita recibir también el gracia y puede ser distribuir también un poco para con todo. El gobierno de Atunta se mantenga todo lo que posible.
Sí, correcto.
Ayer ya explicaste a Tony Baldúa, ¿no? Baldúa, el proceso y el dificultad que te confrontan sila con esa manera que te distribuye.
Actually, may manada ka request, si pwede raw si Attorney Beldo Atroves Bira.
Luego.
Kay manada ka iba ng mga huwes di atun ta pregunta kayo, pakilaya el implementasyon de ese. Kay tiene gani sa penalty clause.
Sí.
Kaya dentro the penalty clause, somebody could be imprisoned from 1 day to 1 year. So they would like to know how do you actually gauge para pwede to, for example, non-use of mask
Tiene kita kopya del ordinanza aquí.
Sí.
I don't know si puede teman baka puede sus teman
Pero
photograph.
que mi así te repaso de ese mismo ordinanza que ha pasado, ¿ok? Importante es que darle la información con el público consciente con ese, ¿no?
Pero
Sí,
pero el dating presidente también ayer, yable agane no na aside from mga LGUs adopta ang mga ordinansa o mga pena en sina.
Sí.
El national government ay istudya tamen ko sa mga pena pwede pone. Baho na mga existing laws, particularly ara na state of national health emergency kita. Segundo, talamay ang dating presidente kung dating militar pati police para salegat apuera, no? Para bisya ka sa mga ahente para no kere man kasi asal dating presidente pero whether we like it or not, manamin kita na manada ka natin duro kat kabesa. Inisisita kat kita kung esto sila para sa apuera.
I don't know, pero tenido información que el City Hall no ta pensa implementar con el lockdown, si como por ejemplo sube pa siempre el caso del COVID-19 na ciudad.
Fluid pa el sitwasyon mga bisinos. One of the options available on the table na Office of the City Mayor ako ka natabla si Ronnie, lockdown mga
Total
vecinos.
lockdown, no?
If the situation calls for it, si el mga gente ta continua disobedece
Sí.
con el mandato del gobierno para estar na casa. And antes actually, pati ayer tarde, and antes kada, tiempo di kanda pati di Atty. Gian and Philip, manada ta pregunta, si porque daw bien stricto ang mga checkpoints. Mga vecinos, diya kita tapidi con el mga enforcers di aton as stricto el enforcement. Na si pidi tayo kita ara kanila as man relax con el enforcement mga vecinos, kita inconsistent. So diya kita sa mano del mga police, del militar, they should know better what to do.
Tiene daw también que ayer ya menciona si Attorney Beldua que tiene que el mandato el PNP, no, from the region. I think it came from Manila, from the well, yan po si Attorney Beldua na di si Facebook page, between 3 to 3:30 daw is tarde, tiene sila Facebook live with the mayor para man-discuss con el executive order and hope also the quarantine passes.
Yeah,
So,
I don't know if we're going to put that on the air, Bay. Pone bakal kita, alas 3:30 daw.
3 to 3:30.
Yeah, 3 to 3:30
si
from
naman
City
kita
Hall,
po din
no?
siya na vosotros tauwi ka namon ahora si Keren mira el Facebook live page di mayor.
Actually, no manada alegre, kaya pwede kita man-interview con Atty. Emil Aquino. Manada ka tantex, particularmente ang mga interest rates. Ojalá next time ay pwede kita atras imbita con Atty. Emil Aquino. Por eso, sige gat yung kaldisyo advice, which is, bale el stock market, I mean, kayidol pero bale ara compra and just to hold on it.
Yeah.
Kaya by the time...
You'll be the chair pregunta con el interest rates del banco.
Pero mga next time, kapag si Chair Ronnie, President del GSIS, Ronnie Makasait, again, si pwede kita bayman kwento tayo ko nila por kasa gana mga asistensya dali kay manada ka taman ta pregunta mga tatrabahan na gobyerno por kasa da ka 20,000 niya anunsya le.
Yeah.
Na
Well, actually, we
ito
also-
na anunsya kika natun. The following day pa yan anunsya nationwide. So mas una pa mga sa buwan sabi por kasa ko nakil.
Por eso en una kita na magaste ko sa kel ko naman le booth di ila también del GSIS.
Correct. Kabay sir,
GSAP.
lastly, si pwede kita man interview con Dr. Paber.
Ulit,
Otra vez, kay mga
okay.
gente kaya PD update kung saan napasali na sa Buanga City Medical Center.
Some reactions from people. Kita try kaya natin kay mga texts sa tiempo también. Our LGU should work on hastening the process of providing a testing center in the city. This must be addressed with the utmost concern. Esa es la según con 6664. Actualmente, taas siya todo lo que posible el gobierno local de atin, but this is not up to the local government alone.
Yes.
This has to do also with the accreditation with the Department of Health. The World Health Organization will have to see the standards of the testing centers para depiho el mga test kita.
That should be the worry of the officials concerned, mga vecinos. Responsibilidad del mga citizens aquí na siyudad de Zamboanga está na casa, mga vecinos, observe social distancing and follow other protocols. Kaya sabi ustedes, entero mundo si ara na pandemic. Si habla to el Pilipinas lang tiene problema. De mas antes pa, el China, el Estados Unidos, el Japan, ya dali era ayuda technical con el gobierno del Pilipinas. But sila también mga vecino, ang problema ara yan na testing. Mimo na Amerika, tapaltal nila capacity for testing. So, el cosa kita, pidi ko na di aton mga vivientes, sabi kita, que todo man kita talingasan na testing, asi kita po ko largo di aton pasensya, i-resta kita mga vecinos, hopefully in due time, tiyan capacity ka del gobierno, especialmente aquí na ciudad de Zamboanga, para man-accommodate mass testing mga vecinos. In the meantime, let us contribute to the solution to the problem by not contributing to the problem itself.
Yeah. Así que mas cosa tayo habla si Charlie, no kita aumenta con el problema por medio de quedar kita mismo pasyente. Kay el mga doktor diaton kuntaw lang, inuay sila bastante equipo y materiales para poder ayudar con ustedes si ustedes aumenta con el número del quien queda infectado con el COVID-19. Now, that being said, como por ejemplo, ventilators pa lang, kung ya lang kita con el ventilators aquí, ako dati dahil nila kita ta contesta con el residente de Zamboanga, ta contesta kita aquí con el entero región. No, so, no puede kita aumentar con el problema let us lock ourselves down in our houses for the meantime until such time that there is already an accredited testing center that then can do immediate testing para po kita bukaya el propio cura.
We cannot be, yung mismo mga vecinos, takita bang kita impasyente ba? Kaya kita, click one time talyal testing. But we have to face reality mga vecinos. There are logistical nightmares that could not be addressed overnight.
Yeah.
So, el cosa kita po in the absence of the best, something less than the best is better. Kontra nuay kita ko sa yung mga vecinos, I think social distancing and ese quarantine are very good solutions in the meantime. Kaya pa kita massive testing capacity.
Por eso I go for what Dr. Juni Rivera said yesterday, no? Kaya llamada ahora del mga senadores, cuántos senadores ella firma para tamanda kita kung Secretary Duque na puesto. Puede ser que manada kamali kaya komite si Secretary Duque para confrontar con este problema. Pero el importante sería que tiene esta persona que sepa el trabajo para confrontar con el problema. He might have committed a lot of mistakes, seguro, along the way, but hey, this is a new thing, and people are bound to commit mistakes in trying to confront a new problem.
Right.
So, difícil es natural secretario de salud debe tener una solución.
Tamira yo, el main accusation dila kung Duque, kay prevaricate si Duque. Hindi bale firm, atras abante, flip-flop, el disu yung mga position on issues, mga vecinos. Pero, so do other people internationally. At sila man tayo ng problema, makina Amerika, even mga experts na Amerika, mga vecinos, are overwhelmed by the problem.
Yes, gentlemen, we have to understand.
We thought South Korea was doing so well. Pensaba kita, and all of a sudden right now, you have a resurgence again of the cases of COVID-19.
And so with Japan.
So with Japan.
No,
this is something new, and they have to rethink. Pensaba sila, el cura, kaya pwede sila kwan, amuya.
Ikaw ba akaba Guerra Mundial II? When Manila was attacked by the Japanese mga vecinos, even the great General MacArthur was caught unprepared. He was caught flat-footed, and he was overwhelmed by the developments mga vecinos. At tayo ka tempo, tarya bombal mga hapon na Manila. Kosaya pa sa, instead of offensive, kaya kada defensive el strategy del Pilipinas, yanda sila na bataan pati na korregidor. So, you can never say mga vecinos, this pandemic is something very new. And even the best experts in the world cannot be the best in the presence of this particular epidemic.
It's very hard really to look at one person only. It's complex, no? Si Secretary Duque does not run the state. He only runs one particular arm of the state, which is on the health area.
Yes.
So you cannot kasi because of this desperation, people would always try to look for somebody to blame.
Yes.
Without first thinking, now let us get through this first before we even open up investigations or call whose head should actually roll. But for now, our main priority is not to get somebody axed, but to get all of our acts together.
Correct.
So that we can actually bring this fight forward. The same time sa mga vecinos, kung nasa sila mga kasa, kay si ustedes ng kamali, ang first kat atun, survival, is to pinpoint, di sumarise, di mio culpa. Pero todo kita, tiene responsibilidad to actually do this. So, ustedes na kasa, 4 estrategiya yung kung ustedes habla, cosa ustedes hace. Por medio de este. No may ustedes espera para gobierno para asiste para con ustedes. Ustedes mismo asiste. Cosa se DITR. Okay, first is you have to detect. Letter D had detect. Detect si tiene ba ustedes enfermedad. Trancaso, dolor el garganta, tiene tos. Hindi na ito nisisita kay ara overwhelmed the aton healthcare system. Ya dali ka na itong numero si Dr. Power, kwanto bilog lang respirator, kwanto bilog POIs, tanda pa sila araman contact tracing para man-detect. Now, ustedes na kasa mismo, do the first D, detect. Second, isolate yourself. Si Cheno itong mga enfermedades, sa parte dito yung corpo, no may ito pensa, kaya ka na mo manchangge. You have to do this for yourselves and for your family. And third is to treat yourself. Maskin pa hindi ito tasinti, bonamente pa ito mapuwersa, treat yourself already para mas kaya ito mas mapuwersa, dito yung resistensya and everything. And lastly, if you observe the 21-day quarantine period, then you are assured that you can have yourself reintegrated. Kay, ese tala makita mass testing mga bisinos, it will only cover about 2% of our total population. Do not expect na 1 million plus people in Zamboanga City will be tested. No, suntok na buwan ese. Oo, rinde
Si 2% del 1 million, kwanto? 20,000.
mga 20,000 na sa pwede man cover ka natin because of availability.
Which I doubt very much.
Very precisely. So, I'm giving you already an open and free fall na those porsyento kita actually man set for the testing. Other than that, each one of us will have to do those DITR I told you. Detect, isolate yourselves, treat yourselves as if you are sick, and lastly, once you're able to do it, you can reintegrate yourselves to the community.
Correct ito, Chair. Kasi nebes, el mga hente, pirmi lang kita tabus ka kung kenta kulpa. Well, kigol na di aton local government, no? Ese prinsipya na foods, na relief goods, ara na kimodo kita man contain na, you know, some of our local government unit is already looking for isolation areas, and hopefully it will be more. Kay right now yung el City Coliseum kabar alyagani na ayanda sila man survey na ecozone cheneya kita liya na kabatangan, so we're, you know, dali tamin kita tiempo kay todo kita sabi tabla nuevos para na
Sabes ese fenómeno de apuntar el dedo con otros is very common when people are afraid. When people are afraid, you're suspicious of everybody. Makinakasa ka ni kita. Observote ese. Kung tiene miedo, ya kami na lang po, yablay ko mo numandala na kung sa pasa, kaya baka libabol implementa na kinakasa.
Hindi ba? May mga 14 senators, in fact 16 local, pero ila pwede pirma 14 lang. They were demanding for the scalp of Duque. Kung sa contestal malaki niya. The president still has trust and confidence on Duque. Pero, mensahe el presidente kung Duque mga bisinos. Abale kung Duque, through the spokesman, show to the senators why you should remain in your position. Disprove their fears. So, kaya kung Duque, tamang challenge le, ase tumas para pwede man address kung na si problema de COVID.
Pati, ebitar, yun namin, kaya hitamin mo critical man kita kung Duque. Kaya, ese dis yung mga polisi de flip-flopping. Primero, ya habla que después de liba paciente. Después, liba paciente. So, there are certain doon tanchando ba?
Pero makimpone tuloy genius o akil kung Batman pati kung Superman na Department of Health. Namirili ka na ora mga bisinos. They'll be as good as the villain.
You know, you look at America. You know, one of the superpowers. Hindi, no sabi magani sila kung kengkre, no? Na World Health, na CDC, they have a CDC there. Ara, they have Dr. Fauci.
Takre sila kung Dr. Fauci.
But if you look at it, you know, CDC is one of their Central for Disease Centers. You know, that's the main what do you call it, unit in the United States that should handle these cases.
The blame game is now starting in the United States because CDC, Center for Disease Control, is supposed to anticipate problems like this. But they failed to do so, por eso they're starting to blame CDC. Well, igualmente, kayo po naman manlusog ka na ito na implement aquí, naturalmente, tabuka kita kulpa, na porque mga muna iti nada para prohibir.
Ang sila kasi mga bata, yung politiko man yung ante mga bisinos, pero tiene kasi costumbre sa pandolos buenos na mga politiko, no, especialmente mga senadores, pati mga congressman, allí naman nila, apuera lang al dia dos congressman de Zamboanga, no? Si tiene lang po kamali, hindi sila tamira, el cosa al dila kamali. Tamira sila al kamali, di Duque lang mga bisinos na. Solo si Duque, pwede ba se agarra todo problema de COVID?
Nasibirado kanila si Duque otra vez hablan, si aprobar kami más grande fondo para el DOH, más temprano, más preparado era que está ahora.
El Department of Health, el Department of Health, ya supritamen sa grande budget slash. Por medyo ganegat del mga controversy también entró el por casa del Deng Baksha y lo demás pa. Por eso gane tabla kita no porque el diaton there's no such thing as unlimited budget mga bisinos. Maski na syudad de Zamboanga, there is always a limit. Por eso gane el de mi concern hasta cuando el diaton gobierno puede darle ayuda. El diaton presidente parte lang i-abre el floodgate the loans, vende cosa para pwede kita man-sustain con este. Pero tiene sa talama kita fatigue, no? It will come a time na siya sa donors fatigue. Even those who are giving akika nato na TB11 or na mga kaserias sa stal cancer, there is such thing as donors fatigue. Until certain lang. Sabi to na syudad sa Zamboanga, mga gwapo kuyas taki na stasyon araw. Kuyas man sila todo. Mga gwapo. The 2013, quando tu pa el Zamboanga siege, ben grabe kat el ayuda entra na Zamboanga. It lasted for 23 days, mind you, on the second week, tampisa kami sinti, akal mga na frontline antes, el rebajo del ayuda because immediately after September, ya tu pa tamen el Bohol earthquake, and the Cebu and the Visayas earthquake. So, el attention del mga gente was diverted to Bohol. Then comes November. Here comes November. November was the Yolanda. Sa onde todo ginta na Leyte el ayuda. So there was a fatigue. Now our mga business, this is very very unique because everybody has to fend from themselves globally. So they will have to provide for their people. So siya na lang at sa limit. So kita tamin mga mabibiyentes no makita esperanza gat pirmi kung datong gobyerno. Pero sa bale kay proposal di di President Rolly Makasayat, if we can adopt a family instead of why? If you give abla kita ng mga grande no corporation for food packs or distribution, you can only give so much. But if you adopt a family, what you're actually gonna give a family can actually sustain them for 2 or even a month.
Yeah.
By providing that.
You know what? Na mag-eskinita de ustedes, you have to do things as a community. Puede tener aquel esfuerzo como tabla ara kay escasez del comida. Start your own backyard gardening, makina mga paso-paso, siembra ko ng mga gulay. Isi cosa, habla yo siembra el pechay ara, tuli siembra tukwan. Naman pasa, si cosa de mi producto ki, dali ko tigo poco, tu dali conmigo este talong, do kwa sinam. We start to share with each other. Así kita dividir ko na sina mismo mga kaekinita diato. Makina sa mga pader-pader diato na gina mga kung makita nyo na Santa Catalina, tabasta din mo ito ng lugar para doon Desyembra? Pwede.
Gentlemen, Chenikio, I think this is very relevant, no? El text message from 8883. Abelay, good PM, 3+1, mga smart anchormen of Dateline. I agree with the new ECQ City Ordinance Guidelines as I observe the mathematical model of COVID positives in the form of graph in Southeast Asia. It seems to me that it is highly correlated to the discipline and law-abiding nature of citizens of each country. A very good comparison daw is between the Philippines and Vietnam.
Correct.
Mucho duro kabesa na Pilipinas kumpara na Vietnam. Well, I think you're right.
Correct. Yes.
You know, that's one thing I observe, Kita, no sabi porque kita costumbre di aton, aquí na Pilipinas, purpioso kita. I've been to several countries. I've been to Cambodia, I've been to Japan, I've been to Malaysia. Allá se habla el orden, hindi man ta purpio la gente. Habla, mandato sa dinete ko gobierno, no puede kita. Este gane seatbelt lang. No puede tu embarcar na kate coche, si habla contigo ya. El taxi na Malaysia, necesita dos lang to basta pasahero na detrás, pati uno adelante. No puede tu aumenta pa makikonesen. Pero aquí ka natin, si pwede man suksuk na kotse, el pico to.
Gentlemen, Jennifer Ron, no, from 8949. I think, buenos de su reaction, pero we will have to answer this. Yung puro Amerika po ang sinasabi nyo, kasama ba yan sa problema natin sa Pilipinas? Bakit ayaw nyo batikos ang government para malaman ng hindi entero, no? Well, mga vecinos, nang kwento kita por causa del mga models na el patterns de COVID, mga vecinos, na otro partes del mundo, y especialmente el America. Kasi kita comparison. Tapos ko na kita entende kung sa klase el correlation between el results del COVID aquí mga vecinos, na costumbre del mga vivientes aquí y na otro partes del mundo.
Tagalogin natin. Alam mo, yung texter, hindi sa ayaw namin pag-usapan yung nangyayari sa Pilipinas. Ang binabatikos namin dito ay kailangan natin makita kung ano nangyayari din sa ibang bansa. Kung sila nga malaki, superpower, hindi nila kaya. Hindi pwedeng basta-basta yung Pilipinas kaya lahat ng problema. Kailangan dahan-dahan, tulong-tulong tayo.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, this is not an anti-American rhetoric, no? What we're trying to say. Correct at di ating mga kuya, that we're actually looking at it as a model. See,
Correction lang. El Kuya Ki, iyo pati si Arnold.
Yeah.
Si Uncle Ronnie, Uncle yan.
Uncle.
Let him finish the point. Let him finish the point. You're saying.
No, well, we're not making comparison. Here in the station, si Mira Ustedes, no, several times we even called the numbers that are being placed out by the Department of Health, particularly in a region. We even asked them to correct the numbers. We're not saying we do not want manbatikos. Why batikos aquí? We're actually talking about kosa el tapresenta ka naton. For example, kung Estancina, pwede nga kita ablapit sa tuha el gobyerno, hindi lang abla el presidente, pati DCU administrasyon, amo lang sa gobyerno. That includes all the branches of government, including Congress. So our friends here are even asking, if only funds were actually provided for the Department of Health, how can you blame an organization that has even less financial support that is supposed to confront a lot of things? We even called out the attention of the Department of Health that long planning, particularly era antes pa, pwede kita kreya manadas testing centers, hindi lang unong RITM. So these things were discussed on air. So lumatamin to sa abla na hindi kami tapikura lamal attention del mga otoridad diaton on those aspects, because we do. We even call the attentions of our barangay officials in terms of distribution. This is just to point out na di aton trabaho aki, di amon discussion aki del mga kuya sa atin pati di uncle, is really to focus on what could be done at the same time ko sa mga posibilidad. Because sabi sa no, alam nyo, isa sa mga problema talaga natin is that we always deflect our responsibility to others. If we fail, we say it's his responsibility. I also had that, when I was in government, I had the privilege of running an organization. And just like in a basketball game, I'll use the basketball game as an example. Si umali na luego, habla sila, ay ben bobo kat el coach. Ya perde el team, ben bobo kat el coach. Siya gana, ni uno nila mention na nombre del coach. Habla sila, al mga players, bueno kayo. Remember, this is a team, and the Philippines, there's only one team, the Filipino team. So how do we help the organization? We do our share as Filipinos. We stay home, and we keep this.
Sorry, let me tablas sa des, porque kami ang kwento por kasa ko lang na United States. You have to make a comparison so that el makakamali kita kumete ng Estados Unidos, hindi kita kumete igual como kanila.
Akal ba ron, Sir Arnold, akal ba sample niya dali si Sir Chris? Hindi ba? Kamila kita basketball o ko sa wego niya, tabla kita bimbo si coach. Na pero igual sila boxing mga bisinos. Hindi ba? Tiyan kita boxer, como si Mayweather o si Pacquiao. Kabatamira kita al boxer di ato niya, tupagolpe, no pwede mali ase ko sa likiri, ase knockout kung su kontra. Kosa kita tabla mga bisinos, bien bobo mga si boxer. Na pero si kanaton daw po na yan na puesto del boxer, mabobo ya siguro kita. Amo gal, point di Chris, tamino bien simple, no makita man pasabi, si el idea di aton, hindi mas bueno kung ang kosa ta implementar di aton mga otoridad.
But these models are there actually for us to actually either we follow it or we even improve on those particular models. So America, whether you like it or not, amo ka gold standard. Todo kita, si abla kita na product gani. Todo gente tabla. Oy, onde se estaba? Ay, quiere yo sé que stateside ka. Sa mga costumbre natin sa ibangkol.
No quiere de China.
So, comparaton China. Quiere to China. Because US has always been a gold standard colonially and sinakatal mentality diyaton. So, we look up to the kita no, the bright star kasi katalman sila, the shining beacon up the hill, which is the United States. At pwede kita mira, porque no pwede sila tamen kontrola. So, it's not a problem na mali ang polisiya dila, but this is really something that all of us, particularly datong sistema de gobyerno, similar gat na Amerika, el datong polisiya similar gat na Amerika. That's why we make two as a basis of comparison. But we're not saying they are bad and we're good. No. We're actually looking at the policies and how they are actually implementing the policies in those areas.
Ron, Cherokee text mo from Mr. Willow Bulahan. Abel, buenas mga guwapo, ayun na Dateline.
Buenas.
Well, makindi to si Abel Will, sabi ang kami siya. Di mio opinion, para controlar con el número del vehículo na camino, once implementaya el quarantine pass system next week, debe el mga gas stations, vende lang, and I think pwede sige at mga groceries and other establishments, vende lang con aquellos que tiene quarantine passes. Para el quien no hay quarantine pass, hindi pwede manggas up o compra cuantos mga comestibles. In effect, limitado el vehículo sa de afuera.
Okay.
Well, yo oí ayer.
Very good idea.
Sí, well, yo oí ayer na aquí con Sir Dr. Mile Ansid, pati con Attorney Kenneth Beldua, na di aton mga establishments will also check ese mga passes, color-coded passes. So, si por ejemplo, anda to ng mga grocery, kabarnoy to, hindi amo dito yung pass, hindi amo color, hindi mandinay contigo access.
Para so, coordination.
Sí, kaya man siguro tapidi agad si Mayor na ayuda, hindi lang con el mga vivientes entró el business sector. Sabi to, manada ka dyan react kay Berto Noy Pass na Domingo. Pero tan-explain si attorney na si Kere abri el negosyante di suicenda na Domingo, di suyo ken, na hindi el parana, pero ken makuntigo anda si Noy Pass.
Okay, kita ki information, pabodo to check kasi, no, kay we are not confirming this yet, no, kay tabla ki kaya yaman lockdown daw kanala Edwin Andrews Air Base kay uno do mga nurses dila tested positive. Kindly check that pabordo kita mandalya ko na Alberto kung ali para check kasi no si verdad ba sa istorya o hindi. We're not saying it is true at this point in time until we get the confirmation.
That's correct.
Kaya para kung kita asigura kita ang mga detalye di ato nakikita nisila kita na estasyon di ato do TV11 hindi ta responsable. Makinetrasaw el notisya basta eksakto el notisya.
Well, we have a reputation to protect. We will only report mga bisinos akal mga previously verified items.
Good
This has
PM,
to be verified.
good PM, mga-idol, akikanamo na buwalan Zone 5, taekwi man lang si kung kien daw el dale el 5,000 el DSWD. Gracias, Dateline, Teleradyo, God bless you.
Ron, sabi to widespread sensi ng mga reklamo. Mira ustedes mga bisinos, entiende ustedes kanamon. No puede kami entramente directamente kay tiene si presumption of regularity and fairness on the part of the people allí na DSWD. Pondo usted del national government, sila se taman pre-qualify si quien el mga beneficiaries aquí na program del gobyerno mga bisinos. So, kami también, si entra kami mete, doon ta question na kita ko ng capacity, EL integrity, dahil mga gente taman-man ko na este sistema, diya kita kanila mga bisinos.
Sabi si pensa-pensa lang kita, tasinti kita, todo kita qualify ko na 5,000. Because everybody needs help at this point in time.
Yes.
We all feel that we are entitled to the but yabla al DSWD necesita sila man prioritize una dale kung nakalyogat ken nuay gayot nada. No? Now they have an assessment team to do that. Let us put our trust in the assessment team because they know quién el verdadero pobre y quién el verdadero kaya pa.
Kaya si hindi kita dali kumpiyansa con el mga in-charge mga bisinos, then we will turn to the law of the jungle.
Oh, correct eh.
Hindi kasi na law of the jungle, no, marebatahan niya. Kita mahmalo ang sistema.
Well, actually, no, makatriste gani. Kaya observas na otro mga syudad na onde pwede distribute 5,000 pesos. Después, aquellos mga ablakitan ng mga lo demás, hindi man tamen todo gente, no, mga, kung sa palabra dito, sapando los buenos. Sapando los buenos, no. Siya na mga lo demás, siya andaman tarian. Por eso na Davao City, ya pa sa ordinansa na Davao, na no ay masagayot, as in completely no more cockfighting the entire city of Davao when imposing penalties. I think other cities can also adopt the same, including Zamboanga City. See, if we can have an ordinance that will now put a stop on cockfighting permanently in our city, then no masya. So siguro ito si takwida tumano, kaya dala sa dito habi para kwida tupet. Pero no longer for you to actually go on foul gaming or foul fighting. mismo
Nada, tinola.
Bueno que desde tiempo de crisis man kita ahora. Todos se magamano que usa para de pelea, kabako na sa kuwi, para poder kasi po sa tinola.
Tinola man.
Distansya kasi kita sa quantum vitamin.
Tiene que contestasyon siguro.
Mas grande pa sinasap.
So por eso, si Chen Special Session, sir, no, LDR City Council, baka pwede sila pasa.
Ayan na pata na lapag. Bima na wala manok. Kategwan.
Mas karo pag yung nasap.
Hindi dura, hindi na kita pwede man programa kayo na makita commercial. Commercial namin.
Let's pause for a short break. Kaya dumibigyan na sa mga. Bila kita trabas kita programa kay paborito de ustedes gayot. No hay otro sino el Dateline Teleradyo.
Yes, Paka Bryce. Saan tayo? May bagong bar. Let's go. Nasaan yung bar? Ayan.
Introducing the new delicious Titty Bar. New shape, new flavors,
So, you like this bar?
cheers. New delightful experience.
The magic of radio.
Here we go. This is the epicenter of music entertainment,
From the northern to the southern tip of the Philippines,
giving you the most complete radio experience.
crushing the competition is the country's number one. Number one for new music.
The world famous
We are
Magic 95.5.
Budget-wise Ayala, Sangali, and Santa Maria is now open and ready to serve you. Convenient to shop, affordable appliances, grocery items, housewares, school supplies, and more. Spacious parking area. The most convenient place to shop. Shop now and bring your family at Budget-wise Ayala and Budget-wise Sangali. We are serving you better. Soon to open, Budget-wise Talon-Talon. Budget-wise, pasok sa budget.
Cuando, junto con Ronnie Nieto. El discusión, Juan y Sangada. Todo lunes, a las 9 hasta las 10 de la noche. Y miércoles, después del Dateline Zamboanga. Y cada domingo, a las 2 del tarde. Cuando, junto con Ronnie Nieto. El programa que te discutí el mga issues del semana. Cuando, junto con Ronnie Yedo. Cuando.
Kailangan natin mga Pinoy ang mga magsasaka 3 beses sa isang araw. Kaya naman, suportado ko ang mga magsasakang Pinoy. Binibili at kinakain ko ang produkto nila, lalo na ang bigas. Bukod sa masarap, ligtas pang kainin.
Dahil kapag bigas Pinoy, mataas ang kalidad nito. Masarap na, safe pang kainin.
Sa ating mga bayaning magsasaka, suportado namin kayo. Sama-sama at tulong-tulong lang!
What can I give to make your day? Let me send some good vibes your way. Dunkin' Donuts, for every bite that fills the soul. Dunkin' Donuts, tender goodness that makes us whole. There's always more to love for the young and young at heart. It's where love starts.
Dunkin' Donuts, pasalubong ng bayan.
El coronavirus or COVID-19 ay un nuevo viral respiratory disease na mankalay at aura. Para prevenir con este, primo lava el diato mga mano. Usa tissue o tapa usando del diato mga mano sin estornuda o tose. Limpia y disinfect con el diato alrededor. Observa social distancing, prevenir anda ng mga publikong lugar, especialmente si manada gente. Si necesita salir afuera, premium liba hand sanitizer o alcohol. Uwi ang mga noticias estaba na diatong gobyerno lokal y el Departamento de Salud. 14 días para mga sintomas ang nabuya. Si tan man difícil a ustedes resulta, calentura o tos, mag-self-quarantine kita. Ilama na Zamboanga Task Force COVID-19 Hotline 955-9601 0966-175-4298.
Cada día, lunes hasta sábado, la presentan con ustedes la radio y televisión, el programa del Ciudad de Zamboanga. Este es Dateline, Teleradyo, 3 horas cada día. Taman junto con ustedes, mga veterano y respetado anunciador y comentarista, que hay guía el discusión del día, la mga asunto que tiene a ver con la ciudad y el mga vivientes aquí. Este es Dateline, Teleradyo. Aquí na GBPI TV11 y na 95.5 Magic FM. Noticias, entrevistas y mga reports junto con el de aton mga compañeros y compañeras afuera. Este es Dateline, Teleradyo. Queda informado, sabe el más reciente noticias, el mga suceso que ta ocurrí aquí na de aton ciudad y na mga cercano lugar. Todos te aquí na Dateline, Teleradyo.
Yes, Paka Bryce! Saan tayo? May bagong bar. Let's go! Nasaan yung bar? Ayan.
Introducing the new delicious Titty Bar. New shape, new flavors.
So, you like this bar? Cheers!
New delightful experience.
The magic of radio.
Here we go. This is the epicenter of music entertainment,
From the northern to the southern tip of the Philippines,
giving you the most complete radio experience.
trusting the competition is the country's number one. Number one for new music.
The world famous
We are
Magic 95.5.
Cuando, junto con Ronnie Nieto, el discusión Juan Sangada, todo lunes a las 9 hasta las 10 de la noche y miércoles después del Dateline Zamboanga y cada domingo a las 2 del tarde. Cuando, junto con Ronnie Nieto, el programa que te discutí el mga issues del semana. Cuando, junto con Ronnie Nieto. Cuando.
What can I give to make your day? Let me send some goodbyes your way. Dunkin' Donuts, for every bite that fills the soul. Dunkin' Donuts, tender goodness that makes us whole. There's always more to love for the young and young at heart. It's where love starts.
Dunkin' Donuts, pasalubong ng bayan.
Cada día, lunes hasta sábado, la presentan con ustedes la radio y televisión, el programa del Ciudad de Zamboanga. Este es Dateline, Teleradyo, 3 horas cada día. Taman junto con ustedes, mga veterano y respetado anunciador y comentarista, que hay guía el discusión del día, la mga asunto que tiene a ver con la ciudad y el mga vivientes aquí. Este es Dateline, Teleradyo. Aquí na GBPI TV11 y na 95.5 Magic FM. Noticias, entrevistas y mga reports junto con el de aton mga compañeros y compañeras afuera. Este es Dateline, Teleradyo. Queda informado, sabe el más reciente noticias, el mga suceso que ta ocurrí aquí na de aton ciudad y na mga cercano lugar. Todos te aquí na Dateline, Teleradyo. This is GBPI TV11 Zamboanga, an affiliate station of TV5 Manila.
Yes, Paka Bryce. Saan tayo? Tara. May bagong bar. Let's go. Nasaan yung bar? Ayan.
Introducing the new delicious Titty Bar. New shape, new flavors.
So, you like this bar? Cheers.
New delightful experience.
The magic of radio.
Here we go. This is the epicenter of music entertainment,
From the northern to the southern tip of the Philippines,
giving you the most complete radio experience.
crushing the competition is the country's number one. Number one for new music.
The world famous
We are
Magic 95.5.
Cuando, junto con Ronnie Nieto, el discusión, Wally Sangada, todo lunes a las 9 hasta las 10 de la noche y miércoles después del Dateline Zamboanga y cada domingo a las 2 del tarde. Cuando, junto con Ronnie Nieto, el programa que te discutí el mga issues del semana. Cuando, junto con Ronnie Nieto. Cuando. Cada día, lunes hasta sábado, la presentamos por ustedes, la radio y televisión, el programa del Ciudad de Zamboanga. Este es Dateline, Teleradyo, 3 horas, cada día. Taman junto con ustedes, mga veterano y respetado anunciador y comentarista, que hay guía el discusión del día, la mga asunto que tiene a hacer con la ciudad y el mga vivientes aquí. Este es Dateline, Teleradyo, aquí na GBPI TV11 y na 95.5 Magic FM. Noticias, entrevistas y mga reports junto con el de aton mga compañeros y compañeras afuera. Este es Dateline, Teleradyo. Queda informado, sabe el más reciente noticias, el mga suceso que ta ocurrí aquí na aton ciudad y na mga cercano lugar. Todos te aquí na Dateline, Teleradyo.
El hora a las 3:11 del tarde, el hora taki siyempre kita na programa del Dateline Teleradyo Afternoon Edition. Siya natin kyan di baki non-professional driver's license kaya encontra iba para kikalat na station. Ese daw del un tal Walter John Francisco Perez, el quien iba sa ki amo daw si Rajmir Barahim de Caragasan, Zamboanga City. Si pabori lang to ki man claim Mr. Walter John Francisco Perez, el dito
Lisensya.
lisensya. Kaya este tiempo necesita el mga identifikasyon, importante kasi.
Well, Chris, Arnold, and of course, Uncle Ronnie, mga bisinos, kaya kita rindi kayo at milyones de gracias kung Sir Patrick Chong of Wyatt, pati Colonel Disuyo Esposa, kay admin chief gani alin na Labuan Hospital, for the very delicious merienda, mga bisinos.
Muchas gracias, Sir Patrick.
Bien sabroso na panini.
Panini from Plato Rock.
Thank you, Sir Pat.
Pero courtesy de Mr. Patrick Chong of Wyatt. Well, si wife ko, may ablakani si Sir, is the admin chief si Miss Lisel Balesteros Chong, Alina Labuan Public Hospital, kasi ito Benleos Public Hospital.
Sir Patrick, meron kaming dito, kasabihan.
May unwritten custom po dito.
Salamat at sa ulitin.
By the way, gentlemen, si Dr. Paber, nalinya ta na sa tiempo, kaya kita sabi, no, si Kosabang update, kaya kita Alina, Zamboanga City Medical Center COVID-19 center que designó de COVID-19. Doctor Paber, buenas tardes contigo.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, Sir Ronnie.
Si Ronnie Lladoste, junto con el datong senior citizen si Charlie Mariano, and of course, si Chris Arnulco and Arnold
Very proud
Aguinaldo.
of Dr. Paber.
Buenas tardes, Dr.
Bay,
Pablo.
cambia tú el tag, bay, el nombre di doctor.
Dear family kasi diaton
okay.
si Dr. Paber.
Doctor, kailangan kami sabi, cosa es sitwasyon Dr. Desaura allí na Zamboanga City Medical Center? ¿Qué tal ang mga pasyente diaton?
Good afternoon, Sir Ronnie. So far, sir, right now, to give an update, we have to kanya kami, sir, into suspect, probable, and our confirmed cases. So we're using the new DOH classification of the patients. So presently, this is the latest data we have. We have 23 suspect cases. Currently admitted is 16. Currently admitted probable cases is 45, and our confirmed COVID cases currently admitted is 5, sir. It's one of which is critical, sir.
Critical condition, wow. Doc, kailan kami pregunta, no? And we're asking this to get confirmation from you. Kailan ba kita pasyente ke yadmiti ke un nurse daw del Edwin Andrews Air Base?
Naipa data, sir, regarding specific patients, sir. Sinalang yung general data. So right now, pwede lang yung sigudale is the patients na numbers of patients admitted, sir.
Ansina. Ese condition, ese pasyente que critical aura el condition, doctor, cosa el estado de suyo? Kan ba?
This was our previous COVID patient transferred from another private hospital a few days ago. So presently intubated in our ICU. But latest news is recovering. So as far as other details regarding our particular patient, as far as yung katigo pa di arada, sir Ron.
Ansina. I don't know if the other gentleman here with me this afternoon also have a question for you.
Well, I'm just overwhelmed with great pride to look at Dr. Justin Paber. You know, I know their family dearly, and I know that they're really doing great sacrifices. Doc, ketalo di aton mga frontliners ali mga doctor pati nurses. Itambihan ko sa mga protocol sila ta sige after their duty.
Ara kasi Chris, our healthcare workers, after their 1 week perpetual duty, they need to go on 2-week quarantine. So right now, under staff, Bengo Damon staff, 2 semana, kaya cover sila entero semana na adentro na COVID center, salitan sila 2 semana. So we have around 41 staff now on quarantine.
When you say 1 week perpetual duty, no pwede sila salali, ayun lang at sila?
Yes, sir, Ron. These healthcare workers, these are heroes who are staying entero semana ali, na evolve. They sleep in the hospital, they eat in the hospital, they take care of our patients while in the hospital.
How are they doing? I mean, are they afforded enough rest also? Kaya dipisi ta siguro siya mismo Salvador necesita ya ayuda.
So, po sa taas Sir Ron Ara, sa DVD kami kanila para at least ora dentro to, sa ora dentro, kapag sinetupoko break, entra dito yung next teammate, sali to, kapag biret anto after 12 hours. So, entero semana, ang sina dito yung schedule. So, in a day, halos 12 oras dito yung trabaho adentro.
I see.
Sabi to, no, Doc, di ba Chenely Hotel, sir, ka na sa Zamboanga City Medical Center?
Sir, kasi right now, we're hopefully asking more help from our hotel owners in the city who can also help us as far as providing resting places for our healthcare workers, as what is evident in the other cities. So,
really joined
good heart, kind-hearted ali, pwede ayuda namin na center, that would be, will give you so much gratitude for that help if pwede dali.
Yeah, we
did
will
have-
join you in
Yeah.
actually asking the local government unit si pwede man take over kunese hotel circa kunese para dali kita well resting place para kung daton mga frontliners, particularly as to sila pensa to 1 week perpetual. Our hearts are really outpouring. I mean, pour out gat kami damon corazon contigo, Dr. Paber, pati dito yung mga ubanali. Kaya tormento no to be away with your family and then facing this threat, of course, psychologically, syempre, no pwede makita-kita na gente na chinit tamin miedo. Am I right, Doc? No? Kay taligat tamin sila ta pwede miracle mga pasyente.
Unfortunately, sir, niya kami mga reports sa Liga Ara na, let's say, sabi sila na Saba DCMC, damon, let's say, orderly, that ang difícil pwede bolbe na dito yung barangay. Then kami nursing staff, karisibya kami, sir, this wasn't reported previously. Arat siya niya kami sporadic mga news, karisibya na antina, na even these healthcare workers who really sacrifice quite a lot, and then they're already getting some difficulties, even just going back to their homes.
Doktor, nuay kita ba mga health workers na nali kay kusa pa se, takadaya ara sa kwanta bien, tiene yung mga simptomas o kosa?
So far, sir, by at least the great grace of God na healthy pa dapat workers and hopefully man stay si Antina. Our quarantine healthcare workers are also getting monitored kasi tabi siya kita si kanila mentras on quarantine if any of them develop symptoms. Elaton first group, taliara na quarantine. So far, they're doing well. Medyo difícil lang ngayon na kung muna preso to intero 2 semana na no pwede to sale-sale. Magkita descansa to benavente, pero sabi man tanto, pating kita, difícil kita estaketo, be manada gente, no kaya gana estaketo na kasa, hindi nakatsale. So I think, mas in sakripisyo ta si ara dato ng healthcare workers, ayuda lang era tamen, mga kompoblanos di ato na kinasambuanga.
His Eminence Charlie Mariano has a question for you.
Doc, pregunta lang yun, no? Kay tiene que el aviso más temprano patabla que si llena ya el paciente de COVID allí na CCMC, man transfer ustedes con el mga otro paciente de otro klase mga ailments gane, allá na pasubolong. So, cosa el possibility que adentro de este mes de abril ay sucede este, Sir Justin?
Good afternoon, Sir Charlie.
Buenas.
Right now, sir, el mandato kasi, sir, del hospital is really to accept all kinds of patients, both COVID and non-COVID patients. Because no kereten kita man miss el dato non-COVID na nisita tan dato ayuda for also suffering the same thing as our COVID patients. Mga tataka na korason, stroke, cancer patients daton. So we still have to serve these patients, sir. Right now, sir, sad to say that on COVID patients, el census del Pampanga City Medical Center, tabla kami kasi nakita parabolic increase in the total number of patients. In the past 2 weeks, sir, we've noticed na tan-double every 4 to 5 days, sir, tan-double el number damon pasyente, COVID-related patients. So, sa agato aras, kami sa last count at least 62. In the next couple of days, I think in less than 5 days, talya sa na 100 plus.
Wow.
And the capability, sir, the Hospital Ara, punta kami, sir, assessing as far as our manpower and also as far as what the structure can contain. Kaya lang siya, sir, na mga 104 patients. So, 4 diya, 5 diya, sir, leno ya kami,
pero,
leno ya damon COVID allotted patients.
Sir Justin, aseto ko aquel clarification kay aquel ba plano del gobierno lokal como man-convert gani con este agan coliseum para treatment area, cosa el pros and cons con este, cosa el advantages o tiene ba disadvantages just in case this happens?
El nisita kasi ara, sir, is to more quarantine facilities. And then, aside from having more quarantine facilities, we also need, sa tabla kita, step-down facility. El Diaton Hospital is mainly focused on treatment. Diba? Akal mga pasyente na nisita ka treatment. Akal mga pasyente na, let's say, even COVID-positive patients who can already fend for themselves, may masyaman kanila IV, diba? Hindi man nisita medisina, nisita lang kita ase lampas, el quarantine period. These types of patients, pwede kita pone na mga quarantine facilities to help declog the hospital
Yes.
and at the same time give us chance to really treat those who really need active treatment.
Yes.
So, el Sabda 2 let's say, man-develop sila el Coliseum, abre sila ng Kabatangan, abre na Ecozone, as long as pwede kat mang categorize, sigyan mga pasyente debe ali,
Yes.
at saya lang kat man quarantine, pwede sebi siya. As in, let's say, abla kita, midwife, nursing attendant, some of it can be monitored by our task force. Diba na hindi kat kita active medical care, mas bueno sir para kanamon, para kami, pwede kami konsentra ng mga pasyente
Yes.
na nikita active medical care.
Yeah. Doktor, si Arnold Atelano, kinatang kunti ko pregunta.
Doc Justin, good afternoon. Si channel lang kika naton uno texter ya pregunta no Doc Paber, is our medical measures on active COVID-19 cases, are they patterned with standard approach? What else do we need to do to address this?
Are they
medical measures on active COVID-19 cases are patterned with standard approach ba daw, Doc?
Ayon po sa si Ara, Sir Arnold, we isolate all the, kumbaga, el can treat ng mga COVID positive are specific nurses lang kayo kasi what we want to do is prevent cross-contamination with our patients who are not yet confirmed. So we follow strict protocols. That's the difficulty, Ara, with this disease. Kasi kung mo antes, sa ablato, pwede lang kita, let's say, for example, after the pasaka natin the 2013, karmanada kita injured, pwede lang kita kasi hunto-hunto kanila todo. So na yung problema, maskin kwanto bilog, pwede kita kasi tumpuk-tumpuk natin mga patients, pwede kita man-treat ko nila, hunto-hunto. With this disease right now, the difficulty is, manada kita questions, so as much as possible, we try to isolate each patient in their own respective rooms. Para hindi man kalayat ang enfermedad, buyag-buyag, positive L1, negative L1, hindi sila man tapon-tapon. So right now, amo sa difficulty ali, sir, kasi si como antes, let's say, L1 pasyente ara, valor si de 3 pasyente antes as far as occupying space, and also el konsumo na manpower. So for example, el hospital de Amon antes, el Zamboanga City Medical Center, aguanta kita 300 pasyente, pwede si DVD and try 4 building. Ara, 100 pasyente lang sa LDQ equivalent. Kaya DVD kita gatong ward.
Doctor, considerando que tú mismo te admití que el hospital de ato na el mga doktor de ato na te ben overtaxed ya gayot el mga trabaho del mga doktor de aton, would you suggest that at this point in time, aquello mga retiraw di aton mga doktor, pwede kita pone con esos na lista ya para como backup force del mismo mga medical force di aton na kina syudad to address this pandemic?
Actually, Sir Rod, realize kami and yan accept kami very early on. The real heroes here actually are nurses. Kasi sila kat SL, tuloy-tuloy, 6 ora, imprinted al aton mga pasyente.
That is true.
So, el mas po sa kita ni Tita Ara are actually more nurses to help. And then, segundo, el doktor. Mas importante este tiempo, kanamon, el diamon mga nurses, kasi sila kat mas manada ora, mas largo.
Would you accept volunteers to work allí con ustedes si tiene man el ofrece de la cuerpo también? Kaya manada kita mga nurses retiraw ya, no? Kaya and abroad, bastante al servido de ila, pero right now retired ya. Can they volunteer their services con ustedes?
Ara, Sir Ron, el posto kami na prepara as part of our planning is also recruitment, Sir Ron. So, with the amount present, nakilagali ko ng ustedes number na amodamon limit to accept a limit del COVID-related patients na accept na kami, which is 104. Once pwede kami man bulk up or pwede man recruit more staff, pwede kami man increase as sa Aguantal Hospital, kaliste na mga 24 yata, Sir Ron, pwede pa-aguanta na space.
Ansina.
So,
well, anyway,
open recruitment, sir. Senate plans for recruitment. Not just nurses, pero priority nurses, physicians, and institutional workers. Yaton mga ayuda ka naton karga, ayuda ka naton repuha, ayuda ka naton India.
See, when you talk about nurses, including ba nurses who have the may sila lisensya kina Pilipinas pero their license the otro nasyon, would you accept them?
We have to pass that through legal, sir, Ron. Any help right now is much needed, but I think pa syempre kita kasigi daton mga legal concerns sa Kiaran Hospital. The volunteerism is much appreciated, but we still also have to follow sa mga protocols, sir.
Yeah, I asked that question kaya I myself am a nurse but my license is from abroad, no? So I don't know if I can volunteer.
Are you volunteering? Or?
Well, if push comes to shove, yes.
Dito yung ayuda ka namon ara, sir, Ron, na to spread our news to the public. I think that's where you should be right now kasi nisita din kami public information, sir, Ron.
Yeah. Anyway, Doktor, unless sila pa te apelo con el público, no? Especialmente con mga voluntarios, quien quiere ofrecer, kahit taman recruit man ustedes aral ayuda ya, no? Dahil ustedes mga voluntarios, kindly make the appeal to the public.
Actually, Sir Ronel, po lang yara kami ara, ustedes man naman realize, is that el gente saliara na camino, Sir Ron, buyag-buyag sa enferma ustedes, hindi ustedes enferma mañana, hindi ustedes enferma pa sa mañana, enferma ustedes in the next 5 to 10 days, buyag-buyag. Hindi ustedes tagsigi ko sa kami sa habla, ko sa tatang gobyerno. In the next 5 to 10 days, sinay masya kami pakante na hospital, sabi masya kami only kami kung ustedes pone. So tapili kami kung ustedes, ara, kadyo ustedes na traffic, tantumpukan ustedes, kadyo ustedes na sigil ECQ, tiene pasa con ustedes, puyag-puyag, el pasa in the next 2 weeks. Na in the next 2 weeks, Peron, sabi contigo, anante, in the next 4 days, tiene da mo hospital. Kasi no hay con ustedes on depone, pakimodo con ustedes man-treat. So please, pabor lang, sige siyempre, and follow datot na ECQ pati po sa tamandaan si kanaton.
Okay, so con ese quedo viviendo de Zamboanga, bien claro que el cosa está habla si Dr. Justin Paver, ¿no? Favor hace fácil el día de trabajo por medio ustedes mismos que dahilan na casa, kaya si ustedes que el paciente, baka no hay más lugar allí en el mismo hospital para donde pone con ustedes. In may mas el que mga médico, el mga nurses para cuidar con ustedes allí, que falta ya kita, ¿no? So, no ustedes habla se hace difícil el vida de este mismo mga trabajador de ato na mga hospital por medio de ese pakaduro cabeza de ustedes, ¿no? So, claro que el mensaje del doctor. Doc, muchas gracias por el tiempo aquí en el programa. And our thanks to all the frontliners de ustedes allí. Si puede lang gata ba sila kuwan kita, but yeah, I really feel because I know what it is to be as a nurse. I know what it is, no, to be allí na kuwan.
Yeah, I think si Doc wanted to add something.
Yes, Doc.
Thank you very much. Thank you, gracias.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Si Dr. Justin Pavel.
Well, I empathize with them, and so I really ask our city council, perhaps there is a way where the hotels or sleeping quarters that are near the hospitals, the local government can take over these facilities and grant these facilities siguro in terms of tax incentives, or pay them at least 75% of the cost of the rooms, so that our medical workers, kaya pensa to, 1 week perpetual ali lang sila ng hospital, después they will have to go on a 2-week isolation. Sibolbe sila ng mga kasa. So grande ka perdition ka nato na medical field. So that being said, we really pray na buwan korason del mga property owners near the hospital to open up your hospitals or offer the local government to take over. Anyway, kedali ko ustedes hindi man COVID patients or PUI, but these are our frontliners and they badly need also to rest.
Yeah. Anyway, pedido, no? El pedido que di Dr. Pavel bien justo takel para aquellos mga retiraw ya, mga nurses que no hay más hacer de servicio, pero tayo para saber de ustedes también que la nursing care, ¿no? Fresco pa, ¿no? Busca sila voluntarios quien puede reemplazar también para pueda también descansar el mga kuan diaton for as long as you're qualified.
Well, I think that's a good idea, gentlemen. Actually, ba kita reserve force mga bisinos, alin na medical field, just in case palta, actually kita on remantro mga reserves para man-replenish kung personnel requirement.
Sabi si Arnold na medical field ba tanto na kuan states?
Yeah, but I was in my administration.
Administration.
Sige to, Chris.
Sabi ko, sir, manadagat akal tabla si Kuya Uncle Ronnie.
Uncle,
para to be politically correct.
Para tiene categorization.
si Uncle Ronnie.
Careful.
Sabi, sir, manadaki ara ka naton stranded mga nurses sa mga staban na Middle East, staban na US because of this COVID. My flights to Manila stranded. I think they're really rearing to really go back in the field and help.
This is the time for you to be helpful.
As what you've heard from the good Dr. Justin Power, nagsisita kat sila ayuda so si pwede sa sale ban volunteer usado sa uniforme maskin pa chene sa logo de otro hospital where they're really open to accept volunteers that could actually facilitate and help.
Yeah, actually, yung inganyaw yung kuan kay at least sabi man tang kita sa klase, no? But kung matabla si Dr. Paber, mabuena do akika.
Pero sabi kita mga Sambuangueño, mga bisinos, we are made of good stuff. Hindi kita blando, duro kita na ora de kooperasyon, na ora de ayudahan, hindi kita man refuse mga bisinos. So, para dali lang siguro mira, kelaya de involved, kelaya de committed, el diaton mga medical practitioners, medical workers, mga bisinos. Akal proposal din ron kay forma kita un medical reserve force. Igual ba na army pati na air force mga bisinos? Kaya sila mga reserve. I think para pwede lang demonstra kayo kung el entero mundo, kelaya ba de involved? I-committed el mga Sambuangueño. That could be...
Is there a number, Chris, interagency task force COVID? Kaya ba numero kung kaya pwede dali el nombre sila también como mga voluntarios, no?
Well, as far as I know, el Dr. Dulce Amor Miravite, el de su oficina, City Health Office, ta-receive mga ansina, mga proposals, mga interns, mga kosa para deploy, no? So, grande ayuda kasi. And I think si pwede tamin kunin sa mga senior yagayot or underboard mga nursing students siya gradua or aquellos mga ablakita no nursing aides ya pwede sila kaba mga practicumers no mas sila gradua este anyo si pwede kita kunila man call up front, let's call them up front. In fact, the president gani asked tad call out sila kunal datun ROTC to help in the distribution. In the same case na health workers baka kailos na kien kere ke the nurse and the future and they've already accomplished ablakitas by and large el mga trainings na nisisita ko nila paborya lang tamen kita
military corpsmen tekal mga tekal medics de mga militar di atong kay retiraw yan no
pero tino request lang ko na Ronnie bonito mga kalablada Ronnie to stay with us akina Dateline Teleradyo kay
hindi to politically correct kapal dal uncle
hindi no maya kay Dol Rabio nga si Ronnie hindi to stay with us akina mga bisinos kay mira tedes pwede man imagine kami kitreti Sir Arnold pati di Sir Chris no sabi kami kaya man operate ko ni si gadget di hindi dura kalabasa gitu.
Kosa kita pichi.
Del berasa ngayon, the heart and soul of Teleradyo is Ronnie Lledo. That's why he should be here.
Si Sir Power, nisisita raw ulit kung Sir Ronnie on air para pwede raw anunsya ng mga publiko. Amo le PDN natin. Pero sabi to Kuya Ron, chenegat yung, about everyday kay manada kita amigo pati pamilya tali na medical field. Tas here be as nurses, mga doktor like Dr. Torres, Dr. Gonzales, Dr. Edwina Cabato, Dr. Arnuco. So manada sila tali. So ara like di mi sobrino si Dr. Arnuco. Panele on a 14-day quarantine le ara after 1 week of serving in the hospital. Amo ket tabla si Dr. Paber. Kabar, of course, yan sila mga seniors na Casa de la Tabolbe. And unlike na otro mga nasyon man, mga casa, grande-grande, akika natin, we're very close-knitted, bakit close-knit katal diatun pamilya na sili ka na casa, taabrasa, tabi sa mano. Ara ta pwede to semiral distansya because you wanted to protect others. So, lapelo diatun again, kunel diatun local government unit, itambien kunel through the city council, kaya nisisita sa ordinansya na pwede kita man offer incentives kunel mga hotels form of tax reduction or tax credit na only once man paga sila dila business tax un poco liviano kaya dali sila ayuda kung dato mga frontliners.
Good PM, mga sirs. Manada gayot taase lang por no hay nada con este crisis que ta enfrenta ahora el entero mundo. Hindi este un ordinario bakasyon lang. Aquel si desperta kita a la mañana, back to normal life ya kita, dayon kita. Hindi otros no kita pensa si lifted ya el ECQ pwede kita anda manlakwacha. Hindi pa, vulnerable pa siempre kita todo con este COVID-19. Hay tiene grande cambio el de aton vida, todo afectado. Y cada uno el procura busca camino para recover economically, physically, and mentally. Gracias. This is coming from 7693.
Senator Ron, gentlemen, no, from 6899. Abele, good afternoon. Query lang, sir, for healthy discussion on your show. On the city government's public advisory regarding the proposed guidelines on the imposition of the color-coded quarantine pass item number 6. Mga vecinos, ayer tarde, diskuti si Attorney Kenneth Beldua, kumutablagan si Sir Chris Nantes, baka pwede kita man-request kung Sir Kenneth, no?
Sí.
Man-explain otra vez, luego tarde ba, o mañana tarde, con el gentío sambuangueño, para pwede ka ustedes entende monamente, kay aparece, no, na dito yung text, manada del diaton mga bibientes, hindi manduro kabesa, kere kat koopera, tapidilan sila, mga particulars, para sila edukaw gayot na mga nitty-gritty del ordinanza. El cosa kita sabi mga vecinos, como habla si Attorney Kenneth ayer, ese passes, color-coded passes que man issue el gobierno local will only be good for 2 days. Outing mga vecinos aquí na syudad.
Okay.
Dos días.
So, short kita kay na linya di aton ara si Attorney Kenneth. Although Lego mas lentily ay birali kinastasyon alas 5 para man explain gato na. So, if I were you, ang mga bibiyente si aton, stay at tune lang gayot ko na di aton programa. So, Attorney Kenneth, good afternoon.
Buenas, Kenneth.
Buenas tardes, Coach Charlie. Buenas tardes, Christopher. Y todo quien sa uwi ko na di aton programa.
Si Arnold, Atilano, takita rin.
Sir Arnold, my idol.
Buenas tardes,
buenas.
Attorney.
Katatuli, Attorney Kenneth.
Buenamente, prepara también kita ara kita Facebook Live ara para pwede también kita por lo menos anunsya kung nagdiato bigentes el mga detalye del executive order que ay firma el diato ng alcalde.
Attorney Kenneth, siguro I will start the ball rolling. Pwede ito dali anay el overview de este gani ordinansa mga salient features que debe kat saber diato mga vivientes, sir.
Sí, sabe ustedes, no, el base de este orden ejecutivo del diato ng alcalde, bajo usted na recientemente aprobar ordinanza al Consejo Local, donde tadala el autoridad con el diato ng alcalde para hacer mga mejoras, menora el número de mga vivientes del diato ng ciudad que tali afuera ahora na camino. Por eso, no, actually, this is a provision under our city ordinance, and this has a penal clause of a fine or imprisonment or both. So the concept of this quarantine pass is that the quarantine passes will be issued to our residents, only one quarantine pass per family or household. And initially, no, actualmente 3 phases diato na quarantine pass.
Sí.
El first phase del implementasyon el kasigi kita el mga letra A pati letra B. Si ustedes se recibe el quarantine pass de letra A, puede ustedes sale lunes, miércoles y viernes. Si ustedes se recibe el quarantine pass de letra B, puede ustedes sale Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. So quiere decir na semana el gente, representante del familia or household, tiene sila access afuera for 3 times a week.
3 times.
And we have determined this mechanism in a way na akal mga ka-receive letter A, ka-receive letter B, hindi sila apiki, no, unin otro, para menura gayot ang numero del mga gente na kamino. Pero, tablaganin kita, no, na diyato na orden tamen del alcalde, si por ejemplo, yung hirap kita ke iguan siyempre ang dansa, ay implementa kita con el color coding donde limitaw ya lang na 2 beses el un semana puede sale na casa.
Yeah, Kenneth, si Ronnie Judasten, no? Manadarat na pregunta, kaya ba daw el hace el distribution de ese quarantine pass? Will this be distributed house to house, el barangay, después de daler la City Hall? O necesita pa sila ada na City Hall?
Yes, sir. We would like to emphasize that these quarantine passes will be printed and produced only by the city government of Zamboanga.
Okay.
However, in order for us to be able to observe our requirement of social distancing and avoiding a congregation of people, we will be asking the support of our barangays to deliver these quarantine passes to the residences of their respective constituents.
Attorney Kenneth, for the kung nasa diaton quarantine pass, will there be a window like na otro lugar kasi, chenet naman sila, yes, pwede to sa este mga dia, pero allowed lang to for this particular hour of the first hour break the morning hasta 12 noon. Bibanlampas ko nese, otro numero yat tasigi, like na Malabon and other areas, yan sila quarantine pass. This is to reduce further a number of people while the business is open the whole time. Pero la gente, channel window lang si cuando le puede usa aside from the specific date that has been assigned to them.
Yes, actually, as I mentioned earlier, no, kita several phases of implementation. We have the letter, we have the color, and then we have the numbers.
Okay.
So, ta-observe pa sa kita no, di aton implementasyon, si, por ejemplo, hindi kita pwede mira el epekto grande gayon, no? Then we will have to implement the succeeding phases of our quarantine pass requirement.
Yes. Kenneth, dyan pregunta, no, el mga senior citizens been concerned gayot, kay tine orden kita man-discourage ko ng mga senior citizens kami na because they're high risk at sila, no? Understandable say. Na pero tine man text ka natin tabla, kailangan man si sir, kayo lang senior citizen niya yo lang solo-solo na kita na casa. Si tine pa prohibition ko na natin mismo senior citizen kami na, kaya ba kung mga quarantine pass?
Sabi ko, Sir Ronnie, no, we would like to inform our people of the city of Zamboanga kay ese mandatory curfew na diatong senior citizens and minors, this is not provided in the order of the mayor, but rather this is provided in the ordinance itself. And during the deliberations of the city council, it was deliberated upon ablangan kita kemodo ganes ke mga senior citizens. Por eso, we will be asking al diaton mga barangays also to extend assistance to our senior citizens. And this is really a case-to-case implementation, no? Ay sabi kita na mucho mga senior citizens, solo-solo lang sila. So we will have to examine their circumstances before we will fully implement this particular provision on them.
Sir Kenneth, tiene la mia pregunta, pero antes yo de pregunta con el mio question, no? Quiero nyo sa kaaklaramiento contigo, kay actualmente actuación del cuantos mga law enforcers di aton, hindi lang si Ablata depende con el determination del local government, el Philippine National Police and other enforcement authorities sa entero Republika, tiene también sila coordination con el mga local enforcers. Por eso, tiene mga bidyentes di aton tabla, bien stricto daw kat el mga police. Kaya kita man nasabi kanila, hindi lang sila tasigi order del di aton city government, pero tiene pa mga superiors kanila, kaya tadikta kanila, hindi man tadikta, giya, si pagkalaya sila enforce el mga reglamento aquí na syudad, for example, na Zamboanga.
Sí, gusto to Sir Charles, no, quiero kita tomas the oportunidad, no, para informa ko na diaton mga vivientes, kaya siya nga ni kita resibi mucho ng mga complaints regarding el mga checkpoints diaton. Yan kaya stricto el diaton na mga law enforcers o mga militar, itapregunta gani ko ng mga vivientes si para doon sila anda, isamira que no hay válido razón, tamanda kanila dira ole na dira kada ikwalan barangay.
Yes.
Ayan, we learned that this is an instruction from the higher headquarters of the Philippine National Police. There is no instruction yet from the mayor to require the presentation of quarantine passes because we would like to emphasize that these passes have not yet been printed and distributed. But of course, the Philippine National Police, they have their own mandate and they're getting their instructions also from higher headquarters, so they will have to comply.
Sir Kenneth, para giyalan ko ng mga bidyentes di aton, kosa dito yung timeline na completion del mga forms gani, kosa pa sa mga passes, quando se man issue city government ko mga barangays kay sila del mga bibientes di aton tapensa, sige kita ko na si Aura.
Pero nang kita dahil sa abiso, no, na di aton mga bibientes para hindi sila manlingasa. Di aton na gobyerno lokal, hindi pa-implementa ko na sinuway kita asiguramiento desde mga opisyales del barangay que todo mga pamilya siya niya receive quarantine pass.
Okay.
So, di aton timeline na actualmente, sir, no, sa espera kita kay on the process yung desde mga passes. So, siguro over the weekend, pwede kita man-orient kasi ng mga barangay. And then, maybe panira kita as early as, siguro as late as Wednesday next week.
Okay,
But
great.
that's just panira pa lang kita, sir. Depende sa na efficiency ng
Tentative pa lang.
distribution del mga passes.
Si Arnold, pregunta ko tigo di
Attorney,
Yes, sir, Arnold.
Tamira ba yung kel sample del quarantine pass? Explain mo ko kalayer na hindi pa kel final. No? Yan yung mga question kasi
Hindi yung
regarding...
tanto ta pwede
Hindi na tayo ko tigo, no?
Attorney, hello?
Pamuno check ang mikropono di Arnold.
Attorney, tawi to?
Si Claro yan.
Okay. I hear and explain to kay Chenikel na Facebook na sa LL quarantine pass sample pero abla to hindi pa sa final. Pero Chen mga pregunta kay Chen yung name of persons and alternative, alternative pass holder and name of pass holder. Attorney, ¿quién pone el nombre? ¿El gobierno ba o el mismo presidente?
Quiero lang kita mal-inform, no? Que este quarantine pass pa dala nila ustedes ahora is not the exact quarantine pass that will be released, no? Tiene ese modification niya kasi kita because we want it to be kita mas difícil kopya. And dito yung question, sir, this will be provided by the quarantine pass holder. So naong pamilya, sila decide si ken keda nila quarantine pass holder, sila tamen decide si ken pone na alternate. Pero debe si tali sila afuera, either lang kunal principal holder or kunal alternate the ID para man counter check.
Thank you.
Tiene que pregunta, no, katasale, are government employees exempted from the quarantine pass? And comfortable that, el mga frontliners ba exempted ko sa quarantine pass?
Sure, we have in the executive order of the mayor, the list of exemption is based on recent issuance of the DILG. And there are just a few modifications to suit conditions. But of course, we have our doctors, our nurses, and other frontliners. They are exempt. Private caregivers are exempt. For funeral services, the employees of the funeral service provider and the immediate family and the officiating priest. And then we have our security sector, the workers of the daily essentials establishments, and then at mga cargo personnel di aton mga empleyado de telecommunications, water companies, energy companies, and then we have government officials and employees performing governmental functions at na Keselyama skeleton workforce.
Yeah, el media include ba niya?
And media.
Hansina. Okay, so esos no necesita sila el quarantine pass because they already have their ID.
They will just present their identification.
Okay. Claro yan ha? So, empleyado de gobierno no necesita más de quarantine pass pero el ID do
ID lang.
Only for those frontliners, hindi naman todo opisina de gobierno. Am I right?
Well,
Sir Kenneth,
yes, sir.
Pero pregunta no, afuera ko na kal mga salient information kaya dali to kanamon. Kosa to tamila otro mga gray areas kaya debe to man explain kung di aton mga bibientes.
Siguro, sir, uno that ali concern di aton is how to disseminate this abajo ng mga law enforcers di aton. Bisita klaro gayo dahil mga provisiones para por lo menos si tali na mga checkpoint hindi mas dura man pulpiahan di aton mga bibientes pati ang mga police militar. So, amo sa kami we will produce infographics, easy to understand infographics for our law enforcers so that they will be properly guided.
Yeah, tiene kita pregunta, I think Chris asked the question, no? Todo daw ba gayot empleyado de gobierno? Kasi mga opisina de gobierno que hindi man tatrabaha sa tiempo también, no? So, Tiene ba sa stipulaw si sa klase de empleyado de gobierno lang, exempted?
Actualmente, sir, we acknowledge it's very difficult to monitor that. But of course, kasi siya ng mga skeleton workforce are almost all agencies, especially na local government unit. In fact, we don't even feel now we're a skeleton workforce because like in my office, all of our staffers are reporting. So we cannot inconvenience LDATon mga empleyado. That is why for as long as they just state their reason and they present their competent identification, they will be allowed passage.
Sir Kenneth, channel lang tapagutan mo, maybe for the sake of information, este ba daw ordinansa kaya approval City Council, hindi pa effective as of now?
Yes, as of now, sir, we are going to publish it in a newspaper of national circulation. Right after it's published, it will now take effect. But of course, the provision on taking effect is with respect to the application of penalties. But right now, it is our theory that all the acts are already prohibited. But we cannot yet impose the penalties until such time that all these estudiantal ordinanza has already been published in a newspaper.
Yes.
Okay, so klaro ikel. Para kumigo, klaro yan. No?
Pero attorney ko niya lang para pwede kita giya ko na di aton mga oyentes. Luego ba alas 5 ay benito kina na programa?
Si ay dira kita otra vez, sir. No, kaya lang nga kita komenta last year gayot. No, ang gente ta pwede munta na mga vehikulo.
Si.
Kasi akil di aton executive order, yan kita before, tan alaw gani kita dos. No, may pa man kita requirement ng quarantine passes. Arat siya na modification. So, apel na di aton mga motorsiklo, it still remains un persona lang.
Okay.
Na mga sedan or hatchback at mga kotse ta pwede kabe 5 gente, 2 persona, pero debe total 2 sila siya na quarantine passes. So, kung sa ehemplo, por ejemplo, kami di Christopher, mandisinos kami, hable po na nito, anda kita man Tiangge. So, igual kami siya na quarantine pass. So, pwede na sige kumigo. Hindi to pwede liba +1, sinuay quarantine pass.
Senet, dali ko tigo hypothetical example. Example, iyo, cheniyo pass, pero el Dimitri Bernoy, kilayal condition?
Hindi pwede, sir, no? There have been so many queries because they want to extend pag-hotel exemption, care o mental driver. We want the people to understand that the rationale behind this implementation of the quarantine passes is we really want to have a limited movement in the streets. So, si mga pamilya, no, si adla kita, kung ano lang sabi maniha, so, man na lang kita kunali anda na, ele lang anda kompra, dali lang kunali elista.
Correct, okay. Beklaro ka sa Sir Nen.
Attorney, follow up lang yun, ha, kasi yung text ka naton. Sabi yun, siya naman siya na ECQ, pero akil ba mga farmers daw or food production, siya ba sila debe sa kapas?
Covered by the exemption.
Covered sila by the exemption, no?
Si.
Okay, thank you.
Attorney Cheneki Umento, el quarantine pass ba daw non-transferable? Si Biola sila? Entro ba na ako na lista na ordinansa na si Biola sila? Chenep pena?
We want to emphasize na di ating quarantine pass, dos lang sa nombreli. El uno, el principal holder, and pwede naman designate alternate. So, akin lang dos. Si sila po sa alternationally, then they will be subject to the proper charges.
So, entonces, si presenta attorney con el quarantine pass, debe presenta la identification no para miracle el holder.
ID to you. Like for example, yun siya niya quarantine pass, debe presenta yung ID, any valid ID, lisensya ba, voter's ID.
Okay. Necesita siguro hacer claro, Kenneth, con el público, si como por ejemplo, yakuwi kanila taman novelero afuera, depende sila el quarantine pass, cosa el pena que el impone el gobierno local de Aton con estos mga violador?
Sir Chenikita, this is a violation of our city ordinance, and if I am not mistaken, sir, no, I don't have I will check first with the ordinance. We have the penalty here is imprisonment of 1 day to 30 days, and a fine of 1,000 pesos to 5,000 pesos or both at the discretion of the court.
I see. El pregunta de mi ahora, if there's going to be arrests of people who violate this, will we have enough room to hold people who are apprehended for violation of this quarantine pass?
That's something, sir, that we will have to prepare because we are expecting the people of Zamboanga to cooperate with us so that we will not go to that extent. Because our law enforcers are already been spent kagatal dila forsa sa no, so ohala hindi kita nisita legal ya.
Yeah, kaya baka we will put them in a holding area, we will just hindi makita may kanya
Sir Net, asilang kita klaro, Sir Net, sinaun casa takada 3 pamilya, then each family quiere decir 3 bilog pases el dale na 3 pamilya separadamente.
Si Consejal Charlie, por eso ka natapidi kita asistensya del diaton mga barangay. Favor ya ustedes man validate cuánto familia ba, chene na de ustedes mga AOR, kay mas pronto ustedes move, kay ustedes sabe. Por eso para mas pronto ya kita, because maybe tomorrow we will be calling them, just wait for the call of our executive assistant for Mr. Mario Roca, kay ele sa kanila man orient.
Yeah.
Then, Attorney Kenneth, Cherikit text pakilay daw kay los mga taesta na dormitories. Pakilay daw kanila man trata kay may sila pamilya, sino room ko na sila kay por kwarto na sila tan rent na dormitories.
That's something that we will have to resolve with the barangay officials.
Thank you.
Okay.
Attorney, last question di miyo, Cheniki yan phone in ka naton. Sina checkpoint ba daw, attorney, ese quarantine pass mandated ba el checkpoint police to hold the pass? Igual tamira na video, no, tagaraman sila el mga documents. Nisita ba daw agara pa kayo el police?
Well, I think they have to hold it so that they can determine its authenticity, because if I'm not mistaken, there is a mechanism by which they will know whether it is authentic or not.
Yes,
and it's not an undue restriction naman on the part of our constituency.
Kaya concern lang, attorney, kasi spreading of the virus. But,
Senet, ultimo kanya na siguro pregunta, all options are now on the table. So, este ara ordinansa seeks to address the problem of hard-headedness on the part of many people, kaya hindi takreko del gobyerno. What is the last option of the city government in a worst case scenario?
Well, I think that would be still in the phase of our implementation of the quarantine passes, where we will be limiting further the going out of our people to 2 times a week, or in the extreme, once a week only.
Okay. So anyway, kada bibiyat rin sa Zamboanga, yawi man sa Kualagino, but Attorney Kenneth will be with us again later this afternoon at 5 o'clock.
Text Attorney Kenneth, kaya na sila Mira Contigo, kwan kayo dito picture aki na TV, si Mira 2, manada at kang kere ko dito.
Pero, sabi sila,
na picture, attorney.
sabi sila, sinalitrato ante segundo joven si Sir Kenneth.
Mga ayer lang kel,
Mira sila ara, mas bueno.
Mas open yan.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. We will be now going on live na Facebook del Diaton Alcalde.
Okay.
Gracias kayo.
Anyway, ito kasi Charlie, dito yung negosyo sa pat na saway.
Live, are we going to be on?
Yeah. Ready ba kita ba? Kung natin live kung Diaton tamen telecast from City Hall? May pa, no? So, continuar na kita, may tanto, no? Kaya manado
mga... Again, kung may habla si Uncle Ronnie sa Lego, si Caritas, mas detalyaw pa gayon, exclusive, aki ka nato na stasyon, anda si Attorney Kenneth Baldua para explica both el ordinanza, también con ese quarantine passes.
Yeah, akal tu pregunta, no? Si como por ejemplo, que tu mga border, na naturalmente, compra sila nila supplies on their own tan sila. Will they also be issued separate quarantine?
That's what they're trying to resolve now.
Okay.
Kasi to make sure na nuay gana gayot abuses ko na quarantine passes. Now, we reached this stage. In fact, as a decision, no, kwan it was well thought of gayot kay in some other areas the quarantine passes really work.
Yes.
In some other areas, because there are enterprising Filipinos, they started mass producing and selling din as a negosyo. So aki ka nato na syudad de Zamboanga cuando tan discuss amo gat sa anyo kera dato na alcalde. That's why they made it a point na el production del quarantine pass is really the city government with all the security features including the colors and all that will be distributed And in a way na only the bearer itself is identified na quarantine pass and his particular alternative. So ustedes na casa, pensa que ustedes bonamente quién el puede ser as alternative, alternate, no? Alina de ustedes mismo quarantine pass because that's non-transferable. So for example, na casa, 4 kami, mga guapitos talya takeda, el principal diamond si Uncle Ron, kabarya po nele, el disu alternate si Boss Arnold, otro guapito. Naharap, pakilaya sa si Sir Charlie pati si Chris. No pwede gayon. Basta casa, langkat kami dos ni Kuya Charlie.
Pero el mga guapito, mga mucho, tahita mga nakasa.
Pero may mga understanding kami todo.
Over and above our discussions, mga vecinos, I think the underlying message is this. Sabi si Mayor Beng, el mga oficiales del pueblo, as much as possible mga vecinos, maskin si Presidente Duterte, no quiere man inconvenience con el mga gente.
Okay.
Na pero si hindi kita paraduro, isabi naman to, once chenebes dali kita mano, quiere la gente atal pescueso de aton, no hay cosa pasa con el de aton reglamento mga vecinos. Something hard and something fast has to be implemented para poder obedecer mga vivientes. Otherwise, este problema de COVID, mga vecinos, hindi kita pwede man overcome con este.
Pero también io e Charlie, hindi man sa siguro tener este problema con ese, el quarantine pass, for as long as el distribution de este mga quarantine pass con mga persona na mga barangay. También lang yung problema, si tiene camera ta sa retrato pa na quarantine pass, que hindi ta penetra el camera con el gente, kay you have a face on your mother can love.
I don't think you need a picture for the quarantine pass.
No,
So, meaning, si nombro series, aquel gente ka chen ID na casa, kay sino ay, sorry, those people will not be able to go out.
If your name is on the quarantine pass and you go out, you make sure you bring your own personal ID. To follow, siya ng mga questions, especially akala pregunta si Consel Charlie kung Attorney Kenneth, no? Si por ejemplo, di suyo driver. Anada man kita mga senior citizens tamen, siya ng mga personal drivers, no? Siya na tamen to access them to go to banks, hospital, doctors or pharmacies. Na i-explica nga ni kita si Attorney Kenneth na, no pwede kita si dala exemption. So, el best bet ali, si dito driver should also get a quarantine, el tasaka quarantine
separate
pass.
household.
Otro casa, separate household man le. So, even if those ustedes, both of you needs to have both of you have to have your own separate quarantine pass.
If we look at the bigger picture, mga vecinos, mas importante con el conveniences que acostum kita, el safety del collective population na ciudad de Zamboanga. And because of this, mga vecinos, we must accept the authority of the local government and the entire, el gobierno del entero republika para impone gani con este mga reglamento para di aton man sa mga vecinos.
Sabi to, amo gani ka sa mga triste konsehal, no? Kay manada mga memes ta sale. Si tiempo do election, si tu para tiempo election aura. El distribution do gani del comida pati kwan. Grabe. Sa mga politiko. That's what you call patronage politics. That's the reason why the president as much as possible kerele kita ko ng mga politiko na relief operations na dalida deste because hindi kita ilihid aton mga leaders para sila ay pag-provide ka natin tiempo de peligro. Yan kita ko nila para pwede sila ka natin giya na tiempo de peligro in a tiempo de abundancia. Por eso, we do not expect na on yan mga esos mga hento so cuando election talik araw no pwede kita mira ko nila or something like that. Hindi siya sina mga vecinos ya kita ko nila for a particular job hindi para man-provide al cosa kita kere na diaton mga kasa.
Tiene kika na pregunta on the social distancing. Así que ustedes claro, ¿no? Que también ustedes se kami cerca allí, pero allí un cámara se parta kami se lejos kami, ¿no? También ustedes cámara trick allí que taman junto kami cerca, pero lejos actualmente kami. Si Chris aquí un mesa de su mismo solo, ¿no? Si Charlie ya un mesa también de su solo.
Pero, claro, todo el mes tiene Dunkin' Donut. Claro, sa mga vecinos.
Ayun lang why.
Ayun ang ngayon. Kaya dahil niya gordito.
Por amor de comunicación, necesita kami poner junto ka naman todo. Depende sa ustedes.
Lalo lang next week, 13 lang man tamen sila. Sala yan, tibiro lang yung Olympics. Konti lang yung
Sabi to, no, tatormenta kami kay si Sir Arnold, tan-text na ka naman, todo di siya research. Pero stable yung na lang abuya lang liki kay para ang kwento ko na si Salita ka ba India.
No todo esto de estar con Arnold, kaya kailangan mo chocolate.
Negatibo yung mga bibientes.
Amo se bonito no, nakal man hunto ko na di aton edition tarde, kay amo se sila talyama the abundant edition. Kaya takya todo mga bisinos, mga merienda, mga komida, bien manada kayo. Por eso
itarisibi pa kami, hindi kami
tabla no.
At ang comply lang man tamin kita for 2 weeks yung comply kita na kosa topic tape na mandato del ato mayor no at si no hay cosa debe hacer esta casa.
Pero el corazón
tiene que pregunta no para for clarification lang porque daw si Atty. Baldua quien secretario del Consejo amolta sa anunsyo hindi ba debe el portavoz del City Hall. Do you have an answer to that, Chris?
Hindi, kwan lang. I think I will answer this as a former city dad. Mga bisinos, knowing that much of the ordinance is legal, it would be best, kumuta si Atty. Baldua, ke Elia man spell out el mga provisions, eduka ko el mga bibientes di aton on the provisions of the ordinance and explain si kosa-kosa el mga kontestasyon kung di aton mga concerns. I think, and he did that very well. Ayer bakalo, anti-ayer, and I'm expecting him to do much better by this afternoon, mga bisinos. Knowing Kenneth, he can answer all questions very well.
Especially penal provisions, kasi chinili mga na ordinansa and mga penalties.
Well, si Sir Chris will also explain on this. Si ablato na penalties, pwede maanay kita, mientras tanto mga bisinos, implementaan na kita mga material provisions del ordinansa and maybe within a reasonable period, eduka kita kung mga bibientes. But, liga sa tiyempo mga bisinos, si bien duro kag kabesa del mga bibientes, impone kita el mga penal sanctions kung el mga violators.
Okay.
So, el dating lang gani kino, kung nasa kinka natin yung text, mas buenamente, kaya ta pwede explica kung nas buenamente. Kumpara, si po natin kita otro and a differential interpretation, si Atty. Kenneth sat all throughout the deliberation de si ordinansa. So basically, hindi lang el letra, but the spirit of the ordinance, sabi gat ele.
Okay.
So mas bale na siya kita ansina. And you yourselves were listening to him. Ben claro el the way na tan explain. So I would prefer somebody to explain to me claro, rather than pasa-pasa na otro and that person will still have to confer kung onde siya originate. Kung este, direct tayo pro, abla kita palabra, no? From the horse's mouth, pakilaya kung este, ay implementa, pakilaya kung este, ay sige al datong gobyerno.
And when it comes to Kenneth Baldua, what a big horse.
Well, El de Veraza, no? I've been in the council for quite some time and antes yo de salili, ya pwede kita ledya kung Atty. Kenneth Baldua. Kaya Atty. Kenneth mga bisinos, hindi man kita taabla agsa susilya, pero he's not only very competent and conversant, but he knows what he's talking about.
Yes.
And
Anyway,
I trust in his high intelligence.
Yeah. Anyway, kaya bibigyan sa buwaga, I go for the idea that was raised earlier, no? Kasi dali mga katong quarantine pass, para asegura que usas sa quarantine pass por el cosa que debe hacer, si andaban man compra, el mismo tienda donde te destaca la llena cajera, el pidi coste de todo, de tu quarantine pass, tiene ba tú? Pidi, entonces depende, o cuánto es de tu gasto. So para poder saber que si deberá usar el quarantine pass for the right purpose. Kaya tiene yo ito usar quarantine pass, debut mo naman dobero naman na pueblo, na debe kita evita ko na sa klase.
Amo gani kailan natin pagkutin na otro syudad na Pilipinas, given ang populasyon nila ben grande, kabarbanjuta yung lugar. Sa Buanga City, sorte kita kay masking grande datong populasyon, grande datong lugar. Like I mentioned natin Malabon and other areas. No? Kaya di la quarantine pass, hindi lang abla letra, color, tiene pa numero. So si Juan, alya lang to alas 6 del agas, alas 12 del tarde. Debe by before 12 noon, tabira ito para nito kasa kay siya. Kuy ko na checkpoint, ay na, grabe el dito pena. Kabar si number 22, prinsipyo kel after lunchtime all the way hasta el closing hour na tarde. in such a way na hindi ka tutanda na pueblo para man birarundi. Kaya cheneli, abla ay anda yung mga kompre kapar, instead anda katli na disyo business, pasa pali onde-onde, kay kampante le kay Porakel Dia, pati akal color, pwede elemang kami na kayo man birarundi.
Sir Christian Aquino, no, I'm a senior citizen from 2109. Can my kasambahay be my alternate user of the quarantine pass?
Yes.
Basta si kung kentos kui akel yung kat sabi to na pwede ka tuman asa kay amo kat asel todo manera para conoceres na casa.
Man-add lang yung kuna ka dito yung konsehal, no, from 0119. Good afternoon, Chenio Senior Citizen Hermano Takeda na Leos Barangay, iyo ta comprasuyo mga medisina, iyo ta garasuyo disuyo
Senior Citizen Card
i reseta. Na si hindi ito el Chene Quarantine Pass, pwede ito kada alternate del dito yung hermano.
Pero sa senior citizen, for example, na makatratasali na casa, no may kunila sa principal. Dus kaya ito, ken gat pwede keda utility de ustedes na casa, keda number 1 pati number 2.
Así queda claro na dos nombre.
Natutuman ka lang tandamang kompra, na tuya al principal, tuya al
hindi na senior citizen.
Hindi na senior citizen.
Otro lugar daw le, otro barrio le. Allá na diso yung casa, hindi el principal. So puede le queda second alternate del di su hermano.
Yeah, well, you can still use your quarantine card to buy for him. Okay, asal naman ito pwede kwantamen.
Altamira el color coding sila sa siguro no for barangay.
Problema.
So si antes tapikura kita man distinguish ay ben azul mangat to or ben verde. Ay pwede kita nombra. Kung sa barangay para hindi tres pwede man encross na otro barangay. Si for example this barangay violet amo tao sa purple no. Tao sa si Sir Ronnie di si Mascarara. Hindi na pwede cross sa kun azul. Ay lang na area di violet.
Tiene kami pasyente que taman NGT or that is nasogastric tube wherein el comida di suyo naris lang el da se pasa y ansina el condition de dos años ya what do you mean falta man dito mensaje que todo el día anda daw siguro kuano dito
man compre calculate.
Man compre. Para de ese.
Cheniki question Ron, no? From 3559. Sir, pwede ba si husband and wife ya lang, I think at the same time, el na quarantine pass, kay mga 50 plus ya kami, kabar, largo ka del pila na parmasya, pati na grocery. Mga besinos, chene tuli, holder del pass, y chene alternate. But, at any given time, uno lang de vosotros, el pwede
kami na.
Sí. Hindi todos dos, así claro, sé que más que todos dos nombres uno lang él puede salir.
Por eso mga household, si sabi sa mga marido pirmi na tarian, no may atas pone ko na sa principal household. Kaya amo gani no, por eso tapid kita pabor, ya gusto kita na Davao, ya implementa sila no cockfight and all forms of games, no? Na chene form of chance or betting. Ojalá na siyudad de Zamboanga, pwede kita kay makatriste at mga vivientes, no? That's hard-earned money of every Filipinos na yadali con ustedes as ayuda for 5,000 pesos instead of buying things for your family. Yan dos tres fuga con esa na galera.
Exacto.
Cheniki text from 6257. Uy, ustedes gentlemen. Aquí na Ayala, sir. Chene mga police operatives, arrogantes itang kwento na gente. Mga bisinos, así kita largo el diatun pasensya. Chene bes, el pasensya también del diatun mga law enforcers, takabaya. Kaya chene del mga vivientes sa pandolos bueno, kaya chene li bueno, kaya hindi pa takre con el mga autoridad. So, dali kita largo poco space con el diatun mga law enforcers, no makita pirmi reklama, kaya sila pesaw el trabaho.
Ustedes ya salen a casa fresco, pa. Esos mga pulis que talitabi siya por cuantos horas ensugados na sol. Cansado ya esos. Por eso, dale un poco de allowance, el paciencia de esos poco corte también. So, coopera kita. No makita si difícil na dila trabaho.
Kay si pirmi lang kita reklama, kaya dati di atong syudad, a city of complainers, mga bisinos. Todo lang kita reklama. No kere kita man undergo ese nga mga hardships o dificultad. Igual la question din yung inante Sir Chris. Si iyo, for example, chene driver, no ay pass. Pwede ba yun saka o ngayon, forzosamente sa kayo sabi yung maneha, iablagan si Attorney Kenneth, hindi pwede. Makinosabi ito maneha, si el dito driver no ele pastamen para salir afuera, hindi le pwede maneha contigo.
Sir Ronnie, hindi daw kasi kataminelete kay taimbya ko nalesen lang su anak para dahil di su mantention, no? Sir Ronnie, hindi kasi pwede saka el sen taimbya kumigo el dimio iha, so meaning hindi pwede dale yo el permiso con otro sa academio sen. Que quiere decir, elegant necesita con senior citizen, no puede le man-designate lang el quarantine pass o remittance. Kay hindi tanang allow el remittance center daw.
Elegant na.
Elegant na. Tubi mo necesita saka.
Authorization letter, di ba?
No.
With IDs? Sabi yun.
I think na pwede ito
Mas kinabangko gari, pwede ito man withdraw, mas kinhindi
Asya lang to,
principal.
ma'am, asya lang to authorization letter, kung nandito yung sobrina, dali dito ID, para amo
Pero baka pwede kita check yan na Bankers Association si Sir Teng Locson, baka pwede kita liya manyana si Cosa kayo. Check text si Sir Ferdy Fernandez de San Jose Gusu. Abele, sirs, how can I go to the bank if the banks are located in downtown? Pwede to, you can travel anywhere within the city
with the pass.
For the duration of the authorized travel.
On the day.
Tapos niya yun, no? Porque el banco, suponiendo, debe abierto, pero el banco del BPI, por ejemplo, aquí lang na hasta el Mayor Haldo na abierto, pati niya nag-iwan daw. El main deal serao, el aquí na Veterans Avenue serao. No, so, tatene problema este mismo mga kenta na banko, kay uno, no conoce kanila.
Well, tiyan naman sila limitations na personnel. Igual ko na mga pabrika de sardinas, hindi sila on full operation mga bisinos. Kaya limitaw, skeletal force siya kaya operation, el personnel for operation because of the limited number of workers kita reporta. Bien difícil daw no? Base na info ya sa kakita kung Sir J. Drake Yap, bien difícil daw kayo saka con el mga empleyado ahora kay manatan no quiere trabajar.
You cannot stop on kaya miedo, no?
Pwede hindi man kay no, pero yung entrevista ko na certain Locson because of their clearing houses. So that's why hindi sila tabi todo kay hindi man todo ta pwede man clear because of the skeletal force. So that's why they downsize the banks only like 1-2 branches lang. Kaya clearing house nila is also on a skeletal force. Abri to todo, mas man difícil.
Ron, I think yun is the urgent question. From 3520, we doctors find it very hard passing through congested checkpoints wherein we get stuck up and we have scheduled surgeries to do. Just today, my anesthesiologist.
Doc, meron niyang si Albert Enante yan report na
put your hazard light on.
Put your hazard lights on and frontliners
we have a specialized frontliners lane, no?
Emergency lane.
Emergency lane. If you are a frontliner, you pass through the frontliners emergency lane and you have to put your hazard light on. Para may mas kunong sa sanggada, no?
Chairman Cheniga.
Cherokee and Texo. Good afternoon, sirs. Pwede man report ko na sa alina Teleradyo. Kere rayo man report na everyday El Galera aki serka kanamun. I have tried calling the barangay but until now no action. Aki este na malagutay. Kaya pwede lang daw pa sa aki na housing di amon aki na katatagan. Housing alina Malagutay. So tala makita la atensyon del barangay kay El Galera daw niya tapursigilan ta continua lang siyempre.
Na-reporta to sa una ko ng barangay kapitan kaya di suyo sa responsibilidad para kuwi ko na eso.
Talama daw na barangay para sa arma daw atensyon.
On the barangay siya?
Malagutay daw.
Malagutay, barangay. Ken el kapitan ng Malagutay?
Si Roel Kabugsa.
Roel.
Buen kapitan este si Roel.
Bueno.
Roel, porque daw cheneli tarian ba siya?
Anda lang kita man-request kung si Roel.
Ito malamang underground mga tarian ali.
Nebe ko na sa kuwi. Kaya para dale el propio leksyon ko na siya. Kaya nasa Bay? ¿Quién?
Live ya LDV.
Okay, jadi kita live ako niya, no? Desde City Hall este tiempo. So, diferihan na kita ko lang dito repaso ng mga notisya para este live report desde allí na City Hall.
On April 19, the one in San Jose Gusu. On April 23, the Tetuan Veterans Avenue. And on April 28 at West Mincom. So that's all for our health updates.
Buenas tardes a todos. The following ordinances were enacted. Ordinance number 2020-184, and this is an ordinance extending the deadline for the 2020 first quarter payment of real property tax from March 31, 2020 to April 30 of this year, or within 45 days from the lifting of the enhanced community quarantine. Also, ordinance number 2020-185, this is an ordinance extending the deadline for the 2020 second quarter payment of local business taxes from April 20, 2020 to May 20, 2020, or within 45 days from the lifting of the enhanced community quarantine. Lastly, ordinance number 2020-186, this is an ordinance extending the deadline for the payment of the amusement tax for the month of March 2020 from March 2020 to April 30, 2020, or within 10 days from the lifting of the enhanced community quarantine. And to answer questions later on, we have the samples of the quarantine passes for the first phase. We will not go by the colors, but by the letters. So we have the quarantine pass A and the quarantine pass B. A will be used by 48 barangays with a total of 131,990 quarantine passes. And B for 52 barangays with a total of 118,000 quarantine passes. That will amount to 250,000 households per data of our census and from data from the office of the CPDO. The office of the city administrator shall be the overall chairperson of the structure, and the members are the following. Together with us will be the president of the Liga ng Barangay, the Barangay Affairs Division Head, Office of the City Mayor, the CTDILG, the City Civil Registrar, the City Legal Office, the City Director of the Zamboanga City Police Office, and the Commander of the Joint Task Force Zamboanga. As mentioned, the home quarantine passes will be delivered to the individual households. This will be delivered and coursed through the barangay. Starting today, this weekend, we will be having the orientation with the barangay and the law enforcers. By Monday and Tuesday, they will be delivering this to your houses, and we foresee that implementation will start on Wednesday or Thursday upon informing of the public.
Buenas tardes, buenos días a todos mga vivientes del Ciudad de Zamboanga. Este si Attorney Kenneth Beldua, el Secretario del Ciudad. Y quiere kita discutir ahora, ¿no?, el base del requirement of the quarantine passes. Sabe ustedes, el Consejo del Diaton Ciudad ya pasar recientemente el Diaton na ordinanza número 532, donde gane cheniya kita mga provisiones que tadali kita para observar el diaton mga konstituente. Y bajo con el diaton ordinanza, particularmente Section 5, Paragraph C, taabla, during the period of the ECQ, strict home quarantine shall be observed in all households. Movements shall be limited to accessing of basic necessities and the provision of food and essential health services. For this purpose, only one individual per household shall be allowed to leave their home. The city mayor shall likewise be authorized to determine mechanisms that will lessen the number of individuals going to public places. Y sabe ustedes, este el base porque el diaton alcalde este día ay firma un orden ejecutivo donde gane tamanda con el diaton mga vivientes esta na casa y ay man-issue el diaton gobierno local de Zamboanga quarantine passes. Como ya habla el diaton administradora del ciudad, el diaton quarantine passes, el primer phase de esta implementación, amo el que se llama letra A y letra B. Si etu el dituyo barangay recibe tu el quarantine pass sa letra A, pwede tu sale na dituyo residensya lunes, miércoles y viernes. Si el dituyo barangay etu recibe tu quarantine pass B, pwede tu sale na dito residensya martes, jueves y sábado. El objeto de este requerimiento, no, para menorar el número del mga gente afuera na camino, por causa kaya observa kita, mas mucho yung ara gente na diaton mga camino. So, amo se, no, kaya kita man-emphasize que este pass ay taman issue ay produci solamente el diaton gobierno lokal de Zamboanga, pero pidi kita el asistensya del diaton mga barangay officials para distribuir con este mga quarantine passes na de ustedes kada ikwalan casa. Hindi ustedes anda na barangay hall, hindi ustedes mandapo alya kay este un violación de social distancing que tadale tamen kita este penalty. Por eso, para hindi ustedes violar el diaton ordinanza, el diaton mga oficiales del barangay amo el lleva con ustedes este mga quarantine pass que tiene un quarantine pass cada un familia. So, un quarantine pass kada un familia. Amo sa el diaton reglamento.
So, questions for Ma'am Apolgo from RG. How much na po nawawala sa city due to this ECQ?
See, right now, we have asked our business partners to quantify the losses in their respective establishments. Per last count of the Business Process and Licensing Office, we only have 38,299 workers under essentials who are allowed out, and the rest actually belong to the non-essentials. So definitely the local economy is paralyzed because only the essentials are functioning, no? But in terms of the actual amount, we have yet to receive the reports, and we will give this figure as soon as we have it.
For Doc Dulce, update po on COVID figures ng suspect, probable, and confirmed.
So for suspect, we have 168. For confirmed, we have 6 confirmed here in Zamboanga City. 2 are reported in NCR. So we have a total of 8 recorded for Zamboanga City. But really 6, we have 6 patients here in the city.
From Julia Lipala, among cities, Zamboanga City has few positive or confirmed cases. Is it because we don't have lab for testing kaya hindi tamira el true picture?
So, limited LD aton testing, but it doesn't mean that we don't test because we have specimen that we have sent for testing. And it will help us, no, na di aton management gani si Chenikita Laboratory. That's why together with the ZCMC and the Department of Agriculture, kere gani kita Chene testing facility which is DOH accredited, so that we will be able to do our testing. And aside from that, the LGU is also looking for ways, short-term, medium-term, and long-term plans for us to really have a DOH accredited laboratory in the city, so that if this is going to continue, we will be able to test LD aton mga patients. So although el mga hindi kita ta pwede man test who are asymptomatic, we still impose the mandatory home quarantine, and we are monitoring them, no? So nira gani kita na di aton mga test ya pwede kita man send niya gani kita 99 negative results ali, and niya pa kita pending 8.
Still from Julia Lipala, timeline for lab test facility, Doc. When, how much is earmarked for it, and how many people are trained to run this lab? What challenges are being confronted to have this lab facility?
So right now, because we would want to have a DOH accredited laboratory as fast as we can, Eltan lead ko neste ara is the Zamboanga City Medical Center, and together man partner gani sila with Department of Agriculture. So ta prepara pa kita el mga ekipo, el structure del health facility. Although niya kita mga gente para mira aki, but after pwede kita alegra el facility. So man check paste el RITM, and then man siya the orientation and training on really how to handle aton COVID-19 testing. So we will have mga 2 to 3 weeks pa before Coneste. But another thing because we really want to have the testing ASAP already, so the LGU is looking for ways and means so that we will have the testing available. So we have entered into a MOA with private hospitals. El Tamiragane kita partnership with Brent Hospital and the Ila Hospital na St. Luke's for us to be able to do the testing. So si Este, everything will be in place for this plan. Siguro mga as early as next week pwede kita trene testing.
Still from Julie Alipal, how is the situation of 6 or 8 positive COVID cases? How many are recovering now, and how is the mother and her baby?
So out of the 2 that's reported in NCR, 1 is already discharged. El uno ta miratan verify pa kita el DCU status. El akel 6 takika naton, el uno yan discharge gani kita, no? So 5 bilog el admitted ara na hospital. El uno stable el condition, el 2 ali negative ya. El negative el result, so awaiting discharge siya lang este. El 2 stable man tamen. So the mother is okay, asymptomatic, no, stable, and her baby is already tested negative. So negative el result del baby.
Number 4 question. Any plans to test all 4,000 PUMs?
So out of the 4,000, actually to be exact, el total PUMs di aton is 4,482. So out of these 4,482 PUMs, 4,220 have already completed their not only 14 days quarantine but 21 days quarantine. So, el active case lang gati aton is 265 cases de PUMs. So, once we will have our test available, then we will see, no, we will prioritize syempre el di aton mga suspected case who are exhibiting symptoms. So, sila el di aton priority. El akan mga admitted na hospitals, no, and na isolation facility di aton. And then, si Chani kita other enough test pa. So, we will test LD aton PUMs.
From Chodiver Arquiza, is it true Tiana nurse yan positive na rapid test? And what is the difference between a swab test and a rapid test?
Okay. So, as the question dito you, as a nurse in a certain institution, actually, the nurse is symptomatic and the nurse is admitted in our isolation facility. So, yan swab, kita ko nele, nuay pas teleresult, no? Because there are circulating news that a certain nurse in an institution is positive. So, if you are referring to this nurse is admitted in Lantaka Isolation Facility, nuay pakita el result di suyo, no? And the difference between a swab and a rapid test, el swab, tasaka kita el specimen, no, naso pharyngeal or oropharyngeal, tan swab kita tamira kita el presence del virus. El rapid testing is more on the antibody. So, si tiyan kita mga infection, como entra el virus or microorganism or bacteria na di aton cuerpo, el di aton body tan develop sila antibodies. So, el rapid test di aton, amo el presence of antibodies to the antigen. So, amo kal el difference di ila.
Okay, so thank you, Doc, for Attorney Beldua from Cecil Abui. Worst case scenario, if with the quarantine pass, hindi pa syempre pwede control ako ng mga gente, what's next? Cosa move ay ase el City Administrator's Office.
Actualmente, no, el diato na implementasyon del quarantine passes, tiene several phases. El first phase, akal tala makita, el diaton alphabet kita ta sige, either letter A or letter B. However, if abla kita tali lang syempre, mucho syempre gente ta esta na diaton maga kamino, then we will have to be compelled to observe ara akal color-coded passes, akal dali ko no seres mira, donde tiene kita tres color, no? We have color green. I think we have to show this. We have color green, and then we have color blue, this one, and then we have color yellow. And we have grouped the barangays donde tiene receive green, blue, and yellow. Aki na color coding scheme diaton ay pwede ustedes sale afuera for 2 times a week ya lang. So, sabi ustedes, no, taapelagan kita con el diaton mga vivientes, kay el razón porque kita ya asiste 3 veces el semana, kay kerel taentende el diaton alcalde que hindi todo mga konstituente el tiene kapasidad para compra mga comestibles y medicina na para na un semana, no? Or para cuantos días. Por eso gania allows el diaton alcalde que puede sale 3 veces el semana. Pero si igualan syempre, no hay syempre el kooperasyon del diaton mga konstituente, so ay sige kita el color coding. Pero para hindi gani kita man buyong, aki ani kita na letter A and letter B. And then el worst case scenario gana is tiyan kita numbering tamen, no? Na diaton mga passes kaya prepara kita. The same quarantine pass will be used, tiyan este mga numero. Then they will be able to go out only once a week, each niya sa mga designated time. So amo sa el diaton various phases del implementasyon del quarantine pass.
For Attorney Beldua pa syempre, pwede ba tener 2 passes?
Uno lang kada familia el pwede tiene pass. So like for example, na casa si tiene 3 familia, no, mga hermano ustedes, kasawya, tiene mga anak, pwede ustedes tiene 3 passes kada familia, kada un pass kada familia. So si 3 familia, tiene ustedes 3 passes.
For those staying in boarding houses, will they be issued with quarantine pass?
Este un concern, we have to coordinate with the barangay officials. Sila masabi si cosa sitwasyon na dila barangay, si kwanto balita queda ng mga boarding houses, si cosa mekanismo kita pwede ase para por lo menos pwede sila tiene access compra al dila mga medisina, mga comestibles.
Please define essential workers. Ken bagayot sa sila?
Actualmente, no, siguro to answer that question, I will have to cite to the public the exemptions provided under the executive order. And we would like to inform the people of Zamboanga that these exemptions are based on the most recent issuance of the Department of Interior and Local Government. So we have our medical staff, our DOH officials and staff, our health and service personnel of the local government unit, the Red Cross personnel, the World Health Organization personnel, doctors and their drivers, hospital staff and employees including janitorial services, medical professionals and other employees, private caregivers. So, si Chene pregunta, no, so kemodo si Chenio un anak, kakabar nurse ele, kemodo si andale na ospital, asiyo kunele hatud. So, for as long as Chene ustedes ID, el certificate of employment del hospital, so debe el driver tamen no, si pabirade ele chenele ta karga kunese maskin xerox lang para man prove kaya asele hatud kunese di aton mga frontliners. For funeral services también, no, el quien puede sale si tiene mga entierro, el empleado del di aton mga funeraria, el familia del depunto, immediate family, quiere decir el mga anak, el parents, and then el di aton mga siblings también, no? And then we have emergency responders, our personnel from the Bureau of Fire Protection, the Disaster Risk Reduction Management Council, the DSWD, the DILG, the Barangay Health Emergency Response Team, and the local government unit officials. Then we have our agencies from the security sector, barangay officials, barangay tanons. Now, with respect to daily essentials, this is where the confusion begins, no? Because right now, we have the DILG has enlisted a specific classification of daily essential workers, such as banks employees and the armored vehicle crew, employees of money transfer services, employees of groceries and convenience stores, public market vendors, pharmacists and employees of pharmacies and drugstores, staff and crew of food chains and restaurants. And then we have the essential goods. Amos tel mga talyeba, mga karga, de comida, food supply. We have delivery personnel, 2 only including the driver of the cargo truck. Employees working at food and medical manufacturing establishments. Then we have employees of telecommunications companies, water companies, energy companies, and our garbage collectors. Then we also have the government skeletal force of the executive branch. This is where our government employees will come in. And if they're reporting to work, they will just present their ID. Then we have capital markets, the DOLE skeletal staff for TUPAD, our senators and representatives, our cabinet secretaries, other high officials of the government, media personalities also, provided that they have unified ID cards issued by the PCOO of the Office of the President, business processing outsourcing, critical transportation facilities employees, and then we have mga CPAs, mga certified public accountants, external auditors, and bookkeepers until the end of the month of May. This is pursuant to the BIR revenue regulation kay tiyaniya ng mga payment of taxes. Por ultimo, el diaton mga abogaw, aquellos mga taatende kung dila mga kliyente, kenya detene na diaton mga presinto. So, amo say el mga exemptions.
A question from Bong Simbahon, Attorney Beldua. In the issuance of Q-Pass, quarantine pass, is the Q-Pass holder allowed to travel with a driver or ele lang gayot solo? Kilaya si el taagara el Q-Pass no sabe maneja.
Si actualmente ahora no, el objeto de este quarantine pass para menora gayod el número del gente na kamino. Pero yaman acknowledge gani kita, nisita man maximize el mga bihikulo para hindi man traffic. Sita accorda kita no, el diaton maga el reglamento ahora na mga motorsiklo, uno lang el pwede munta el mismo driver. El na diaton mga four-wheel vehicles, 2 lang ta pwede. Pero prinsipyando na effectivity dahil este executive order no, cheniya kita nuevo configuration. Si eto talyeba motorsiklo, uno lang syempre. Si eto talyeba kal talama kita sedan o hatchback, akal ste mga auto 5 bilog al takabe, 2 gente pwede. Pero debe, aquel 2 gente ta muntalya, chene sila dila kada ikualan quarantine pass. Cosa este quiere decir? Por ejemplo, kita man bisinos, chene kita kada ikualan quarantine pass, ya andayo anda kompra na change. Ya hablayo contigo, oh, andayo na change, so quiere to sige kumigo. So pwede kita munta alya na bihikulo 2 bilog, kay chene kita kada ikualan quarantine pass. Si el dito yung bihikulo, akatalama kita mga SUV or AUV, mga van or pickup, kay mas grande man se, pwede ustedes chene 3 gente alya, incluido ya el quien ta maneja. Pero debe todo ustedes chene ta carga kada ikualan quarantine pass.
Yaman mentioned to follow up akil natin essential workers about media. So yan mentioned to about PCOO ID. So necesita to sila sa PCOO ID.
Actualmente no este requerimiento di aton este yasigi kita na DILG. So although sabi kita no, we are far from the office of the president where we get these IDs, so in the meantime the identification cards of the accredited media personnel duly recognized will be honored by our enforcers.
For Ma'am Abol from Cecil Abuy, si mucho quien se le arrestado por el violation del amended city ordinance and other pertinent laws, tiene ba kita bastante facility para pone con el mga violators?
See, right now we are preparing a facility to address apprehensions of this. Per the executive order, all persons who will violate this EO may be subjected to criminal and administrative prosecution under existing laws. And in the interest of justice, violations of this executive order may instead be settled through payment of the administrative fines as provided for in the recently passed Ordinance 532 series of 2020.
From Glen K. Peñalosa, ma'am. For online business who make food deliveries, they don't have any permanent papers to show the police. Will they still be provided with special pass even when their business is not registered? And if yes, saan kukunin ang QP? And if wala pay pass as of now, what other papers can they show to the police para makadeliver sila?
Let us not confuse the home quarantine passes, no? The home quarantine passes will be used by the household. In fact, it has security features that you cannot duplicate it. There is one name of the pass holder and the signature, and there is an alternate person, no? A designated person to secure the basic needs of the family. The workers in the essential industries, food, banking, finance, will be showing their company IDs. If you are not part of the formal sector, as a rule, you need to register your business and show your company IDs at the designated checkpoints. The checkpoints will be from the origin. So the barangay will be implementing the checking of the quarantine passes.
Another question for Ma'am Apple. Cuando ma-distribute el quarantine pass, i-onde kami saka el quarantine pass?
See, tomorrow until Sunday, we will be doing the orientation to the different barangays and law enforcers, PNP and Task Force Zamboanga. We expect that by Monday to Tuesday, this will be delivered to the respective households. You will be receiving this in your individual homes. It will be delivered to your doorstep by your respective barangays.
I don't know si Ken Deselos pwede man-answer step, pero pwede ba kami magprestahan el pass? Necesita ba kami leba ID?
No, the pass is non-transferable. In fact, there is a name of the pass holder and the signature and an alternate.
And they have to present ID.
So definitely it is non-transferable.
And they have to present ID.
And they have to present a corresponding identification card.
Thank you, ma'am. Yan, mention niya sa natin si Attorney Kenneth. Pakilaya si 4 sila na un household. Uno lang ba siya na quarantine pass?
Si por ejemplo, na un residensya, un familia lang ustedes, no? El di aton determination aquí, kada familia. Como tata, nana, mga anak, no? So tiene 3 familia na un casa, tiene ustedes 3. Pero si uno lang ustedes familia, regardless of the number of the members of that family, you will just be given 1 quarantine pass.
From Sir Bob Albon, question. I was prevented from entering KCC to get food and grocery because of a foolish assumption that senior but not obsolete citizens like me are vulnerable to contract COVID-19. Among the persons that have tested positive of the virus, how many are senior citizens? Kung Dr. Dulce.
So far na 6 confirmed cases di aton, uno el di aton senior citizen, but really tablagan ni kita el vulnerable population, and then uno el preñada, no, na di aton confirmed cases. So uno confirmed, uno pregnant, which who delivered already, and then uno senior citizen. But again, este el di aton vulnerable population, el di aton senior citizen, and di aton pregnant women. So as much as possible, tablagan ni kita este sector el necesita man protect kita. No, so por eso amuga kel ya pasa akin na unumol.
From Marifita Mayo, Doc, habla un Chinese medical expert, tandi nga sa ele que hindi pwede solve el Pilipinas con el COVID-19 por causa kay falta de aton mga facilities and equipment. And second, por causa kay tan home quarantine lang and not admitted na hospital el mga PUM, EPUI. Dapat man isolate daw gayot kanila.
yes, true, no? Admittedly, LD aton healthcare facility, LD aton mga ekipo, LD aton even manpower, health personnel di aton palta. Hindi kada palta, no? Si for example, siya kita mucho kaso, hindi kita husta na di aton present mga hospitals ara. That's why we ask the cooperation of everyone, because while pwede pa kita nuay pa ansina de mucho kaso or no sabi gani kita because we do not have our mass testing, but we do not see tamen akel bien mucho gayot cases kita chene ansina symptoms. So pidi kita na di aton mga bibientes to limit di aton movement, because si mucho on the taanda mas mucho exposure, mas high risk sa kakunel infection. So, amo ganikel, palta di aton, yes, admittedly, palta di aton facilities, palta di aton ekipo, palta di aton manpower. See, for example, mucho kanaton, all of us or most of us will be infected. We will not be able to hold everyone and take care of everyone in our hospitals. That's why it's very important to limit our movement, stay at home as much as possible if we do not have essential things to do outside of our houses. And when we had our isolation facility already operational, all the PUIs that we diagnose are already housed in the hospital or in our isolation facility. So when we had these two operational, nuay masakita hindi sila taesta na dila mga kasa, because tan contain niya kita kanila, tan isolate niya kita kanila na hospital and na di aton isolation facility na lanta ka.
From Bong Simbahon, Doc, the record of the ZCMC COVID Center as of today indicates 14 probables who died and 5 suspect case who died. Does it reconcile with your records? Were they buried in Talabaan already?
14 probables and
14 probables who died and 5 suspect case who died.
Di aton kasi suspected, todo di aton deaths are suspected COVID-19 deaths. So in our records we have 24 already deaths, no? May ba siya? Tabla 2. L12 ali negative ya. So L12 ya lang di aton actually 8 yan lang L pending, because out of this 4 nuay kita sa specimen. Amo sa L data chani kita. There are discrepancies na di aton data na DOH basta ba?
CCMC
COVID. CCMC COVID. Okay. Na CCMC because hindi entaw kanila L home. Chani ka sa akita yamira kita nakasa so nuay masaliba na hospitals, no? And LCCMC chani lang sila data of their hospital. So the City Health Office gets data from other hospitals also who have possible suspected COVID-19 deaths. So, por eso dol mas mucho el data del City Health kontra na mga individual hospitals.
From Leti Militante, do we have plans to conduct mass testing? How risky are the confirmed COVID-19 patients at the ZCMC to other non-COVID patients? Are doctors attending COVID-19 patients also attending non-COVID-19 patients?
Okay. So, if once we have our testing facility already in place, then we will still prioritize kung kan kita man test. Manuna gani kita ang mga suspected cases di aton who really have symptoms. And then, ang mga PUMs di aton in the old classification, yes, man test naman kita kanila, no? L di aton referral hospital and even our isolation facility, L goal di aton is really to contain. So we have a team of health personnel who would attend only to patients who are suspected of COVID-19. And hindi sa kitatan mix, no? Even after they go on duty, they have to to have their 14 days mandatory quarantine. So, ang sinatamin kita tan care kunel welfare del di aton workers. And, LD aton mga confirmed cases, they are also contained and isolated in a facility. So, hindi exposure very limited. So, because we do not want unnecessary exposure and unnecessary infection, especially na di aton healthcare workers.
Or from Julie, Doc Dulce, out of 24 PUI deaths, how many were probables? How many belong to suspects? The latest death estabase on the barangay, gender, and age.
The latest. Okay. Out of the 24 deaths we have, kita probable because we're not testing. No, I mean, we do not test in a facility that is not a DOH accredited. So, all of our tests are done in a DOH accredited facility. So, por eso kita probable case, no? So, all of our 24 cases is suspected. So, out of these 24 suspected case, we have already 12 that are negative. So, clear data sila that they are not COVID deaths. So, we have 8 pending results. So, el active suspect case di aton. El recent case di aton is 61-year-old male. Okay. Who died at CCMC. Amo siya el recent death.
Okay. Thank you, Doc.
Okay.
Thank you, Doc. Para po, Attorney Kenneth, from Chodiver Artiza. El mga tatrabaha ba na planta de beer, essential worker ba? Kay open man di ila planta.
Actualmente, no, yung pregunta sa kanatun, todo ese mga comestibles o mga beverages, tamang consider nga na si kita essential goods. Kay parte man sa dal mga produkto kita bende na diaton mga groceria. So, yaman allow man kita abre ko ng diaton mga groceria, diaton mga convenience stores, if we will impede the movement of this cargo going around or even the production of these beverages, then that would render nugatory the purpose of opening our groceries and convenience stores. So it should be considered as an essential commodity. And yes, we would like to also take this opportunity to inform our people that esegana di aton mga pasyente, no, tiyan kita mga vivientes, kaya tiyan mga medical condition, nesesita sila man dialysis, nesesita sila man chemotherapy, o kosa pa ba mga urgent medical procedure, we would like to inform them that they are not covered by this restriction. For as long as they are going to present LDILA, mga medical certificate in our checkpoints, they will be allowed access to our hospitals.
From Bob Haldon, is the media pass issued by the mayor valid or invalid?
It is valid.
From Eugene Lasprilla, Attorney Beldua, si Cosa el protection of the barangay officials and staff serving as frontliners from verbal and physical attack of the people.
Sabi ustedes, no, tiyan kita ordinansa, kaya pasa, no, si antes, sa primera semana del diaton ECQ, no ay kita ordinansa, si takuhi kita ko ng mga hente, taman question lang kita kanila, no ay kita ko sa taas ara ay plantaya kita kaso. So si tiyan mga hente, ki imbesti ko ng diaton mga oficiales, that is also punishable under the revised penal code, that is an assault against a person of authority or assault against an agent of a person in authority, they will be proceeded against. So the city government through the city legal office will prepare the charges against the people who will assault our barangay officials and our frontliners.
From Chodiver Artiza, enter the West Coast like Maasin, Recodo can no longer go downtown. Sangaya ba kanila na checkpoint?
Sabi to Chod, no, el purpose gayot de este diaton quarantine requirement is to limit the movement of the people in our city. In fact, when the police higher headquarters gave an instruction to the police officers manning our checkpoints to be more strict in validating the reason why these people are outside, that is precisely part of the mandate of the strict home quarantine. Because kosa sila ara tapikurase, no? For example, eto de Santa Maria, tiene un checkpoint ali na Mercury. So pregunta contigo al police, cosa el razón por qué tú te sale afuera na checkpoint? Si compra lang man tu comida or compra tu medicina, tiene kita groceria y tiene change y tiene farmacia ali na barangay de Santa Maria. Por eso debe eto si de Santa Maria tu no maya tu sale afuera kay tiene yaman ali. So para cosa pa tu sale afuera? Amo se el razón porque stricto el diaton mga pulis. Itapidi kita con el mga vivientes. Favor, entende ustedes con el diaton mga pulis y el mga soldado. Bien cansado ya sa sila na calor del sol para asigura kay kita ta sige con este reglamento de cuarentena.
From Eugene
An answer is-
attorney, el mga single, widow o widower are they qualified na QPAS?
El diaton, yes of course, because if they live alone, they will be given a quarantine pass because they will have no other way to access basic commodities.
Okay. From Jody Burr, please asagad sila one quarantine pass per household or per family. Please define household.
Under the definition of the City Social Welfare and Development Office, one family is one household. So even in the distribution of our assistance, each family is given a separate food pack. So that will also be the basis of the release of our quarantine passes. El idea kasi alino, sabi ustedes, is para cada uno pamilya tiene kanila quien anda compra comida. Por eso, mga pregunta, na que modo si el uno no sabe le maneja, na manda tu compra con el quien sabe maneja. So, amo se el base ali. El exemption is si tiene mga emerhensya. Siyempre, si tiene emerhensya, el pasyente, hindi tamen el pwede liba di su cuerpo ng ospital. So, tiene kita sa case-to-case basis. Ita entende gani kita, no? Asigura kita, upon the issuance of this executive order, we will thoroughly inform our checkpoint personnel para sabi sila, klaro kanila kosa el mga regulasyon.
From Bong Simbahon, what is our assurance that the barangay officials will not have preferred persons in the issuance of the QPAS? Kay posible siya na de esos eskuhi lang kon ken sila dale. Any counter-checking measures?
Yes, our Barangay Affairs Office and the Liga ng Barangay under the leadership of Councilor Jerry Perez will do the counter-checking of the distribution of our quarantine passes. And this is a warning also, no, to those who will attempt not to fully distribute estediato mga quarantine passes akil na ko sa debe sila ase that we are prepared to charge people who are responsible for violating this executive order of the mayor. And I know there is no reason para hindi kita man distribute efficiently, no? And dapat mo kita pabor-pabor, por eso taapelaya gayot el alcalde diaton, el diaton gobierno lokal con el barangay officials. Este tiempo ben grande gayot el role que ustedes tiene, especialmente na llevada de este mga quarantine pass na kadaikwalan residensya del diaton mga konstituente.
Thank you, Attorney. For Ma'am Apple, how come there seems to be a confusion in the policies being decided by the Task Force COVID and the policies being implemented on the ground? How will you address this?
The Task Force COVID is in constant coordination with the men on the ground. It just so happens that, of course, the PNP, the Task Force Zamboanga, they also have their own mandate. And there are times that there is a directive from the head office that they would have to implement on the ground. And at the end of the day, we have to harmonize because the objective really is to limit movement. All the objectives, all the policies that are being made is precisely to limit movement. We all have the same goals. Implementation, consistency in the implementation, of course, is achievable with the cooperation of the public.
Para contigo siyempre, ma'am, can doctors or nurses or medical staff be allowed to pass through the priority lane so they will not be included in the long queues of motorists in checkpoints?
Definitely, there should be a priority for our doctors, our medical workers, and we are in the process of issuing the necessary stickers or passes to ensure that they will be the first priority.
Thank you, ma'am. For Doc Dulce, Positive COVID patient and recovered, pwede ba dona el plasma diila na saying these patients are rich in antibodies or called it convalescent plasma. Bale, if patient plus COVID swab twice, it turns out negative, pwede naman donate akal plasma or convalescent plasma.
Yes, ta pwede ste ase, no? But, si Aki kita ase, man prepare pa kita, no? Kunel di aton machine, para man collect kunel plasma, el protocols di aton on how to handle. Pero ta ase gana este, even na Manila chenia ta ase ansina. Tan el Kenya keda recovered, tan donate el DCU plasma, no? To help others who are in severe condition. It can be done. We just have to prepare, yes.
From Val, UNTV, meron pong study ang COVID-19 na ang COVID-19 ay dumidikit sa gulong ng sasakyan, sapatos at sa pera at tumatagal ng ilang araw, at may pag-aaral din po na ang virus ay pwedeng liparin ng hangin up to 4 meters. Sang-ayon po ba kayo sa mga pag-aaral na ito o pinaniniwalaan nyo po ba na posible ito? At ano po ang recommendation nyo kay Mayor?
So actually, there are studies that says ganit that the virus can be found in these things. That's why we have the foot baths, no, to address akal na diaton mga shoes. So tiyan tamen kita mga misting material, so na diaton entry points and na mga areas tiyan high frequency of people going around and mga vehicles going around. We do akal misting gan, especially na mga tires. And we always say that if you handle money, then you have to wash your hands after, because pwede gani, there's a possibility that you can get the virus through that.
From Congressman Joao Jimenez Estedok, given the new classification of the DOH on COVID patient categories, is it still correct to use the category PUM and to describe the patient as asymptomatic?
Okay. So, basically, tiyan kita, no, el suspected case di aton, amo siya el di aton PUI before. So, si suspect 2, tiyan lang syempre to history of travel and those who are symptomatic. So, tiyan ko sa tasinti, pero yan test ya, pero no ay pa-result or para man test pa lang, no? So, they are under this category, el di aton suspected case. El probable case di aton es el mga persons yan test, pero el kit siya usa is not accredited by DOH or the test is not done in a DOH accredited facility, so takedakal sila probable and el di aton confirmed. So just the same, because we started with our old classification, el di aton PUI and PUM, and we believe akin na di aton lista, because we started yan monitor ya kita kon el di aton mga persons under monitoring, those who have history of travel. So we will still continue to monitor because they are the high risk population, because they have travel history from places really with transmission, no? So man continue kita man monitor until todo na di aton lista ya pwede kita man account for.
From Julie Alipala, abado to kay Chene Unu for discharge soon. May we request a brief profile, age, gender, and barangay? She also failed to mention the barangay of that 61-year-old male, Yamuri.
So, LD atun, those yan test negative na di aton mga COVID confirmed patients, LD aton ZCO3 and LD aton ZCO5. So amo siya sila dos yan test negative yan, no? So LD aton pasyente is from Barangay Malagutay, 61-year-old male from Barangay Malagutay.
Thank you, Doc. This is for attorney siguro or Ma'am Apple. How about force multipliers? Are they exempted? And organizations na dali relief goods na mga hente?
LD Aton force multipliers, they are covered by the exemption provided for under the DILG. However, there is a gray area here with respect to the private organizations giving donations. The city government of Zamboanga is very grateful for all the help that these private organizations and even our good-hearted individuals, businesses who have extended their help to our families in need. However, because this is an extraordinary time and we have instituted these extraordinary measures, it is our view that we should still be observing the days that you're allowed to leave your residences, and if you want a more effective way of distributing this, we encourage that you course it through the City Social Welfare and Development Office. In fact, the city has been, ablangan kita, we do not really recommend na sila anda kay mucho nga nita sucede na tachene violasyon the social distancing. So it's really imperative that we course it through the proper office so that it will be given in a more effective and systematic manner.
Attorney Baldua, into occasions, I was surprised why the checkpoint personnel in Divisoria yesterday and today prevented those who have appointments to banks and to send money through money transfer were not allowed to pass through. Kilaya ba este situation?
Actualmente, Bong, we received this reklamo ganis as early as I think 2 days ago. In fact, the city administrator received various complaints also. And when we inquired from our police, we were informed that this instruction of being more strict at our checkpoints emanated from the higher headquarters of the Philippine National Police, because we have not yet issued instructions for them to demand the presentation of quarantine passes. So this is really an initiative that is from the police, and as you are aware of, the police have their own hierarchy and they also follow commands from their higher authorities.
This is from Eric Basilio of Yes FM. Will entities engaged in deliveries from stores, online sellers, etc. be given QP passes? These people help many people stay at home.
The quarantine passes will be delivered to the individual household. So if they are recipient of these passes, they can definitely use this. However, those in the food service, food supply chain, essentials, will be carrying their company IDs. So it is very important that there is a certification of employment from the respective company to ensure that they belong to the list of essential industries allowed to operate.
You answered this already, ma'am, but maybe you can re-emphasize. No, is there any fine or for violators violating the color-coded quarantine pass?
Yes, per executive order, there are sanctions. All persons who will violate this executive order number 563-2020 may be subjected to criminal and administrative prosecution. In the interest of justice, violations of this EO may instead be settled through the payment of the administrative fines as provided for in Ordinance 532 series of 2020. And I will let Attorney Baldua cite the penalties under the ordinance.
Yes, no, under the este quarantine pass requirement diaton is under paragraph C of section 5. Este ganekal tamanda, no, strict home quarantine. And under our ordinance, the penalty for this is we have either imprisonment of 1 day to 30 days or fine of 1,000 to 5,000 pesos or both at the discretion of the court. So this is a criminal offense.
For mga business permit like mga negosyo de pesca o gulay or mga online deliveries de food ko sa presenta?
Well, as a rule, we would like to transact with those with the necessary permits, no, to ensure that health requirements are complied with. If these are under FDA, there should be the necessary permits. In the event that there are businesses, new businesses wanting to go online it is recommended that you, even online, apply with the business permits and licensing office to ensure that you have the necessary health permits.
Siguro for Attorney Kenneth Este from Sir Bob Haldon, Pass A is for MWF and Pass B is for TTHS. What happens on Sundays? Next, why Parmasya Nakalelar? Will I be stopped from going downtown to get my medicines?
Yes, so LD aton na Sunday, no quarantine passes will be honored. And in fact, all establishments under our executive order will be closed because this will be the time for us to disinfect and do the general cleaning, with the exception, of course, of our sardines factories and other food production companies, because we want to ensure that we have ample food supply. So amo sa LD aton na exemption alino. So el mga trabahante también del aton mga factoria de sardinas este mga other food production entities, they are deemed exempt from the prohibition on Sundays. With respect to the question of Sir Bob, akal na medisina, for as long as ablangan ito kainway to parmasya alina dito yung locality, you should be allowed to exit your barangay so that you will have access na medisina. Na di aton orden ehekutibo del alcalde yaponegane, no, those living alone will be given a quarantine pass, or they may seek the assistance of the barangay in making the necessary errands for them.
Attorney Kenneth, there are times that pharmacies within barangays lack the needed brands of medicines, especially maintenance meds. Why can't we allow buying outside of checkpoints? That is one of the complaints.
Yes, actually, we do not prohibit them from going out of their barangays. Si abla kita ang sina el sitwasyon, no? Si abla kita nuay tabende medisina, kay sabi man kita, sa mga jutay farmasya na diaton mga kadaikwalan barangay, they do not really have all the medicines that you need. So that is a valid reason. So siguro presenta kita al diaton quarantine pass, no? Abla kita na diaton mga otoridad kay nuay este medisina alina diaton farmasya na barangay.
For Ma'am Apple from Eugene Las Vegas, cheque ustedes kung overpriced presyo del mga produkto na bende na barangay?
See, the Local Price Coordinating Council, together with the Department of Trade and Industry 9, is doing the rounds continuously. To report if there are violations as to price, please call our hotline and report the date, the time, and the specific location. If you can identify the store, so much the better, so the Local Price Coordinating Council and the DTI can act on these complaints.
Thank you, ma'am. For Doc Dulce from Julie, which will come first, ELNA brand testing or CCMC DA lab testing services? Are these 265 will be tested here?
Siya gani kita test booth. So, whichever comes first, yan lang ma'am, no? Pero, dolman una kita, si once, siya kita el booth, takya ka na to, no, el testing kits di atun, siya tamen niya liga. So, baka next week, pwede kita man start the one with Brent. And, LD atun PUMs, akaw tabla to 265, second priority sila. El first priority di aton el mga PUI who are symptomatic. So amo kel el first anay kita man test, and then mira kita el di aton na 265 PUMs.
From Roel Pareño, Doc Dulce, as part of the medical frontliners, how do you feel that while DOH in focusing to address the pandemic spread of COVID, senators have sought to sack DOH Secretary Duque?
Yeah, no, it's sad that this is happening at this time, because now more than ever, everyone should really be in unified action so that we will all be able to really come triumphant out of this fight against COVID. So, it's sad that this is happening.
From Ses Abuy, porque ang mga private hospitals reject admission del mga patients from the provinces, siya sabi sila siya na history of travel na Cebu, maskin tiene ya clearance.
usually kasi GATL protocol, si referral from other cities and municipalities outside of Zamboanga City is na ZCMC. So, for example, as a DTU case, tiyan na kita kamutan, tiyan na history of travel from other places. So, si nadiaton old classification, pwede lang kada PUI, si tiyan nila symptom. So, si PUI, and has to be admitted and referred here in the city, they have to coordinate with the referral hospital at the aton CCMC.
From Eugene Lasprilla, porque tiene barangay el be hurt no hay PPE, hindi ba required este?
For example, tiyan sila exposure gayot na di aton patients, no? So, nasita sila man PPE, but PPE kasi di aton specialmente sa di aton face mask, no? Di aton gloves, amo siya basic. So, por eso taablagan kita, all of our birth should also be wearing di aton face mask, di aton face shield, and gloves, amo kal basic na di aton PPE.
Thank you, Doc. For Ma'am Apple, is there, from Roel Pareño, is there an effort to check the exorbitant prices of fish and vegetables in the different flea markets? The high prices could be one of the main reasons why many people continue to flock towards the city proper.
The flea markets, I also received a report, and the city agriculturists, together with the local price coordinating council, we are doing the rounds and the inspection. Si pwede man identify exactly which flea market, we will address that as soon as possible.
There is a stoppage of operation in some companies in the city due to COVID-19, and workers are helpless as the assistance given them are limited. How can LGU help our daily wage earners or workers to make sure that they are still being compensated? Do you think companies have social and ethical responsibilities towards their workers, especially those long-term and loyal ones?
In the latest IATF briefing, we recognize that once we are able to address the healthcare needs, the social amelioration program, then the restart of our local economy is very much needed. The mayor has tasked the vice mayor to ensure that there will be policies or there will be incentives given to specific industries to ensure that there will be a more stable livelihood once we have a restart of our local economy. Right now, it is the DOLE that has rolled out their programs, and on the part of the local government, the waiving or the extension of the penalties, and I understand other private companies are also following suit, but it is true that private companies would have to be responsible for their employees to ensure that they are also provided their basic need at this time of crisis.
Siya na text sa Attorney Belbua, siya na yung transactions na Bank Alina City Mall by Tuesday, since mga Wednesday pa man QC, pwede pa yung pasa natin to one checkpoint?
Pwede pa ito pasa because as again we have emphasized, no, the aton requirement on quarantine passes why pa man take effect because we will have to wait. We want to remind our people of the city of Zamboanga not to really panic about these quarantine passes because for as long as the passes have not yet been fully distributed to all our barangays, this quarantine pass requirement will not yet be implemented.
If ever yo na QC or QP, but then no sabi yo man drive, is it possible man dayo man drive di mi yo hubby who is a holder the essential ID during disuyo of duty?
Actualmente no, si niragat kita el reglamento, the aim is to really limit the number of people. So in fact, we have received many questions about that, and the stand of the city is that like for example in one residence, if only one person knows how to drive, then that person should be the one doing the errands. Because the passes given or the privileges that are given to essential workers or even to government workers and other frontliners should be utilized when they are deployed or when they are doing the tasks that are expected of them, reporta sila ng mga trabaho nila, that's the only time that they should invoke their exemption, but not during ordinary days.
Si man politicize siya tamen con el dalida del QPAS, el barangay officials, cosa posible manera usa para ibitaan sina sitwasyon.
Amo gani no, we have requested our barangays to already come up with a list, and on top of this implementation will be the Barangay Affairs Division of the Mayor's Office together with the Liga ng Barangay headed by Councilor Jerry Perez. They will be the ones who will ensure that all households should have at least one quarantine pass no kada uno del mga familia tiene quarantine pass uno también. Por eso, por ejemplo, sabi kita, tiene kita mga reports, please do not hesitate to call our hotlines. Inform us. We need feedback from you so that we will know who to run after si tiene mga violation del di aton executive order. Because under the executive order, the barangays, under the general supervision of the mayor, they are duty-bound to implement this executive order and ensure that all families in the city of Zamboanga will receive their quarantine pass.
From Alhasilco, cops taking body temperature in checkpoints are causing heavy traffic. Is it necessary because people with fever or sick are unlikely to go out of their house?
I think this is an instruction that came from the interagency task group on this particular matter. So I do not have the competence. Maybe we can ask our city health officer with respect to cops taking the temperature of our people in the checkpoints.
Cops taking.
Yeah.
So nadi atun akal na DILG gani partly del requirement taman check gani tan check LDILG koneste no. So pwede kita man revisit koneste, but right now talya ka sila ng mga things that they have to do at the checkpoint.
Thank you, Doc. For Attorney Baldua from Bongsimbahon, we have observed that a lot of private vehicles have made printed essentials and food pass in their windshields just to be able to pass through checkpoints. How do we address it? Because yesterday, a vehicle bearing such pass was arrested by the CIDG and FDA for hoarding.
Yes, that is a very valid concern. So, as we have mentioned, in the course of the implementation of this quarantine pass requirement, we will be meeting with our law enforcers on the ground, and we will ensure that only those valid nakita siya ng mga takarga, mga kumida o cosas de negosyo, aquel mga essential goods, el amo pwede pasan, no? Por eso, maybe our police officers running our checkpoints, they will have to be more thorough in inspecting these vehicles. So that is one good point so that we can include it in our discussion with our law enforcers. Thank you.
Closing statement.
So again, tapili kita to everyone to please coordinate with us, no? So we need everyone's help for us to be able to really come triumphant na di aton fight against COVID-19. So again, everyone, please stay home and stay safe.
Yes, Paka Bryce! Saan tayo? What? May bagong bar. Let's go! Nasaan yung bar? Ayan.
Introducing the new delicious Titty Bar. New shape, new flavors.
So, you like this bar? Cheers!
New delightful experience.
The magic of radio.
Here we go. This is the epicenter of music entertainment.
From the northern to the southern tip of the Philippines.
Giving you the most complete radio experience.
Crushing the competition is the country's number one. Number one for new music.
The world famous.
We are
Magic 95.5.
cada día, lunes hasta sábado, la presentan con ustedes la radio y televisión, el programa del Ciudad de Zamboanga. Este es Dateline, Teleradio, 3 horas cada día. Taman junto con ustedes, mga veterano y respetado anunciador y comentarista, que hay guía el discusión del día, la mga asunto que tiene a hacer con el ciudad y el mga vivientes aquí. Este es Dateline, Teleradio. Aquí na GBPI TV 11 y na 95.5 Magic FM. Noticias, entrevistas y mga reports junto con el de aton mga compañeros y compañeras afuera. Este es Dateline, Teleradio. Queda informado, sabe el más reciente noticias, el mga suceso que ta ocurrí aquí na de aton ciudad y na mga cercano lugar. Todos te, aquí na Dateline, Teleradio.
Ok, mirando siempre que en el programa de este Dateline Teleradyo, yo ustedes antes la cosa de ya revelar también allí en el mismo City Hall por medio de este press conference que ya conducí, donde gané el mismo administrador de la ciudad y el secretario del Consejo Local de Atuntayat explicar, ¿no? Con la situación consciente con ese gané también los quarantine passes. Ojalá que ya pueda estar aclarado ya, ¿no? Con el anuncio, pero también manada porque siempre te hace el pregunta, suma total aquí 1,392 el mga test. Taman difícil kami contesta con todos ustedes.
1,393.
93, tasubir pa. No?
Gentlemen, Jenny, question. Good afternoon. I just want to clarify something. I understand that per household, you will be given one quarantine pass only. Essential workers are allowed also quarantine pass. Kumusta pregunta le. In my case, I'm a bookkeeper and my husband is a telecom employee. Will we be given quarantine passes each? Sabi kita, si akil to essential worker, dito yung ID, amo to pwede presenta ng mga enforcers.
Si frontline service dito sa trabaho, no? Como na opisina de tresurero, naturalmente, doctor's ID is sufficient.
Si bookkeeper to ma'am, ngayon ara, mga private officers, saraw man, pero pwede to man avail na dito yung nombre, kung el quarantine pass uno, kaya dito yung marido, as an essential worker, pwede rin anda na sa trabaho, maski no ay pass.
Yes, correct.
We are watching your live telecast. My concern are for the two caregivers of our family. One for my mother and the other one for my mother-in-law. One comes to work every Thursday and goes home on Saturday, and the other one goes home on Saturday and comes back on Sunday, both living in Divisoria. So, necesita sila siyempre, kada uno sila, necesita sila
Hindi, as a caregiver, they're considered frontline.
Caregiver nila sila. So, their ID, identification is bastante aquel.
Well, importante din mga vecinos, si caregivers ustedes, Oracle taman dispense medical services, and de vosotros mga identification cards, amo se the best evidence para pwede man justify el de vosotros caminada. Presenta lang sila mga enforcers.
Yeah. Importante que pero aquel si taman hatod el marido.
No puede kel.
No puede.
Unless el marido, maskin siya nila pass to, cuánto kel? 3 times a week lang o 2 times a week?
3 times lang.
3 times a week
lang to pwede.
Monday, Tuesday, and
Monday, Wednesday, Friday for A, and then Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday for B.
Okay. So, claro que na. So, anyway, kita bigyan din sa mga mereka todo nuevo mga oras tayo aquí na programa. Lampas kita de 30 minutos, 35 minutos actualmente.
Pero yan lampas kita. Desde el principio el quarantine program de ato ki el special enhanced program de ato na Teleradyo. Aralan niyo po din mira kelaya de manada kayo. Mga text messages, el diaton mga vivientes, claramente mga vecinos, mas mucho del diaton mga vivientes quiere soportar con el pedimiento del gobierno local. El quiere lang ustedes bastante información por your guidance. Si cosa ustedes debe hacer na tiempo de emergencia.
Follow-up text ko nakal dito yung akal concern, akal caregiver. Sir, have lang sila certification. Yan, sign mi mother-in-law and mi nana. Hindi sila licensed caregiver. SC certification is like a work permit yaman siya. So pwede si ma'am, basta tiyan sila certification, pati nila own valid ID, pwede si mandamira proof.
LIDC.
Proof na frontliner sila.
So, basta tiyan lang certification karta, no?
Kasi tiyan orang pa sa barangay, mas bueno man authenticate dyan lang. Para sabi barangay, kaya sa tanda lang po nila as caregiver.
Yeah, pero for the sake para hindi sila natin mga problema, I would even suggest kung natin mga caregivers to go to your barangay, pwede sila siyempre quarantine pass, no? En tal caso de caso.
Another text, 4466. Abel, sirs, based on surveys, most of our senior citizens aged 60 to 63 are still active and healthy. Can the government consider giving them quarantine passes? Especially those who are living alone and those who have also senior citizen wives.
Yeah, we understand that. Okay, manada kita mga senior citizens, but granting scientific studies kay senior citizens are the most high risk and vulnerable, nukire kami po na na peligro. So, as much as possible, si pwede man compra afuera otro lang, con otros se lang manda, no? Pero si nuegat por donde, tablaman si Attorney Kenneth Buldua, they will have to study your situation and see nuegat por donde, dali sila kung ustedes el pass.
Chene Paquiron, 4114, good PM mga gwapo.
Thank you.
Kaya lang namin magstay sa bahay kahit ilang buwan pa o taon, nabirasan? Basta to pa rin lang ng local government at ng national government ang pangako nagbigyan kami ng suporta o pakain namin araw-araw. Kasi hanggang ngayon, wala pa kami natatanggap tulong dito sa Flamingo, Upper Calarian. Mahirap lang po kami.
Konting pasyensya lang po, no? Tinutupad na po yung government natin, ang katungkulan nila, ang responsibilidad nila. They are doing that. Medyo mabagal lang ng konti kasi ang dami-dami po.
I'll give you a good example. You actually, gentlemen, takita yun na Upper Calarian, Alina Arcillas. Ese tabla el texter de aton, Alina Flamingo, para poderlo nyo man demonstrate con ustedes que raya de manada cacerías li mga vecinos. El entrada pa lang del Flamingo, el casa, mas pa na 2,000. Mas pa na 2,000 mga vecinos. Casa siya, el pamilya siguro li po na ito mga 3,000. Entra to adentro del Flamingo, mga 1,500 pamilya.
Allí pa lang na un día el food packs puede producir, puede taman empake mga 2,000 más. Palta pa, no? Naun ka eskinita pa lang.
Por eso, hincando mga vecinos, pidi kita. Taapela kita con el diato mga buen samaritano, el gobierno making cuánto pondo tiene, paltase para man-feed con el diato mga vivientes. Nisisita kita, mga first line of responders kita na barangay, if you have something to share con el diato mga vivientes, paborya, ayuda kita mga vecinos.
Okay, so anyway, kaya ito bibigyan na Sumbuanga, tumira kita, lampas siya kita na ora. Prinsipe kita, ken ba mas joven? Si Chris o?
Si Chair.
Si Chris ya, dalita lugar.
Hindi mas joven kung Chair, pero mas joven
si Chris, habla de mi mujer, hindi daw joven lang. Bien cute pa kayo. Sinila to na TV, bien guapo kasi.
Aminable man yun, naman to cute. Because cute is supposed to refer to el Cupid. It's supposed to be fat and chubby. That's what the definition of cute is.
El epekto niya, kanya ba si Ronnie, el epekto di aquel, making cute man si Sir Chris, guwapo lang siyempre si Ronnie.
Well, actually, no, ng mga Joven Ara, no, we wish to congratulate our good friend, Attorney Undersecretary Carl Kendrick Jua. He's now the new Director General of the National Economic Development Authority. Taking place, yan resigned Director General Secretary Pernia, no? So ahora, tiyan kita bien joven gayot. I believe he is about my age, around 30 plus years old. And he will take the helm of the National Economic Development Authority. Antes Undersecretary of the Department of Finance. We work closely with him, particularly na train provisions, mga incentives, gana kita dali ng mga economics when we were still in government. So to now Secretary Kendrick Chua, congratulations. Por eso mga vivientes, kung mga kenta miraki ka natin aura, so ustedes responsable, joven, ito, traben aktibo na mga programa na pwede hacer. Tiene que ustedes onde para ginda algún día, como si Undersecretary Carl Kendrick Chua. Por medio de este programa, ta invita kami con ustedes sa Telespan. Junto ka namun, este lunes que viene, aquí la syempre na Dateline Teleradyo.
Okay, Charlie,
antes kita di man extra, kailangan kita leer uno del mga text messages, no? From a very respected medical practitioner. Nandiyan pa po kayo sa Dateline. Yes, ma'am. Please tell the proper authorities to foot enforcers for social distancing and usage of masks at the market, especially po sa Santa Catalina. Kayo mga bibientes daw hindi naman practice social distancing.
Okay.
Anyway, mga vecinos, chiniyo ko sa manyana, pili ko na Sir Chris, presta taman yung DCU black mask, kaya takadagali cute pati joven, no? Anyway, kung naldi ato mga suki ipalangga from all over Zamboanga, desde Limpapa hasta Licomo. Mga vecinos, muchas gracias por el compañerismo. El diamond text line, tapo dia yaliga mga vecinos, el text messages na 1,405 messages.
1,405 text,
one of the biggest numbers. Actually, chinebe si gentleman, taliga siya 2,000 plus.
Yeah, ayer, 1,005 kita.
Yes. Todo día mga vecinos, ang sina de popular and in demand, el Dateline Teleradyo.
Okay.
So, muchas gracias. Buenas tardes.
Mga vecinos, it's Friday, no? Thank God it's Friday. Mamirahan kita hopefully ulit na next week na Lunes. Este weekend, ano lang yun na ustedes con vida reza, as they say, no, the greatest battles are won when you pray. So keep praying and be safe. Stardes.
Okay, so alega lang kita, mañana el doctor de mga servidor aquí descansa también un poco, man na Lunes, man junto kita same time, same hour, a la 1 del tarde hasta a las 5, suponiendo a las 5, pero si necesita manlampas un poco, manlampas kami un poco. So, como siempre, con todo tabla que está, muchas gracias por ustedes atención y el text participa aquí en el programa. 1,405 text coming in aquí en el programa del Dateline Teleradyo. En calor de todo día, de Chris, de Charlie, and of course Arnold, a todos estos mga guapos aquí en mi costado. Que te invita con ustedes todos siempre para avisar con el favorito programa que de ustedes veo. No hay otro sino el Dateline Teleradyo.
Yes, Paka Bryce. Saan tayo? May bagong bar. Let's go. Nasaan yung bar? Ayan.
Introducing the new delicious Diddy Bar. New shape, new flavors.
So, you like this bar?
Cheers! New delightful experience.
The magic of radio.
Here we go. This is the epicenter of music entertainment.
From the northern to the southern tip of the Philippines.
Giving you the most complete radio experience.
Crushing the competition is the country's number one. Number one for new music.
The world famous.
We are
Magic 95.5.
El coronavirus or COVID-19 ay un nuevo viral respiratory disease taman kalayat aura. Para prevenir con este, pinulaba el diato mga mano. Usa tissue o tapa usando del diato mga mano sin estornuda o tose. Limpia y disinfect con el diato alrededor. Observa social distancing, prevenir andar ng mga publikong lugar, especialmente si manada gente. Si necesita salir afuera, liba hand sanitizer o alcohol. Uwi ang mga noticias estaba ng diatong gobyerno lokal y el Departamento de Salud. 14 días para mga sintomas ay abuya. Si tamang difícil ustedes resulta, calentura o tos, ang self-quarantine kita. Ilama na Zamboanga Task Force COVID-19 Hotline 955-9601 0966-175-4298.
COVID-19 frontliners. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Lord Jesus Christ, you traveled through towns and villages, curing every disease and illness. At your command, the sick was made well. Come to our aid now, amidst the global spread of the coronavirus, that we may experience your healing love. Jesus Christ, healer of all, stay by our side in this time of uncertainty and sorrow. Be with the doctors and nurses, researchers, and all medical practitioners who seek to heal and help those affected and to put themselves at risk in the process. May you give them your divine protection and peace. Be with the leaders of all nations. Give them the foresight to act with charity and true concern for the well-being of the people they are meant to serve. Give them the wisdom to invest in long-term solutions that will help prepare for or prevent future outbreaks. May they receive your peace as they work together to achieve it on earth. Wherever we are, surrounded by many people suffering from this illness or only a few, stay with us, O Lord, as we endure and mourn, persist and prepare. In place of our anxiety, give us your peace. Lord Jesus Christ, heal us. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Cada día, lunes hasta sábado, te presentan con ustedes la radio y televisión, el programa del Ciudad de Zamboanga. Este es Dateline, Teleradyo, 3 horas, cada día. Taman junto con ustedes, mga veterano y respetado anunciador y comentarista, que hay guía el discusión del día, la mga asunto que tiene a ver con la ciudad y el mga vivientes aquí. Este es Dateline, Teleradyo, aquí na GBPI TV 11 y na 95.5 Magic FM. Noticias, entrevistas y mga reports junto con el de aton mga compañeros y compañeras afuera. Este es Dateline, Teleradyo. Queda informado, sabe el más reciente noticias, el mga suceso que ta ocurrí aquí na de aton ciudad y na mga cercano lugar. Todos te aquí na Dateline, Teleradyo.
Yes, Paka Bryce! Saan tayo? May bagong bar. Let's go! Nasaan yung bar? Ayan.
Introducing the new delicious Titty Bar. New shape, new flavors.
So, you like this bar?
Cheers! New delightful experience.
The magic of radio.
Here we go. This is the epicenter of music entertainment.
From the northern to the southern tip of the Philippines.
Giving you the most complete radio experience.
Crushing the competition is the country's number one. Number one for new music.
The world famous
We are
Magic 95.5.
Cada día, lunes hasta sábado, te presentan con ustedes la radio y televisión, el programa del Ciudad de Zamboanga. Este es Dateline, Teleradyo, 3 horas, cada día. Taman junto con ustedes, mga veterano y respetado anunciador y comentarista, que hay guía el discusión del día, la mga asunto que tiene a ver con la ciudad y el mga vivientes aquí. Este es Dateline, Teleradyo, aquí na GBPI TV 11 y na 95.5 Magic FM. Noticias, entrevistas y mga reports junto con el de aton mga compañeros y compañeras afuera. Este es el Dateline Teleradio. Queda informado. Sabe el más reciente noticias, el mga suceso que ta ocurrí aquí na aton ciudad y na mga cercano lugar. Todos te aquí na Dateline Teleradio.
Buenas tardes, buenas tardes, buenas tardes. Este el Dateline Teleradio Enhanced Edition. Otra vez mga vecinos, este si Mike Lamsid y junto conmigo di mio mga kuya, si Mike Saavedra.
Buenas tardes, Smile. Buenas tardes, mga kuya y ate. Este si Michael Saavedra, otra vez aquí na Enhanced Edition del Dateline Teleradyo. Junto también ka natin esta tarde, si Kuya Chris Arnuco.
Buenas tardes, mga vivientes. Welcome con el Diaton Gordo Edition. Ahora tarde. Si miran ustedes, es el mga gente na palta gayot, comida na dia. Reso kay grande. Well, just to make everybody happy about it. Pero este tarde, importante ka ustedes man-stick ka namon. Kaya specialmente, el nuevo lang katyakaba press conference sa City Hall, i-aura, i-adalikat ka natin, yan Grace, kung natin afternoon edition, el mismo gente kin pwede explica ka natin, si Kosa bagat ese quarantine pass, ipakilaya al mga vivientes man, ver ko na. So si Chances mga pregunta, dali kita tiempo para uwi ko na kung attorney, ayatong bisita si attorney Beldua, para explica todo and then eventually afterwards, ay lea lang kami todo yung mga text dos series para pwede li contesta con ese. Before yun na screen, ay pwede dos mira mga numero importante. Si Chances pregunta kung datong trabaho na City Hall, ay datong bueno, Kuya Mike Saavedra will be able to answer. By the way, Kuya Mike, thank you kayot, no? Ayer, ya-receive el diato station 5 sako kat de arroz. Estaba kung Kuya Mike Saavedra para dali na mga gente.
Así, kaya siya el diatong stasyon un poco outreach program kita ase aquí na baliwasan. So, amo na kadiaton un poquito contribution. Alegre kita, Kuya Chris, no? Antes kita anda con el diaton menor kuya na grande también. Tiene kita mga donations sa recibí na ciudad desde ayer y ahora el estaba con el grupo Go Share Philippines y con el AFP Leadership Development Center kita encabeza un sambuangueño, si Colonel Bimbo Quemado. So ayer ya imbia sila de la first shipment de mga donations, mga gloves, mga suit, PPEs, y también mga goggles, y también mga otro items como aquel aerosol boxes que pwede to usa na hospital. Tiene también ya este día envía sila 30 pedazo de cot beds que pwede kita usa también at isolation facility. Ese na picture si mira tu tali si Mayor Beng, si Vice Mayor Meng, y yo también. Kay ese si Colonel Quemado es un amigo di aton, y amigo de Ciudad de Zamboanga, y mga Zamboangueños, so amo sila dona. Alegre también kita, no ilang kita pwede saka enviar el retrato. Amo también el donation del di aton amigo, el presidente de Universidad de Zamboanga, si Abram Eustaquio, y el familia Eustaquio. Ya dona ele Chris, 3 test kit boots.
Wow.
Taliara na lang taka. In the coming days, pwede kita se usa el di aton mga test kits. Porque, kaya lang kita se anunsyo kay el Ciudad de Zamboanga, junto con el Brent Hospital, ay man-initiate by next week pwede kita man-initiate testing del di aton mga pasyente y ay este testing Chris Email alina St. Luke's Medical Center na Bonifacio Global City. Esta tarde llega el 200 test kits aquí que ay usa di aton oficina de salud kung aquellos mga pasyente suspechao que aquel tiene mga symptoms de COVID. So una iniciativa de gobierno local Chris and Mile mientras espera kita man-activate el di aton PCR testing machine na Departamento de Agricultura in Zamboanga City Medical Center. I-alegre kita kaya dali ka naton commitment el di aton very active amigo na Western Mindanao Command, si Lieutenant General Lito Sobehana. Gayot kita un aircraft standby kaya ay liba ko neste mga samples na Manila kada semana. El St. Luke's Global City, promete ka natin kay man-process sila 150 test kits kada semana, 50-50 kada grupo. Kaya tamin kita Chris Imael ase dali datong grasya kun General Sobehana porque ika-3 semana aura, chenere tamilia dali ka natin presta un aircraft kita lleva mga newborn screening specimen na Davao City. Kay because of the lockdown di aton air, sea and land travel, nuay manera kay India el Department of Health kun mga newborn screening specimen kasi mga babies kay ta kay tan test para sabi si Chene akal problema de hyperthyroidism. So naapelo request di Mayor Sara Duterte kun Mayor Beng ya pwede ase manera si General Sobehana para man transport mga specimen na Davao every week. So, amostel mga update di aton kina City Hall, esta tarde hunto ka naton si Attorney Kenneth Baldua. Si Attorney Kenneth Baldua amo designado spokesperson del alcaldesa para explicar el mga pregunta sa mga provision de order to strictly implement enhanced community quarantine in the city's barangays y también el issuance del di aton quarantine passes. So si Chene ustedes mga pregunta per caso de puede ustedes llamar kung nakal mga hotline numbers ke posted na Facebook page de Alcaldesa Beng Climaco or later también pwede kita pidi el numero mismo di Attorney Kenneth para pwede ustedes man direct to the queries kung ele na su by text or by llamada or pwede también man adya lang ustedes di su Facebook page para kada ustedes friends pwede ustedes todo pregunta ase pasa con ele. So Attorney Kenneth, gracias sa dito servisyo. Buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes, Sir Michael and Christopher. Thank you for this opportunity. This is the second time that for this week that we are here in Dateline Teleradyo.
Okay, gracias gayot Attorney Ken, no? Ayer yung huntuganin kita, even manadarat kita duskiti ayer, no? So most likely aura tamen tamira yung monton de question niya tamen ay receive ito, pero tamira man yung ready gato kay tamira yung dito yung mga papel ali po kongreso, no? Si mira lang to el papel tagara si Attorney Ken. Maybe I will try to shoot the first salvo, no, ng mga questions contigo Attorney Ken. Manada ulit a pregunta. Cuando gayot man start el color-coded quarantine pass di aton? Cuando pakimodo el sistema del implementación del ese color-coded quarantine pass?
Sí, sabe tú, Sir Mile, no, tarde lang, ya firma ya el diaton alcaldesa con el orden ejecutivo número 563-2020. This is an order to strictly implement enhanced community quarantine in the city's barangays and other activities thereafter. So akilang kwento kita ayer, no, yang kwento ya kita mga guidelines, pero dia chani kita mga additional provisions kaya po and this is the final executive order. And the people have been asking, when does this take effect? Although the executive order was signed today, there is an effectivity clause in the executive order which states that this order shall take effect after the full distribution of the quarantine passes to the residents of the city of Zamboanga. Por eso, quiere kita pone emphasis, no, que quarantine pass ta produci el gobierno local de Zamboanga. Pero el llevada de tapidi kita el asistencia del di aton mga barangay por causa kay sila masabi si cuánto mga familia tiene na diila kadaykwalan areas of responsibility. Por eso, mañana and on Sunday, over the course of our weekend, we will continue to be working because we will be orienting our barangay officials and our security personnel on how to implement this quarantine requirement para por lo menos menora el mga inconvenience kita man experience el diaton mga vivientes ali na diaton mga checkpoints. So more or less the distribution will be done on Monday and Tuesday. So we're expecting the full implementation either Wednesday or Thursday subject to the condition na ya pwede gayud man deliver todo el diaton mga barangay.
Okay, Attorney Ken, before to man proceed na other questions namin, no? Siya lang yung uno obserbasyon. Si man start ese Monday, no? El distribution itself, kabar abla kita Wednesday, keda el full implementation del color coded. Siya yung problema tamira, Attorney Ken, which I think dapat considera tamen el LGU takia man ustedes tamen, hindi ba? One thing that I would like to point out is that CL distribution will start on a Monday. Tan anticipate yo, bien manadagayot mandagsaan na barangay hall. And tamira-tamin nyo, the moment mandagsaan se, el montón del gente who will go to the barangay hall would appear as if it's going to really create a big group, no? Kay mga grande-grande barangay. Posible bagaha na tiene pa kita otro manera of distribution na posible pwede kita konsidera para lang gayot hindi man hunto-hunto el mga gente on Monday.
Yes, sir. We have emphasized this in our different interviews that these quarantine passes will be delivered by the barangay officials in their respective residences. Because we want to observe the requirement of social distancing. That is why we are informing the general public that there will be no distribution in barangay halls and covered courts, but rather they will be distributed to the different households.
Sige. So, klaro yan talaga sa Attorney Ken Tablatu na el mga passes ay distribuhise el mga barangay officials and employees to the respective residences of the respective households. Okay, tiyan pa mga pregunta si Kuya Mike pati si Kuya Chris.
Well, manada kita entra mga text, no? Well, asa lang kita klaro, no? Este will be effective upon distribution at tiyan kita schedule targeted date kayo at Attorney Kenneth si kwando se ay man-implementa para observal dato mga checkpoints yung mga otoridad.
Okay, I would just like to read it verbatim in our executive order. Section 10 states that the executive order shall take effect upon complete distribution of the quarantine pass to the barangays and the issuance of the advisory by the city mayor for its immediate implementation. Taentende kita, mayor parte del diato mga vivientes taman lingasa. Cosa gale pasasi, por ejemplo, no hay para dali ka namon el barangay officials diamon quarantine pass. Hindi kami pwede sali. So sabi ustedes, tiene kita mekanismo con ese para asigura que todo mga familia aquí na diaton syudad tiene ay recibi un quarantine pass. And the counter-checking of our delivery of quarantine passes will be spearheaded by the Barangay Affairs Division of the Mayor's Office and the Liga ng Barangay under the leadership of Councilor Jerry Perez. So we will be seeking their assistance to make sure that all Zamboangueño families will receive their corresponding quarantine passes.
Pregunta, Attorney Kenneth, pakilaya daw LDE la mga tiyan dole anak, musabe maneha, so tanhatid sundo ule kunese na ospital.
Yes, thank you for that question. No? With respect to the exempted persons under our executive order, no, tiyan kita diaton mga frontliners, so diaton mga doctors, nurses, and the other medical workers, and even the employees of the essential establishments, pwede kanila lieva na dila trabaho, el kenta lieva kanila, provided na tiyan na sila kopya del ID, pati sertifiko ke estaba ng mga employers. Because of course, they have to be present in their establishments or in the hospitals, so we will give that particular consideration and we will duly inform our checkpoints.
Okay, so wait, before ese, no, so kira lang yung sa kaane sa punto di Ken, Kuya Mike, no, el first punto para sabi mga bisinos di aton, quien man tauwi ara, dueño del negosyo, no, paborya o sa descheckya, especially akal na mga critical industries, akal mga necessary industries like pharmacies and hospitals, make sure el diyoseres mga empleyado, tiene mga IDs, no? sa mga parmasya so that they will not have any problems in terms of passing the checkpoints. Okay, Kuya Mike, pwede ito.
Attorney, kaya lang kita si klaro, si Chene ba kita man issue mga passes for essential workers or mismo idea dila de kompanya o de opisina amo sila pwede usa?
Under the information given to us is that quarantine passes for our essential workers will be given if ever we will implement the second phase of our color-coded quarantine passes. In the meantime that we're following the alphabet-based quarantine passes, only the IDs and the certificate of employment from their employers will be asked of our frontliners, our essential workers, and other exempt individuals.
Baka pwede kita, attorney, pwede tuman review uno-uno otra vez el mga provisions del guidelines kaya release kita esta dia.
So, thank you for that question, Mike. The rule is that all persons must possess, if they are going outside, in order for them to be allowed to leave their premises or their respective residences, they must possess a quarantine pass. The exemptions are as follows. DOH officials and staff, all health and service personnel stationed at the LGU health facilities. These are the doctors, the nurses, and other health workers of our city health office and the rural health units of the different barangays. All Philippine Red Cross vehicles and personnel, the core staff from the World Health Organization, doctors and their drivers, hospital staff and employees, including janitorial services, medical professionals and employees, private caregivers. And then we have funeral services. When does this apply? Si Chene kita mga entierro, per causa we have discouraged the conduct of sa mga big gatherings. We have limited it only to 3 categories. We have the employees of the funeral service provider, the immediate family of the deceased, and the officiating priest, imam, pastor, or other religious minister. And then chena tamen kita el keselyama mga emergency responders from the Bureau of Fire Protection, the Disaster Risk Reduction Management Council, the DSWD, the DILG, the Barangay Health Emergency Response Team, BHERT, which is in the forefront of monitoring our PUMs and PUIs, and local government unit officials. That would include our barangay officials. And then you have the security services, o di aton mga agencies from the security sector. We have the barangay tanods, barangay officials, as mentioned earlier. With respect to the daily essentials, what are the daily essentials? And we would just like to inform the people, este classification niya sa kakita, this is from the DILG. Because the aton syudad, when we pass ordinances, it has to be in accordance with the directives given by the national government. So what are the daily essentials? Bank employees and armored vehicle crew, employees of money transfer services, employees of groceries and convenience stores, public market vendors, pharmacists and employees of pharmacies and drugstores, staff and crew of food chains and restaurants. And then we have the delivery personnel, akal mga cargo vehicle diato, no? Takarga mga food supplies, medicines, and other essential goods. Limited only to 2 persons, including the driver. And then you have utilities, telecommunications, water companies, energy companies, and garbage collectors. And then we have the other authorized persons such as government officials and others. And we would like to put emphasis, we have exempted the certified public accountants, external auditors, and bookkeepers. This is pursuant to the rule of the requirement of paying taxes before the Bureau of Internal Revenue, and of course the members of the Integrated Bar of the Philippines. This is in relation to those lawyers who are visiting their clients na diaton mga detention facilities. They will just have to present their IDs. That's all for the exemptions.
Okay, Attorney Ken, bonito sa dito yung anunsyo kung ng mga diaton vivientes ara. In fact, siya nga nakita ara question, no, which I'd like to air already. el question kasi aki kanaton is akaw daw mga fish broker. So ya uyo and then antes ya habla si Attorney Ken na since liba ustedes essential food items, el mga fish brokers ta entre si ali. So nisisita lang ustedes na mandamira na taliba ustedes pescao, no? Kaya amo mga sa el exemption. So pwede to liba dito pwede to usa, pero na Sunday pwede lang naman syempre sa sila usa kay diba Sunday Attorney Ken hindi kita pwede mobe lang.
Yes, we would like to inform the public that there is now an added provision in our executive order which was already signed. Kasi yaabla kita del ayer that no quarantine passes will be honored during Sundays because we want to really have no people roaming around our streets. But now, we have categorically stated that all government offices, private offices, business establishments, banks, restaurants, and other food establishments, groceries, supermarkets, wet markets, public markets, excluding emergency services, hospitals, and funeral parlors, must close on Sunday and conduct a general cleaning of their entire area. So the reason why we are directing the closure of these establishments is we want them to have a thorough cleaning and disinfection of their premises so that when the next business day comes, it will be safe for our general public. However, there is an exemption here because we want to ensure stable and ample food supply. That is why in this executive order, we have exempted manufacturing industries producing very essential food such as sardines. Kaya sabi kita, aki gayot mucho mga planta de sardinas na diaton syudad. So they are exempted as well as the workers that are deployed in these manufacturing facilities.
So nakiunod text si Mr. Jude Macrohon ta pregunta, si El Media ba daw na hindi miyembro del PCOO kay Chodo Akinakwan media personalities including PCOO, entra ba raw sila na exemption?
Sabi to, no, este gana requirement of the PCOO. Of course, this is issued by the DILG, and given our distance from the seat of government, it's really difficult to secure this identification. So, in the meantime, for as long as they present a valid identification and they are duly accredited, they possess the necessary licenses and permits, they will be recognized by our law enforcers.
So, entonces, aquel attorney, aquel usual City Hall, para kung aquel stand cover kung este COVID-19, no, na syudad yaton, presenta lang sila aquel COSED usual City Hall pass.
Yes, that will be sufficient already for our security personnel.
So klaro si attorney kay kada Domingo seraw el di aton mga tienda katabende on retail, no, except those that produce food like the sardine industry. So pakilaya también el movement del mga empleyado de igual lang si on other days.
We would like to remind our private companies that the mayor has directed all of the private companies to provide transportation to employees working in these essential establishments. And kaya kita to mas tebentahan, no, para informa, under the executive order, they will be required to put a poster outside of their vehicle indicating the total seating capacity, which is half of the maximum seating capacity. As I have stated yesterday, and for the benefit of those who have not heard us, for example, si el de ustedes vehículo, el maximum seating capacity 20, incluido el driver, necesita pone ustedes carátula afuera del vehículo, pone ustedes que el seating capacity is just only 10 passengers only, because our requirement is half of the total seating capacity in order for them to observe social distancing protocols.
Siya ki attorney from Miss Chai Saavedra, ta preguntale, pakilaya daw al manera dakel bonida del alternate na pass mismo. Pwede daw to man explain?
See, we would like to take this opportunity to explain kay modo basta, no, in our quarantine pass, tiene tabla el holder gayot de ese quarantine pass, which is the principal card holder, and then they can name an alternate. Meaning, pwede sila po ni otro nombre. So, si 4 ustedes na familia, Chenebes, el di tuyo tata tasale, Chenebes, el di tuyo hermano. So, pwede el tata queda el principal holder, and then pwede nombra con el hermano as alternate. But once you have written already the name of your father and your brother as the principal and the alternate respectively, you can no longer change it because the card is non-transferable. So, you can no longer change it. You have to present a valid ID together with your quarantine pass when you go and leave your premises.
Another one, kita habla, no? Manchabacano lang este. El di suyo pregunta, no? El pregunta di suyo, sir, chene daw kasi mga government offices na hindi de local, I think not city government offices, tanbirarundi daw na pueblo, presenta kay sila government official, kapag di na mga drivers man daw, hindi man daw de gobyerno, exempted ba daw, Kel, or hindi?
Only government, authorized government drivers should be, of course, el maneja kanila. Otherwise, that would be an undue expansion of the exemptions given in the executive order. And we would like to appeal to our public, especially those who are included in the exemption, to utilize this exemption in a very careful way na hindi sila kita abusa kunese. Because the objective really of our quarantine is to lessen the number of the people in the streets.
Amo gano kay manada ta reklamator ni pati Sir Kuya Mike pati Kuya Mile kay manada ra ganit ta pregunta pa na ano kuno sa to kumigo official yo an sinado ta introduce nila korpo ng mga checkpoint. Pero eso siguro sa texto tabla si pwede kay mga government officials naman dito na hindi man parte the task force or parte the COVID-19 task force or the frontliners participa lang tayo sa kesta lang tayo sa casa since work at home man el mandato ara del datong gobyerno nasyonal.
Si sabi to, no, kaya lang kita komenta, we know there are certain agencies gayon na ta-reporta hasta aura, especially our frontliners in the national government like LDSWD, LDOH, other agencies under the Department of Health, no? And then di aton mga huwes, mga piskal, di aton mga public attorneys, they are rendering duty on a skeleton workforce. So they are given this exemption precisely because they have to move around. And we don't want people to be complaining about this exemption because some of our colleagues in the civil service have abuse this kind of exemption given to them. This is not a privilege, but this is an exemption for you to be able to perform your functions.
Well, siya na naman kami nyo ako sa pwede abla kung sa mga government officials and employees na taabusa tan-exceed ila authority, no? Especially during the time akina the atong ECQ, no? I think because you're a government employee, you know what you're doing. So if you are violating the restrictions and the policies of the ECQ, so I think we'll have to leave it at that. Kasi I'm sure you can read, no? And fair warning ito as far as Attorney Ken Beldua tadali ka nato that we must make sure that we are not abusing our authority at this point in time, no? So Attorney, chene pa kita mga pregunta coming from Kuya Mike.
Attorney, baka pwede to man reiterate Section 4 is Section 5, the executive order.
Yes.
Regarding checkpoints, attorney, il specific allowable numero de pasahero de cada igual clase de vehículo.
So, Section 4 talks about checkpoints. Guidelines yato no, number 1, no checkpoint shall be established without the authority of the Philippine National Police. Nisita, yato mga checkpoints, even in the barangays, they have to be supervised and monitored by our personnel from the Philippine National Police. Checkpoints that are established in highways within the territorial jurisdiction of the barangay shall be manned by the PNP or the Joint Task Force Zamboanga personnel. Sabi ustedes, Chene mga kamino na di aton barangay, katalaman kita barangay roads. Amo sa akal mga interior roads, no? And then we have the highways, like for example, mga barangay Kumubualan, tapas sa ese na highway, ese barangay Divisoria, tapas sa ese na highway. Pero ese mga barangay, chene tamen sa mga interior roads. El reglamento di aton ali na mga interior roads, el tamaneha ko na sa mga checkpoint li amol di aton mga oficiales del barangay. But they must ensure that at all times at least one police officer is supervising the conduct of those checkpoints. And then for number 2, amoy ganikel, in highways debe el total control the checkpoint should be with the police or our military from the Joint Task Force Zamboanga. And number 3, to ensure the unimpeded movement of all types of cargo, food and non-food, and allow the passage of personnel of business establishments permitted to operate during the enhanced community quarantine. Quiere decir, sabe ustedes, no? El todo clase de cargo, comida o hindi comida, necesita dale sila pasa con ese. Priority se. Y también aquel mga empleado del mga establecimiento que niya permití el diaton orden ejecutivo para reportar na trabajo, aquel mga essential establishments. Pero debe, in these checkpoints, they have to present proof of employment and residence. Number 4, no cedula or community tax requirement is required or is going to be asked from our residents for the issuance of a quarantine pass. Number 5, we would like to emphasize, and we are warning those who intend to make a money-making scheme out of this, the quarantine passes are given for free. The constituents of the city of Zamboanga are not required to give any amount of money in order to have these quarantine passes.
Okay, Attorney Ken, chene kita dos bilog aki pregunta, no? El first pregunta del diato na vecinos, tawi ka natin aura. El first pregunta disuyo, akil daw mga memorial park, kasi sila daw etan fabricate kunese mga, akil ba taase coffin, no? Vaults. Tapregunta sila si exempted ba daw sila? Yo, kaya yung seman answer attorney Ken, kaya tasintiyo, si empleyado to del mga sementeryo, tamira yung exempted naman to, hindi ba? So, si empleyado to del mga privado, sementeryo, aki na syudad, manda lang tumira, natatrabaho to na sementeryo, most likely, tiyan na pa si miedo kuntigo police, ay manda kat si kuntigo pasalya na checkpoint, kaya hindi kat sila si kuntigo para. So, ba lang to, tatrabahayo na ex-Memorial Garden. Na most likely, man kasi kuntigo pasa.
Kuya Miles, siya pregunta también si el di aton daw quarantine pass, baka pwede man reproduce akal mga tiyan mal plano. Actually, el di aton quarantine passes, siya sa mga security features kaya pwede lang man-detect si tausa to akal UV light scanner. So, asegura al gobyerno lokal kaya tiyan security features el quarantine passes di aton. Attorney Ken, baka pwede to continue el ika-6 item na section 4 del EO.
El ika-6 item, tablagan kita, frontliners in public and private sectors. We're talking about our health workers, our modern day heroes. They will just be required to present proof of identification and certification. They're not required to present any other type of ID cards.
Okay. Thank you, si Sing Balatbat.
Rato anay, Kuya Arnuco, Kuya Chris. Pasensya ya ustedes kasi ba maskara ara kami, espanto ustedes kasi endenantes, may kami maskara. Ara chene ya kami, nabakatambuyong ustedes na yun tamen, difícil yung risulya, por eso falta oxygen. Anyway,
aumenta pa maskara.
Attorney Ken, pregunta yo contigo, no? Kaya chene ki bonito question, related ka na question dito yo. First, yabile, si frontliner 2, okay, exempted ya to, pwede ya to pasa. El question aquí, pregunta sila, dapat daw si pwede, esos mga frontliners, siyempre they are also part of the household. Dapat hindi nadali kung kunel household additional pass. Kay one pass laman per household. So, kosa el decision the local task force regarding this. Kasi, ablele, potentially, si el barangay dale, another pass, color-coded pass, alyan na household. Kabatche na uno niya anak di suyo, nurse. So, dos siya sila siya na pass aura na un household. Hindi ba? El sa question daw nila, Attorney Ken, si pwede daw, si frontliner niya to, ako dito yung pass, sufficiente ya. Kaya kita pwede man kami tumansyangge. Kaya remember, el mga frontliners, siya naman sila fast lane na mga grocery. Hindi ba? El no lang fast lane, si compra to pescao na public market, kaya may mga seta po na ali tapas sa frontliner para compra lang to pescao. No? Pero na mga KCC o mga grocery, siya nagat kita mga fast lane. So, kusal dito yung opinion with regards to frontliners who should only be given one pass per household to avoid the possibility of 2 passes per household.
Okay, we would like to clarify that the reason why ganit adali kita quarantine passes no na todo sa mga families, households in the city of Zamboanga. Now the exemptions that we mentioned, they are exempted because of the nature of their work, the nature on the sila tatrabaha no. So for example, di aton mga nurses, di aton mga doctors and other frontliners, when they present their proof of identity as frontliners or essential workers, they should do so for the purpose of going to their work. This is not a pass for you for purposes of going out to buy food and medicine. If in the process you are able to do that, then that's part of your activities already. But we do not want to burden our frontliners because we do not really expect that our frontliners are the ones doing the marketing in their families. So, they are burdened enough.
Can suggest to Attorney Ken na okay lang dali pa another pass na un household.
And besides, it's going to take a lot of time for us to determine which household in the barangays have frontliners and those who do not have frontliners. And we only have 2 days at most to distribute all of these passes.
Ang magani sa bueno question dito yung Attorney Ken kay siya nagtakita abla kanatong ta pregunta daw siya kung Attorney Ken, posible ba kasi distribuhi 2 to 3 days 170,000 household potentially at 5 members per household at 850,000 population. Pregunta daw kasi kung Attorney Ken baka manbuyong-buyong taminele.
See, so if we're going to do the distribution only by our employees in the city government, we cannot cover that in 2 days because there are 98 barangays and you must realize that these barangays are very far from each other. That is why precisely we're going to enlist the assistance of our barangay officials. Si eto takeda to na barangay, more or less, ben pronto lang siya manlibot, no? E gane man house to, pronto lang siya akaba. And we have already studied that, no? Akaganitan distribute mga assistance diaton. Tamira kita in a day or 2, ta pwede sa sila kaba. Pero so I'll request yaton, we have reiterated this time and again to our barangay officials to please already in advance do the research on how many actual households you have in your respective areas of responsibility so that when the time comes that we will be giving away these passes, you will be able to distribute them very efficiently to the different households in your barangays.
Okay. Attorney Kenneth, Kyo, estaba kong searching balat-bat. Si el senior citizen lang, el sabi, si el senior citizen lang, sabi man niya, pero nung pwede man gali entra ng mga KCC going to budget-wise or otro groceries, doon kaya lang daw pwede anda compra comestibles.
Thank you for that question. Sir Shing was my teacher also in law school in Ateneo, no? So, as to the ating concern, this was brought already by several senior citizens. We would like to state at the outset that these policies are implemented by the respective managements of our supermarkets and groceries. And we really cannot interfere into the internal regulations set forth by this management of our supermarkets to ensure the safety of the shoppers that are doing their marketing in these establishments. So we advise our seniors, especially since they are considered to be very vulnerable to this infection, that they should just do the buying of their goods in the neighborhood stores so that they will not have to leave their barangays. But I would like to read also the provision on the executive order where we state that no minor, senior citizen, pregnant women, sick and immunocompromised individuals can go out of the residence or dwelling except when they have to go to the hospitals, medical or allied medical institutions. However, we have given consideration for those who are living alone. And in this particular provision, we stated that those who live alone may get a quarantine pass or whenever possible, ask a neighbor or a friend to help them buy food and medicines. So that should answer the question.
Attorney Ken Ayer, no, regarding the checkpoints, siya ng mga suseso, kaya sucede onde el mga checkpoints de aton, alina Divisoria, akina Veterans Avenue, idonde partes de syudad, tamanda sila bolbe kung el mga vivientes. The public was in the idea na hindi kanila dapat mandabolbe porque no ay pagani man issue el quarantine passes. Baka pwede to attorney aklara con este.
Yeah, we have received several complaints already informing us that our law enforcers have demanded the presentation of quarantine passes. Quiere kita informa otra vez con el diaton mga vivientes que este requerimiento del quarantine pass no hay paste principia implementa. Okay, so no ustedes manlingasa, no hay paste principia implementa. El razón por qué el diaton policía y el diaton militar ya queda más estricto na diaton mga checkpoints por causa kaya mira sila bien mucho más mga gente takabasale na dila kada ikwalan residensya. Por eso ta pregunta kanila el diaton mga polis. ¿Tiene ba ustedes, cosa ba el razón para sale ustedes na de ustedes barangay? So si habla tu conmigo, kaya dito yung razón para compra tu comida or para compra tu medicina, no? Así kita example, sina Santa Maria tu takeda, el checkpoint di aton alina Santa Maria, Talina Mercury. No, Talina Mercury. So pregunta contigo, el di aton police, ¿dónde tu estaba? Habla tu na Santa Maria tu or na Pasonanca. Cosa tu compra? Comida, medicina. Habla sa contigo el policía. Amo sa el dito yung rason, bira lang tu, kay alina Santa Maria, tiene tu mucho donde puede comprar comida, tiene tu farmacia donde puede comprar medicina. Pero si habla tu kay no hay onde sa ka-otro, habla kita tiene mga farmacia na mga jutay barangay, hindi kompleto. So presenta tu el dito yung identification, el dito yung reseta siguro, para dali tu prueba, kay el dito yung objeto, para gayod compra ese medicina. Por eso tapo la kita con el diaton mga kompoblanos. Este requerimiento del diaton quarantine pass hindi este para hacer difícil el de ustedes vida. Tapidi kita el de ustedes cooperación. Kay el solamente manera para puede kita prevenir el infección del mga gente este bien contagioso enfermedad amo gane para esta ustedes todo na de ustedes mga residencia. ¿Quiere ustedes hace corto con este ECQ? Pabor esta na casa.
Attorney, wala to na ito kay bonito mga dito baka na dinantes como
pasal palabra
basta ta remember gacho como talya gacho na kulyanan tamen gayot no. Anyway, attorney, tiene kasi quiere habla. Akal tabla tu hindi kita se taase para man difícil el dito yung vida. Kasi kita actually se taase para queda difícil el dito yung movimiento, no? Vamos a hacer claro. Hindi se para se difícil el vida di aton. Taase se difícil para hindi kita pwede mobe kabar no hay kita cosa taase afuera. Es el deberasan. Okay, so Kuya Chris, baka kaya rin ito ko sa pregunta.
Kaya pregunta attorney, si LDC pass ba daw talya na East Coast? Pwede ba raw like crossa para na West Coast?
Amo gani, no? That's why when you present your quarantine passes, you will be asked of your identification. And even in the quarantine pass, there is an indicated barangay, si donde ustedes, no? Our police have the right and the authority to interrogate you and ask you, where are you from? What is the purpose? Why are you leaving your barangay? So if you are able to satisfactorily prove that you have a valid reason to leave your barangay, then you will be allowed passage. Besides, we have a hotline for our COVID, and if you have concerns about that, if you feel that there has been abuse in the checking of your quarantine passes, you can always give us feedback, because we cannot really do this alone. We need your cooperation. And we even would like to appeal to our public to be very patient with our security personnel. Sabi ustedes, they have been manning our checkpoints for how many days now? Bueno era si Bonito kat alina sol, hindi sa sila aircon na di bien caliente gayod.
How many days, attorney? Weeks ya sila.
Weeks ya gani, no? Weeks ya. And gracias gayod kung el diaton mga soldao, el diaton mga polis, bien pasensyoso kat ustedes. Kay si iyo sa talina checkpoint, hindi kat saan sinang susede.
Alegre tamin kita kung nagdiaton mga amigos, negosyante, no? Kaya data dali suporta kung nagdiaton mga checkpoints. Actually, todo dia tamira kita manada grupo kita ase pasada ali, tadali komida, agua. El Dunkin Donuts, si Sir Eddie and Ma'am Lolita ta imbya tamen mga komida. Dunkin Donuts para kung nagdiaton mga checkpoints. Siya kita un amigo, no kaya lang limanda nombra, tadali do de agua kung mga checkpoints todo el dia. Itambien yadaya donale mga solar panel, solar lights with solar panels para ase klaro kung mga checkpoints si de noche. Kasi obserba kita si de noche medyo iskuro di aton mga checkpoints. So ohala ay koopera kat kita attorney con di aton mga law enforcement authorities. Attorney, baka pwede to continua el ika-5 section el akil mga allowable numero de pasahero de cada klase de vehikulo.
Under our previous executive order that was before this recently issued executive order, yaman limit kita ang numero ng mga pasahero na kada vehikulo. Na mga motorsiklo, un persona lang, that is the driver, and for four-wheel vehicles, limited to 2 persons. But that was the old regulation, no? But this is the, kaya kita informa, no? Ese tanda kita 1 and 2, 1 for motorcycles, 2 for four-wheel vehicles, valid pa syempre until now. But beginning upon the effectivity of this new executive order, the following will be the allowed number of passengers. For motorcycles, still 1 person, that is the driver. For sedan or hatchback, amos na mga auto donde 5 persona or pasahero takabe, 2 persons only, subject to social distancing. For SUVs, AUVs, vans or pickups, 3 persons subject to social distancing. We would like to emphasize, sa mga 2 to 3 persons, nisita kada uno kanila, tiene dihila kada ikwalan quarantine pass. So, you might ask, cosa quiere decir? Por ejemplo, iyo, tiene yo vecinos, di mio vecino si Chris, habla yo con ele, Chris, quiere yo manchangue, quiere to conmigo sigi? So, iyo, si Kenneth, tiene di mio quarantine pass, si Christopher, tiene también le quarantine pass. Por eso, 2 kami pwede montar na auto. Pero si habla tu tiene tu quarantine pass, el di tu mujer, kaya lang tumanda sige, kaya lang sabi iskuy kabalyas ipechay, hindi ka pwede. Nisita ara pa lang, aprende tu iskuhi el kabalyas y el pechay. Kay debe si tiene 2 persona na di aton mga bihikulo or 3 persona si grandel bihikulo, each one of them must possess a quarantine pass. Now, with respect to company vehicles, I've stated this earlier, the companies are directed by the city mayor to place a signage outside your vehicles. Put the total seating capacity observing social distancing, which is half of the maximum seating capacity. Si 20 puede caber, pone tu 10, incluido ya ali el driver. And then for government vehicles, only subject to the requirement of social distancing.
Okay, so tiyan naman yung pregunta tamin naki. Actually, kasi din yung mga pregunta, akal ba sa mga lokot-lokot ba? Akal ba pabuyong ba, no? Mga question diyan mga bisino sa kita uwi ka natin aura. Okay, ang sitwasyon di suyo, Attorney Ken Ansina. Ele, tatrabahalo na bangko. So, chenale, quarantine pass, being an employee of an essential industry or business, which is in the bank. Kung sa man drive, el ken kung naletan drive, el di suyo tata. El di suyo tata, siya na lang unipas. Siyempre, hindi ba? Pero problema, siya na makita mga color days, siya na makita days based on specific color. So, tapang problema le, kay since nusabi naman drive, el di suyo tata, no pwede man drive kunele on certain days given the limitation of the color that the father is carrying. So, pakimodo kita solba ko na si attorney, si, por ejemplo, ang sina ang sitwasyon.
Okay. So, el di aton solutional, no isa kita sa entraki, pero in the information that we will be transmitting to our checkpoints, we will put include that there. Sa di aton mga frontliners and essential workers, kung kenta lieba gane, el di aton mga dila mga tatay nana, el dila hermano-hermana, no? Marido, el mujer, presenta lang sila con el ID del frontliner essential worker y también el certificate of employment. So debe mismo el driver chenele kopya del ID pati del certificate of employment.
Bonito siya, attorney. Bonito siya.
But of course, we would like to inform them that they cannot use that kita maskin hindi sila tasyato because they will be expect that our police and military personnel will scrutinize their leaving their residences.
In connection ko na sir, antes kita ko na sa dia. Si pakilaya tamen si el trabaho di human in kontra pati asa hatod kunal caregiver di ila. So hindi this is part of the pamilya. Entonces channel uno senior citizen.
That should apply also.
That will apply as well. So habla lang na guardia under sa kunal caregiver.
Present the certification from the doctor that the caregiver is employed in that particular patient, and that will be sufficient. Because the caregivers are explicitly mentioned under the DILG issuance.
Okay, good. Iyo tentende attorney, sabi to kasi to kumigo tabla. Si por ejemplo, tiene poco komplikasyon, kaya no pwede makita mira todo scenario, hindi ba mga bisinos? No pwede kita mira todo scenario cosa pwede pasar. Pero tiene yo te entende cosa tabla si attorney Ken. Si por ejemplo, el dituyo situación o scenario cuando ya liga tu allá na checkpoint, hindi entrao na nuevo regulasyon tan issue el LGU, el meaning lang de ese ay man subject contigo for further questioning el mga checkpoint di aton. So dapat ready lang tamin tuman answer el mga questiones di ila. Because now, at this point in time, tamirayo, the color-coded scheme of the LGU will allow our police to actually subject everybody who is on the street for a certain level of questioning so that it will deter people who are just roaming around, loafing around from unnecessarily breaking the ECQ rules.
Yes. Sir, I would just like to add that in the executive order, it was not explicitly mentioned, but in the supplemental guidelines that we will be issuing to our checkpoints, patients who require constant medical attention, like dialysis patients, those who undergo chemotherapy, they will be exempted from this requirement. They will just present their medical certificate.
Ang meaning kasi ali mga bisinos, nabla si Attorney Ken, subject to presentation of documents yet to be. The moment pa sa to na mga checkpoints, kabar, ay, pasyente galeo di sa hospital, nisisita yung pirmi, nisisita to, pre-ready to presenta dito yung mga dokumento. Kaya definitely, ang mga pulis ay pregunta contigo. No pwede kasi kita man-imahin, otro mga senaryo, aki Attorney Ken, hindi ba? Nisisita lang gato, liba dito yung mga papeles, para pwede to explica kung ang mga pulis porque totally apwera na kamino.
And to add to that, Mile, regarding the aton mga dialysis and cancer patients, kentan undergo dialysis treatment y chemotherapy, tiene también el gobierno local de aton uno programa, no? Tiene sa mga hotlines que puede ustedes, si no hay ustedes vehículo, puede ustedes llama para man-request libre taxi ride que tan shoulder el ciudad de Zamboanga para kunin sa mga pasyente para lleva contigo from your house to the hospital. Libre taxi. Kasi mga taxi drivers, 5 sa sila, tan bira-bira todo dia, todo ora, kayang volunteer sila sa Kuya Mile y Kuya Chris. Para ayuda ko na di aton mga pasyente que necesita libre transportasyon.
My goodness, very beautiful.
Saludo at kita ko na.
Saludo at kita ko na local government.
Altsco, no es el grupo. Sí.
Mga bisinos, ha, yauyo seres kung Kuya Mike, libre daw gayot, el pasahe, el dali pa kuntigo taxi, basta anda to na hospital para man-treatment, no?
So, ito pwede sila usa ko na app Grab, no? Kaya taxi diya.
Hindi, siya na ito numero. Kay ano
okay.
5 lang on takore kada ora. Pero so far, I think manada ka di aton mga regular patients kita na hospital. Sa tamira kita, tan-avail sila kung nasa servisyo. But aside from that, no, kay tiene también mga concern regarding akong mga health workers, kita tiene miedo kay pakilaya sila anda na dila mag-hospital reporta, especialmente de noche. Tiene también en roll out of the aton gobierno lokal, libre también shuttle kung mga empleyado y mga nurses and doctors y mga empleyado do hospital para anda sila na dila kada equal hospital desde certain ruta kada dia. Tamira si Sir Raymond Padayhag alimira gani kita, no, gracias kung di aton mga private partners kay dali presta mga vehikulo libre para usal syudad de Zamboanga. I think el BL Transport dali el Ateneo de Zamboanga, el Western Mindanao State University, mga vehikulo de syudad amo se tausa kita na mayor's office sa mga bisita, mga dignitaryo, todos na mga vehikulo aura tausa kita para kunil di aton mga frontline workers, including tambien nuevo bus del Dakak Resort y Fantasyland takisa na Zamboanga amo sa tan bira-bira kita dali kita kunil di aton frontline workers.
Alright. So, tiyan na mga pregunta ka to. Pagkasok ng mga vehikulo, pakilaya to, si tamaneha sila, 3-wheeled vehicle, mga Piaggio, igual tamunta si Ronnie. Oo, quanto pasahero ba daw pwede muntalya? Di ba sa motorsiklo lang yun, eh?
See, under our executive order, there is no separate classification for three-wheeled motorcycles. They are still considered as motorcycles.
Okay, gentlemen, no? Kwento barangay anay kita kipoko, no? Tiyan na kasi kita pregunta, mga kuya, pati attorney Ken, na taon lali, koselan dokat pa sa kanila, kay sila daw, tan spray daw sila kung nagila mangga, na di ila barangay. Kosa exempted ba daw sila kuya Ken? Kay siyempre sabi naman to el mangga, hindi naman sila espera pruta, nisisita mga kuna sila man spray, no? So kosa daw kita pwede ase. Na el pregunta din niyo kung di aton na persona kien talamakan naton. I think si regarding dito yung manga, coordinate lang ato na di aton city agriculturist, no? Regarding sa dito yung pass. Pero tamira yung kung attorney Ken, kung pensa mga Leondo, maybe pwede yata man-answer ko na siya. Kasi naman, attorney Ken.
Sabe ustedes, no quiere kita explicar con el diaton mga vivientes, no? Entende kita que quiere ustedes como queda normal ya el de ustedes mga vida, el cosa kita taman anad hace, cada día puede kita hace, pero el necesita kita entende esta situación donde kita hindi normal. So quiero decir, hindi el tiempo pwede to ase cosa to yaman anad ya to ase, okay? So amo kay luluunag at kita nisita po na di aton pensamiento. Por eso gani chela lang kita yaman limit lang gayod akal mga commodities o cosa ba mga negosyo que debe continua opera como di aton mga establishments ta vende comida, ta vende medicina, kay amo gat se el necesidad. el hacer ka el pono de manga, que ben controversial ngayon, no? Pwede kita siguro, Amerika, tabla si Sir Miles, since tali naman sa na barangay, coordinate lang ustedes na de ustedes oficiales.
Okay.
Pero tapidigan ni kita, sir, si pwede man observe that kita con este strictamente.
Okay.
Sabi tumail, claro el orden del di aton Presidente Rodrigo Duterte y anoche yan emphasize at también le na di suyo nationwide address que el mga-alkalde y mga-barangay kapitan necesita gayot implementa asegura kay el di aton mga vivientes está adentro ng mga casa. Actually, the DILG has even came out with several memo que tabla si man fail el uno local chief executive como el kapitan o el alcalde man implement con este orden nacional, they even threatened to put these local chief executives in jail. So como tabla si Mayor Ben baka entra pa ele na preso por causa si manada di aton hindi koopera con este di aton enhanced community quarantine guidelines.
Na preso ayudera at kita con Mayor Beng, no, para hindi namin si Mayor Beng man problema. Now, attorney, siya na pa yung otro lokot-lokot question. Talama kasi sa mga lokot-lokot question. Kay buyong-buyong at mga pumunta. So, siya na yung another lokot-lokot question para kun attorney Ken. Kasi attorney Ken, taleto ko na sa mga bihikulo, number of vehicle. Pero yung observa yung ki attorney Ken, problema kita na 3-wheel vehicle, attorney Ken. Ese ba mga badya, no? Mga Viaggio, 3-wheel manese. So, cosa kita si kunese, attorney Ken?
Si, kung may habla yun, may kita sa separate category of 3-wheeled motorcycles. So, we will follow the provision for motorcycles, which is one person only. One person only, because they are not covered by, they are not classified as cars. So they will have to fall under the definition of
so driver lang pwede munta.
So, pasensya lang at kunal mga dueño de Vaja, de Viaggio, no? Hindi kat conocer esta recognisa como un propio four-wheel vehicle na pwede kat tudo. So,
kilaya si Emila sa tudgun Ronnie.
Anaya amo yan kat sa problema. Tamira kat si Ronnie, na basket yan lang katele alya arriba del Piaggio el pwede
or umenta un reda
umenta pa un reda na Piaggio para pwede lang at si Ronnie.
Mayroon siya question na pregunta lang ito kay manada do este unit refilling station tan deliver sila agua tao sali an sina ese tablet to Piaggio tan deliver sila agua na mga casa del mga senior citizen. So, pakilala doon, kaya ko nila ayuda karga ko na mga agwa ng mga kaserias?
Kaya lang kita man i-emphasize, este limitation na numero, these are for private individuals.
Okay.
These are for the general public. And we are giving leeway to our mga essential establishments.
Okay. So, under pa si siyempre.
So, sa mga water refilling station, baho na essential establishments. Si Kuya Mike,
Cheneki uno pregunta, kaya lang yun pero I find this ridiculous. Sir, the Santa Maria, pakilaya yo anda na KCC. Kay nuaya aki na di amon tiangge na Santa Maria, ground beef o ground pork. Pati lokon among the essentials. So, ohala sir, baka pwede to aguantaya lang anay no makome. Sabi to iyo, 2 meses sayo aray, hindi ta kome pork and beef. So, maskin pescaw seco o sardina sa lang anay kita, importante el salud di aton el salud del di aton familia.
Ese cregato series con ese di amon healthy edition. Ya correcta ko no marabla gordo edition si
Dateline Teleradyo enhanced healthy edition.
While antes kita termina, kaya lang kita dali anunsyo kay enantes aga si Alcaldesa Beng uno del mga expert resource persons na uno online conference kaya inisya el National Resilience Council. Enante junto ele manada participante no ya espanta kita kay mga participants si atende el mismo mga CEOs del SM como si Mr. Hansi talya también el mga representante de Ayala Group of Companies y también talya también el representante ako si Mr. Tan el presidente del Philippine Airlines junto con Mayor Beng amo ese mga speakers de otro lugar chene uno epidemiology expert de George Washington University na Estados Unidos, el former Chris Acordatu, Undersecretary de DILG, y ahora el Executive Director del Zulik Family Foundation, si Yusek Oster Panadero. y también si Dr. Carissa Alejandro de Ayala Health Semal, donde tú antes parte, ¿no? De Ayala Group of Companies.
Sí, Chief of Navy.
Sí, y sí, el de aton amigo zamboangueño también, que ya está aquí largo tiempo, el antes Vice Admiral Alex Pama, que ya queda también Undersecretary del National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Council, y el antes spokesperson del AFP Aura, parte del National Task Force, si General Resti Padilla. El de la topic, Chris, no, amo el Pandemic Public Safety and Security. Ya dale sila mira relasyon de este pandemic y el maintaining de how we maintain peace and order, a public safety este mga tiempo. Y alyagane manada kita ko sa aprende yamanda tamen sila kung Mayor Beng man highlight el ko sa mga taase na syudad de Zamboanga. So si Mayor Beng uno de mga speakers enante, Italia también gali atende si Mayor Jerry Treñas de Iloilo City y si Mayor Moreno de Cagayan de Oro City.
Si Secretary Lorenzana.
Si Secretary Lorenzana, el Secretary of National Defense, ya atende también él,
si Secretary Michael Santos.
Sí, Secretary lang ni Mayor Beng. So, bonito enante mal, manada ko sa aprende, y alegre sila con el todo esfuerzo que hace el ciudad de Zamboanga, porque el mga esfuerzo digla na otro lugar, hindi pwede kompara pakilaya el Zamboanga, because in Zamboanga, as you know, this is a complex situation, because we just came from the 2013 Zamboanga siege. We are in the heart of Zamboanga Peninsula and the Basulta area. Iserka también kita con el Nación de Malaysia na onde gane, ya habla si Mayor Bengenante, que tiene gani kita karta ya recibí, estaba con el Government of Malaysia, que tapidi na manda volver aquí na Zamboanga kanaton 400 Filipino deportees que ahora cristalice adentro na jail na Sabah. Pero ganit para duro el di aton gobierno local y también ya pasaya el consejo local el resolution tapidi na numa este tiempo manda volver muna con esos kay sabi man kita pakilaya el challenges de syudad kita presenta kita ahora y difícil man manage to 400 pa deportees estaba Malaysia ay bene aquí, pero yan assure gane si de aton amigo también si Secretary Charlie Galvez que antes Westmincom Commander que sila mismo na gobierno nacional tan kontra con ese. I think can file sila protesta diplomático con el gobierno de Malaysia porque insistiban de volver con este 400 deportees este tiempo.
Alright. Okay. Pero again, as a citizen of the city, thank you at mga leaders for standing firm. Hindi kita receive kung dating mga kompoblano sa siyempre na Malaysia, sino por causa de esta epidemia, kaya nakitara, is a pandemic global. So tapidi lang kita entendimiento international na numaanay kung esos mandaing biyaki, sino ay atendetan sila kung isolation de esos, i-quarantine, ay pa mismo na onde dila origen. No?
Chris, locally también, kaya kita man remind kung na atong mga kompoblanos, akil mga taplanya sala na border de Zamboanga City, ianda ko ng mga neighboring provinces kay sabi kita ayer or during the past few days siya na mga kompoblanos di ato niya sali kay man outreach program daw na si Bugay ilegalya mo man tamen kanila manda entra so kiyere sila otra vez bira aki na syudad so tapara dulo di aton local interagency task force at task force COVID kay hindi kanila manda entra so I think talipas sila hasta na border so ohala kay mga kien sale no may ustedes planya sale si taplanya man ustedes bira dayon kasi sale ustedes hindi na ustedes pwede bira hasta man lift con este
so aklara kita sir Kuya Mike no so entonces pakilala ko Kuya Mike pwede to repeat pwede sale pero hindi pwede bira
pwede sale pero hindi pwede bira so si no hay necesidad para sale no masya sale
okay.
no maya atrevi sale imanada kita kompoblanos kaya hasta ahora talipa na otro mga lugar so no pwede kita kanila man accommodate man da entra porque tapara duhol di aton local task force COVID que tiene ganit ka todo miedo si ansina si Aisosede
kaya nakiabla Sir Pogi nakien ka namong 4 aki pag video.
Baka isa no ay mas, kay kato escondido man dito ka.
So tabla L, no, tabla K, sir, education is better. So please have your resource person always attend. Well, I think this person is asking that you be on air regularly, Attorney Kenneth, so that you can educate the public. Daw kay manadarat mga hente, chenebes nila ta pwede uwi once, but they have to be told several times.
Si bonito dito yung presentasyon kanamon, Attorney Ken, por eso peer ni kato kanamon tanhunto kay syempre difícil gayon sinuay to, no? Para
Sina Lunes hunto syempre kanatong si attorney, baka pwede tambien kita imbita kung Ma'am Apple kay by that time I think the Principia distribuí kung el mga quarantine passes kung el mga barangay. So si tiene kita mas pregunta, pwede sila contesta con este mga.
Sir, Attorney Ken, siya na daw ta pregunta kill dito yung vital statistics. Willing ba daw to dali dito yung vital statistics, Attorney Ken?
Klaro yaman siguro, Kel.
Okay.
Miles, Kuya Miles, mga free rides akil taxi, pwede man flash na TV kay Chene emergency.
Sige, manamira ko na video ito mga libre vehikulo.
Pati numbers daw para si Chene emergency pwede. Kasi sa number daw.
Suggestion nyo, para na lang tutarda, no, si Tawiman to Aura, anda lang to na hotline para lamay to kunesos mga bihikulo. Pwede man si ayuda. Si Mira to di ato mga hotline, biyan manade kat kita number. So hindi na ito mang problema. Okay?
Si ipwede to sa Mira na Facebook page ni Mayor Ben Climaco. So, Attorney Cosel, dito ultimo mensahe para kung di aton mga vivientes.
Otra vez, sa apela kita con el vivientes de Ciudad de Zamboanga, el diaton mga compoblanos, para cooperar con el de ustedes gobierno local. Sabi kami, bien difícil gayon este crisis que ta enfrenta kita, este mga tiempo, y el solamente manera para pwede kita pelear con este disease of COVID-19 is for us to stay at home. And we in the city government will continuously do what we think is best for our people so that we will be able to fight this crisis and we will be able to restore our city to normalcy so that all of us can go back to our normal lives. Muchas gracias con el TV11, con la oportunidad y buenas noches, Ciudad de Zamboanga.
So muchas gracias, Attorney. Muchas gracias, Vivientes de Zamboanga. Hasta aquí lang kita. Manmirangan kita the best ng Lunes. Este si Kuya Mike Saavedra.
Okay, no, so conmigo también, cosa puede darle con ustedes hora de noche, punto por punto lang también, no. First, no makita olvida. Monday, man start yung distribution del diatong color-coded quarantine pass. El otro punto, na diatong punto for punto, is that 3 días el gobierno ay dale para man roll off con ese programa de color-coded. Ika-3 punto diaton, by Wednesday, man start yung diatong color-coded quarantine pass implementation. Mga bisinos, numaos sa olbida, el diatong punto por punto para hindi to man kamali si anda to na kamino. Otra vez, si Mailam Sid na diaton na programa.
Okay, so tan-remind kita ko lang itong mga vivientes, el pass que recibe ustedes, 2 letras lang A and B. Después ay Genesis color y si hindi pa syempre kita sige sus na numero ya para sabi kita si pakilaya kita ay disiplina de aton cuerpo. Sabes de respalta katel tiempo patel ora kita natin pero hindi syempre faltan oras para hacer ese trabajo que da responsable miembro del Ciudad de Zamboanga. So otra vez na Lunes manhunto-hunto kita ki syempre huntukan syempre ka natin si Attorney Kenneth Beldua otra vez na Lunes. Aquí lang sen may no otro sin el diato favorito, el Dateline Teleradyo.
Yes, Paka Bryce.
Saan tayo? May bagong bar. Let's go!
Nasaan yung bar?
Ayan. Introducing the new delicious Titty Bar. New shape. New flavors.
So, you like this bar?